You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen. times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Storm days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're on this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Deepest oceans, they can't portray enough. Empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
When I met you in the club that night, the moment you arrived, it was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of the kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play, so we can move our bodies. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and We've been up all night, the sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a beach and dancing, moving slowly out of sight, feeling vibrant and alive. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate, cruising a Ferrari, let's live it like it's the last day, and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me, yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life, best time of your life. I can feel it now.
On the floor, baby, you and me. It's easy like 1, 2, 3. I don't care if it's day or night. We together make me feel alright. It's a feeling that you can't describe. We don't stop till the morning light. Please, I know what you want and I set you free.
Starts when the sun used to set and the night is drawing me closer, right at your side. You're calling my name and you're shining your light down on me.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Pushing me, spinning me, turning me round. You drop me and then you catch me. You're freaking me, creeping me, making me scream out for more.
We together make me feel alright.
I know what I want 'cause I feel it inside. I'm breathing you in 'cause I can't no more hide. There ain't no words or expressions that fit. You're making me lose all my grip. Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love.
It's easy like 1, 2, 3.
Twisting me, running me all up and down. You hold me, control me. You comfort me, settle me, and you are driving me mad.
We together make me feel alright.
I know what I want 'cause I feel it inside. I'm breathing you in 'cause I can't no more hide. There ain't no words or expressions that fit. You're making me lose all my grip. Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside.
Yippee, yippee, yo, yippee, yo, yippee, yay. From New York to South Korea, everything is just okay. Yippee, yippee, yo, yippee, yo, yippee, yay. From Japan to New Orleans, where do you wanna stay? We stop at the greatest parties, we shop around the clock. We hop to the hardest parties, we rock and roll and rock. Yippee, yippee, yo, yippee, yo, yippee, yay. From LA to Tokyo, where do you wanna stay?
Yeah, I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love tonight. In love with the music inside. I'm in love.
It's all the way up, we gonna make it. The party won't stop until we break it. I head for the top, we gonna take it. Tell me, are you ready? Tell me, are you ready?
get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. One day drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a victim, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright.
pieces of our own world, of our own world.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come draw me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるさ もう安全な近道なんての完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわ。すげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this wayピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよ
Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. Got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But while I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it but they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on the water. It's like we're walking on the water. Putting out the fires, I'm looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on the water.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supremes and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go, here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records
see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side, bad side? Once you see my bad side.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. It is another very grey and drizzly morning here in Ireland. Not quite sure where my co-caster's weather is like, but I am just Oisin. I am joined by the astonishing Alk Battery, and we're going to be joining you in today for our first series of the day. Welcome back. Been a while since we've had a cast today, together, but we're starting to hot up. Only a couple more days left in the season.
Look, I know last night you got your chops in, so I have to make sure to tap in. You know, between you and Jamada, I was watching. I'm just praying that we have a nice, smooth day here on the LPL. Currently, it is 12 in the morning over here in the Vancouver area.
Nice.
So hopefully, it's not going to be super. It's actually really warm, which is surprising. But I'm from Florida, so 80-degree weather is totally okay with me. We've got yesterday's highlights of what games we could get. Ultra Prime TES was definitely very fun.
Yeah, I mean, this was the, for those of you who watched it, if you didn't watch the first game, highly recommend it. You got the hysteric solo cast, which was gut tier. Absolutely goated on that. And then I came in for game number 2. But I mean, Top Esports kind of just getting themselves into playoff form, building up into some nice little bit of momentum as they look to try and secure a top 3 spot in the playoffs. And not only that, but also Wayward stepping up big on the Cassante.
I was very surprised. Obviously, Wayward has been kind of, you know, taking a lower priority on the list when we talk about where TES are really playing, but yesterday still showing some of that great form that we know from a player that has been in the LPL for so long. And then this series, everybody had questions. Is JDG going to be slumping a little bit going into playoffs? We had that one series that everybody was shocked. I woke up and was like, oh, they definitely won against IG, right guys? Right guys?
Yeah.
WE, unfortunately, they got completely handled, yes, last night. It was crazy.
Well, the funny thing is, they got handled like, it was like 30 minutes on the dot every single time. You could even see it right here. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, 30 minutes is approaching. JDG just win. Because you can see it in the score lines. You can see it in the gold. It's actually a pretty close game. It was both very close in game 1 and game 2 for WE. And then one opportunity for JDG in both game 1 and game 2 just kind of led them to a massive kind of win over the side of WE. The score line does not tell the full story, as I like to say. But here are yesterday's results, and you're probably looking at that going, that's odd. I thought we had 3 series on in a regular season day apart from Monday. You are absolutely correct. Unfortunately, there were some Tournament Realm server issues that were unfortunately not able to be resolved, so AL versus OMG has been postponed until Monday, but thankfully they were fixed just before the JDG WE series, and now we can come back into our standings and see that JDG are still sitting pretty. They are top 2 guaranteed, so they will get themselves a GA alongside BLG in our playoff series. But we are still coming into a very important day, because you'll notice there, Ulk, there are 2 places that are neither highlighted nor grayed out, and those guys are currently fighting for their lives.
I love that we get this kind of clash. It won't be up against each other. They got to face off in week 3, but TT can keep their playoff dreams alive. It is the final spot into summer playoffs. Both of these teams obviously would love to make it. TT making what feels like a miracle run here in the back end of the split, and NIP are going to be playing the match after this, as you can see in our schedule. TT are the biggest FPX fans. If LNG win, they lock in playoffs for NIP, and that's it. We have all 10 teams, and the rest of the season is just playing for standings. But if TT can somehow pull out that win, and if FPX can take an upset there, then we've got a huge race between these two.
Oh yeah, like the thing is that like it's not over until it's over. NIP just need to get themselves the win, confirm themselves to that thing again, because there's only 2 series left for TT, there's only 2 series left for NIP. And TT can literally only get to 7 and 9. So once you're past that 7 mark, if you get up to 8, you're solid. There's no more kind of like sweating as such coming in here for NIP. But you're always going to be looking over your shoulder. Things in the mirror are closer than they appear as they come into this one. But I mean, we're going to honestly try and just jump straight into this one and try and, you know, kind of talk about where we look to see these teams. Because LNG, they've been a little bit hot and cold. But someone who has been extremely on form this entire split has been Scout, sitting atop the standings in terms of MVP rankings. He's got 13, and there's nobody even close to him because he is carrying this roster.
I mean, he got his first pentakill this week. LNG has just been looking on fire with Scout, and so far, similar to what we've been kind of seeing from another team in our top 5, Weibo, this team is oriented all around this mid laner. Yes, Gala is an incredible AD carry, and you would have thought with Kaisa coming back in that we'd be seeing more and more of this. But right now, Scout is leading. His advantage is what is driving this team to getting more and more wins. We saw that LGD series, and now going up against Thunder Talk. I mean, what a mythical kind of mid lane matchup do we have between him and Yukal.
I mean, it's a battle of momentum, really. It is. Scout kind of performing out of his mind on this LNG roster. Yukal, I mean, if you haven't seen his energy coming out of some of these games, he has been exceptionally excited. Just knowing that there's always a chance. And even right back when they were 1-6, I think it was. Because you got to remember, they're on a 3-series win streak. They actually started the season so horrifically badly that they've only been kind of revitalizing it now. So for me, it does feel like Yukal always has believed in this roster, always has been it. And I've got to say as well, the likes of 1XN stepping up. This is no longer the Yukal show. This is now a more fully fledged roster that can carry from multiple sides of the map.
Remember, the early part of the split, like you were saying, when we look at their first 3 weeks, they were 1-5 out of, or 1-9 out of every single game. It was a rough start to the split. but they were able to pick up a couple of wins. We're talking about week 6, a 2-1 versus EDG, a 2-0 versus IG and OMG. So we had all those cool clips of UCal popping off. Like you were saying, they've kind of swapped away from the really big experiment they were running towards the beginning, which was 1xN over Huanfeng, and then Yao Yao and Yuyanjia starting, both kind of sharing time on the roster. As we've gotten to the end of our regular season, 1xN feels like he's really stepped up coming out of the LDL, and Yao Yao kind of showing up as well. I'm actually really excited, not only because, you know, this team is on a surge, but this is one of the first teams I got to cast coming into the LPL. So I have a special kind of bond specifically with 1xN. I'm a marksman player. He's coming up as a rookie. I'm always really happy when we get to see him win.
I mean, look, I was always, you know, if you don't follow him as well, someone who's also a very big fan of 1xN, Initialize, co-streams the LDL,
Yes.
is very high up on this guy. So, you know, always kind of good to see the young talent coming in. And I mean, like, you're thinking about this league, you're thinking about the kind of where it was earned, kind of its reputation. It was off of AD carries. It was off of, you know, strong performances from that bot lane. Yes, we are in a little bit more of a bot lane centric meta, or have been coming kind of slowly out of it, little by little, bit by bit, patch by patch, but it still feels like you need an AD carry who can do that. You need an AD carry who can step up and be counted when the time is right. And I mean, look at the likes of BLG and Ruler, BLG and Elk, and of course JDG and Ruler, two of the best AD carries currently playing the game. And again, that's nothing short of just kind of how powerful and testament to how good the LPL AD carries have been.
We even have Uzi back in this league, right? Like, it is just, it feels right to have all of our marksmen do well, and going up against Gala, no slouch. He has been one of the best AD carries in the region for so long, in a region that is stacked with marksmen. It's really exciting to see. So coming up now, I mean, we're kind of seeing them do all their walk-ons. You're seeing LNG here in their home crowd. I am very excited, and I think everybody in the audience should be as well. When you look at this, you're saying, okay, this is an 11th place team currently in the standings versus LNG, who is 4th. This should be LNG winning, but maybe there's something in the air. Maybe there's a little bit of magic going on, and TT have been able to kind of punch up above their weight limit. Some people may try to discredit them. OMG loss. You know, OMG are currently slipping as it is. It feels like they don't have the strongest sense of the patch so far, as we've changed the meta just a little bit. So maybe you're willing to say that, but going up against EDG as well, like, we're seeing promising things from this. We've seen UCal, this entire split, be a monster in the mid lane for this team, but they haven't been able to take that advantage and really snowball that into wins. So far, especially with the mid lane changes, where we're seeing way more Jace, way more Tristana, this feels like kind of that second win for them.
Yeah, it really does feel like it's kind of that moment here for LNG to kind of stand up and be counted for. Again, top 4 doesn't feel like a bad situation to be in any senses of the word.
Yeah.
But it's kind of that next step. We talk about this so much. We kind of see as a very overexposed Zika on the left-hand side. There it is. Thank you, guys. I was wondering why he was so bright. But, I mean, you're thinking about it and you look at the LPL table, and it's someone who maybe doesn't watch the LPL, doesn't really kind of have, you know, a greatest sense of it, maybe only watching after we won MSI, which is, again, totally reasonable. You're looking at this and going, BLG, JDG, top 2, makes total sense, kind of smashing everybody else. And it kind of has been. They've been our S-tier teams so far this split. Then we go into our A-tier teams, your top esports, your LNGs. LNG want to try and make themselves an A+, move towards an S-tier as well, because, again, this is a team, this is a roster that isn't really going to just be satisfied with, you know, getting a top 4 run. They're looking to try and contest in championships.
I think when everybody saw this roster, yeah, I think Nightmare said this perfectly in their last match, where it's like, Scout literally left the organization that brought him a world championship. Like, this is a surprise move, and to see him on a new roster, it's like, okay, what can you do? This is really feeling like him kind of stepping out and saying, okay, I no longer have Mako on my team. I don't have someone like JJ on my team. Now I've got Tarzan, an incredible jungler in his own right, but someone who still, I think, you know, we're still looking for them to actually punch up above their weight limit, like you were saying, to get into those upper echelons. Top 4 is pretty high up, I will say. And JDG and BLG, it feels like they're playing their own game. Really, I think they're mostly contesting that top esports spot. When you're getting into that 3rd place, you want to make sure that you're in a good position when come playoffs, because every single win is going to matter. If you fall out. It's obviously top 2 in the regular season that get that GA like you were talking about, get to go. If they lose their first series in playoffs, they go into the lower bracket for whatever reason. So every single win is going to matter, and especially when we're talking about snowballing that momentum, you obviously want to make sure that you're on form going in.
That's the big thing, because the big thing right now is that not only are TT fighting for their lives, and they're going to come out scrapping, and they're having some fantastic. Speaking of fantastic, that was really cool art there for Gala, but they're having some fantastic form coming into this one. 3 wins off on a row, really looking good for them in that regards. But for LNG, this is still a significant matchup. This is still a matchup that decides whether or not they're going to be basically confirming themselves for that top 3 or not. Even a win here would also lock them guaranteed for a top 6. So there's these little things that can kind of pop up here late on in the season, and you have to try and, make sure you're dotting your I's, crossing your T's, and you're not just falling down randomly and all of a sudden, you don't find yourself in the 3rd round of playoffs. You actually find yourself in the 2nd round and you get knocked out by a high-flying EDG or something. These are the things that you have to be very, very careful of, and this is why we can't put any more, we can't overemphasize how important it is these last few games are to solidify your spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, LNG after this matchup are going to be playing up against NIP, so again, another kind of nod towards our future as to who could lock that final spot for playoffs. And TT, it's a lot of air. We're talking about them actually being able to win, but after this, they have JDG, which is a Goliath task for them. So if they could beat LNG, then we could start to see that. But we have made it into our draft. There's no Tristana, there's no Kaisa, there's no Ziggs. And LNG, they immediately grabbed that Scout, his Jace.
Yeah, most played of the season so far. Caught a pentakill for the first one in his entire career. Yesterday, or last week even. I don't think it was yesterday, because I was on yesterday. That didn't happen. But we can see now that, again, lots of respect being thrown down to Gala. The Ziggs and the Kaisa, kind of, his 2 go-to picks. It's kind of, Kaisa and Gala are just the most, synonymous with each other here in the League of Legends kind of sphere. I have seen it personally and it's been exceptional to watch. So I like that TT are giving that kind of setup. I also like the TT are going with what's worked for them so far, getting Beishuan onto something that can just have a, kind of early game impact, as well as, kind of be a frontliner here for UCal and 1xN later on in the game.
And I want to see what tank top laners we get for Hoya and Zika. We've seen the change as to what top lane meta is looking like. A lot of it was Sion at the beginning of the season. We were seeing a lot of Cassante, but these two have started to branch out. Zika in particular, with his Jax, is almost nigh unstoppable. I have to double check what his stats are on this champion currently. He is 4-0 on the Jax. Cassante similarly, very high priority for these two, and getting rid of the Sejuani as well from Tarzan, his most played champion in the split, I think is also very interesting. Grabbing 1xN his Aphelios, we got to see his pop-off moment in the beginning of the split, and this champion is still incredibly strong, so expect for really good team fights. I want to see what TT are going to be able to grab in this last phase.
See what they will for the Maokai. Very standard here with the Jace. It kind of feels like a foregone conclusion a lot of the times. Of course, Imperial Mandate has become the Demonic Embrace into Imperial Mandate has become the kind of go-to now for this champion to enable your team. But I see that LNG, they've kind of opted into this kind of style of, securing, and not even just LNG, but the general meta itself on 13-12 has opted into this style of making sure you have a solid top side, making sure you have all your solo lanes set up as we kind of move. Again, there's just so many bot laners that are kind of, exceptional now. The really OP ones like Jinx and Aphelios have been toned down quite a bit since the start of the split.
And I wonder what now LNG are going to be able to do. I was expecting for Azir to come out here. Going into the Jace felt like an okay matchup. And now TT, they are going to feel so comfortable with how long this game is going to be able to go. I think another support like a Nautilus, like a Braum would actually go a very long way in being able to cement a solid enough front line. Now for LNG, they either need to find more and more kind of AP sources, which from the bottom lane right now is looking less likely, or double down and pick a very strong AD carry to be able to take up into 1xN, because the big weakness for Thunder Talk, aside from really their solo laners, is the bottom lane's laning phase. In the early game, these two do tend to fall apart just a little bit if they are applied pressure to. So I want to see if LNG, what Gala can bring out.
See what Gala has left in his back pocket. Of course, they hovered the Varus for a second there, saying just a reminder to TT, hey, look, we know what we're kind of going for here. LNG kind of focusing in towards that top side. Zika Who has been kind of more the, I suppose, the you know, the question mark for a lot of people. I think if you look at majority of this roster for LNG, everyone except for Zika kind of stands out as a pretty top player of some kind of renown, even internationally. So we'll see what LNG kind of want to try and, you know, do for them. And they've been doing this pretty well, you know, kind of making sure that he's been able to kind of get away with some of these different picks. Maybe a Gwen pick, you know, pick up, or even actually, honestly, a Poppy might be the way to go forward here for the side of LNG if they want to try and get rid of some of those super tanks that can deny. And yep, there's the Poppy ban coming in. It's just a smart one to do, especially if the Jax gets kind of, you know, ganked up on the top side. The Steadfast Presence just does so much to suppress him.
We're seeing the return of Renekton here in the LPL, and honestly, I will say for Renekton, he doesn't feel the same as he used to, right? Like, when we saw LPL Renektons, it was like dominating very early. You saw so much priority for the Rift Herald, but slowly he's actually kind of fallen lower and lower. He's gotten a little bit weaker thanks to the class of top laners. Here for LNG, we would actually probably see a new AD carry here for Gala, as the only other carry that is really meta and isn't banned right now is his Jinx, like we saw versus LGD. He could potentially go for the Ashe. We're seeing more and more of that start to pop up. And right now, Lachine, I'm just confused. Where is Rel? What happened to this champion? Did we just forget, guys? Like, what happened?
I mean, it's getting all the way to the end. Yeah, could just pick it up himself if he truly feels like. I suppose for the side of LNG, they want to get a little bit more kind of guaranteed engage, that point-and-click CC to kind of jump on top of the Aphelios or the Azir. And you ask for it, and you shall receive. Yao kind of hovering up that champion. And this is kind of where the meta's gone. It used to be the soul laners want to get counter-picked. Now you want to try and get yourself a decent blind into what is turned into your support getting that last pick.
LNG, I think this is a pretty risky draft. They obviously want to be able to play on side lanes. That is one of Scout's premier strengths, is his ability to actually stay on side and then collapse in towards objectives. And when you have a Jax, we're going to potentially see from LNG a 1-3-1 where you're having this core of the bot lane be able to sit in mid lane, clear out the waves. Tarzan can very easily and flexibly move between lanes, throwing down saplings, giving them vision. Come team fights, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult. You are really indexing on Tarzan and Scout landing all of their poke so that the likes of Zika and Gala can find those damage and get those resets for the Jinx. TT, all they need to do is hold the line. You have the Dominus available for Renekton. Rel's going to be perfect at that alongside her jungler. So come late game, if LNG cannot break through the front line, if they cannot make a meaningful amount of damage happen, TT can stand comfortably and let Aphelios reign alongside his Azir.
That's the big thing you're looking at right now, is that, again, TT have gone for a very comfortable draft that they love to go to time and time again. We have seen 1xN on this Aphelios just absolutely pop off. We have seen what UCal can do on the Azir. For LNG, they're the ones that are going to have to try and make things happen in that mid game. They've got the Jace and the Jax. They're the ones with the kind of big AoE ultimates in terms of the kind of, you know, re-engage with the Nature's Grasp. So curious to see if they're able to kind of, you know, control where TT kind of move around the map, and whether or not TT will have the kind of run of things as they move later and later and get stronger and stronger. It's a big game, all because we come into the first one of this best of three. It's a massive moment here for both of these sides. They look to try and make sure they solidify themselves either a chance of going for playoffs or even just a little bit higher up. For TT, it's everything. For LNG, it's just the cherry on top. We'll have to wait and see how both these teams end up fighting it as we jump onto the Rift.
You're just joining us here for this first series. An LNG
Where have
win
you
here
been? Where have you been if you're
yeah,
only
actually,
joining
though.
us?
Yeah, literally. Thunder Talk are eliminated, and Ninjas in Pajamas, NIP, are confirmed. So that will lock all 10 teams. TT, they don't want to let that happen. They want to keep their miracle run alive. They want to go 4-0 within the last week and a half. One thing for LNG, they are one of our most objective-focused teams. Their stats reflect that. They're the second best at getting first turret, first blood, and they definitely get a lot of dragons, and that is not necessarily TT's biggest strength. Now, obviously, that does come with the fact that they do tend to have a lot of losing lanes, and they were losing a large majority of the early split, so their stats are going to probably reflect that just a little bit. But as you can see, at the bottom, this game when we talk about these two teams, it does tend to favor LNG in the late game, but when we look at the compositions, that definitely feels way different than what we're expecting.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it definitely feels a little bit different. Of course, you know, you're probably thinking to yourself, like, oh, TT, they're riding hot. They're feeling good. Good hook here onto 1xN. Immediately has to cleanse. Taking a massive trade back here. Yeah, trying to get the crash down and gets his ignite and cleanse trade back on his own. The supportal combat does lead into a little bit of a better trade here, you would imagine. As Tarzan's not done with this invade. He took one camp, and now he wants another because he's level 2. Knowing how much presence his bot lane has, I mean, this is rough right now for Beishuan. He's still 2 camps down. He hasn't been able to do anything.
And not only that, but this also cuts the bottom lane in half, right? Like, no cleanse available for 1xN. Same thing could be said for Gala, but there's not going to be a punish available for TT and for Beishuan. Tarzan can very easily look for the dive on this next wave in bottom lane. Even top lane starting to get a little bit questionable. So, LNG now.
Yeah, Tarzan gonna go in, gonna land the twisted advance. Bramble smash down. You would imagine 1xN's gonna have to flash pretty damn soon. One more auto will kill him. Oh, Tarzan tried to get himself underneath the tower, but I mean, 3 minutes in, you're losing 3 waves on this bot side. This is horrific for 1xN in this bot lane.
This wave is just so good for LNG. You're denying so much gold experience. They're even going to get a second plate 3.5 minutes into this game. This entire map is split vertically now. Like, Beishuan's not even actually going to invade for the other side. You see LNG's solo laners collapse, protecting vision. So Tarzan's going to be able to shoot forward in terms of experience, in terms of gold, alongside his AD carry. LNG, this early game was played to a T.
I mean, this is so well done here by LNG. The first invade, Tarzan knowing that if his bot lane has the priority, he can go for another one, and it just beautiful kind of, macro plays coming out here from LNG, and it's kind of a return for form for Tarzan. I think, for at least between week 5 and week 6, Tarzan was having a little bit of a struggling time. He wasn't having the MVP level performances that we've been seeing of him from late. Now, look, obviously there's only so many games you can have those performances, but it got so his ceiling got so high, it got so consistent with his floor that we just kind of expected it. He's finally coming back in, feeling a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident, and just looking like he's having a much better time of it here, especially in this early game.
I think the one thing I will note for Tarzan is the predominance of him playing Sejuani. I think definitely was able to dull some of the fangs he would show in the early game. We didn't actually see Tarzan go across the river, make very many early plays, and it definitely hampered their ability to make things like this happen. You were mostly playing around the fact that Scout was having a beast of a time for the back end of this split, and when you're playing around a mid laner that is so strong and being able to have his advantage, you know that he's going to have an advantage in mid lane. You can take that, move that into an objective. You can have your solo laners play for you as a jungler. It's always what you want to have, and they can play so aggressively in this bot lane. You know he doesn't have flash or cleanse.
Yeah, he doesn't have flash or cleanse, but are they going to be able to get anything else over it? Yeah, it's going to be able to remount. No accelerated shock blast to land. That's a little bit of an unfortunate one there. Hong just kind of using his flash and ignite, but Beishuan moving back down towards his bot lane. Maybe they look to try and punish this over aggression. It's actually been Beishuan, despite the invade, kind of getting himself up to level 4 fairly handily. He's going to back himself away, though. They pinging it out saying, yeah, look, there's something here. We're not quite confident of this, and we know that Beishuan was only just on a reset, but maybe Hong looks for engage. No, cancels the Hex Flash. But yeah, I mean, LNG feeling confident for the moment, and Hoya and Zika trying to go toe-to-toe. Zika does have his ultimate, just wants to try and punish the Renekton before he gets his Dominus.
Hoya right there, I was like, do I have to fight for my life here? Because this is a pretty big wave. Could there be a Maokai? The pings coming out for TT's jungle was because they know their timers. They know that LNG know when the wolves are respawning, and so they can say, okay, Sejuani more than likely has to be on the bottom side of the map. By Zika actually showing on the Gromp, it does say, like, he hasn't done those camps. He could be on the bottom side. They could be pathing towards top. I love how aggressively LNG and their solo lanes in particular are looking for ganks. I think Beishuan should have been spotted there. You saw the pings coming out. You can always tell in LPL when people are spotted by the absolute flurry of pings that are on the map immediately.
Just in case your teammate isn't listening, it's just spam, spam, spam,
Yes.
spam, spam. He's right here. It's not my fault if you get caught. As Hoya just popped down a little bit of vision here on the top side to make sure he can go a little bit more aggressively into Zika. And honestly, like, if you look at the map, apart from mid lane, it's CS leads across the board. 15 CS in top, 20 in bot lane, about 10 or so in jungle.
Zika.
As we see, Hoya is going to have to flash here, you would imagine. No, just about get enough healing there from the Cold Meek, but this is the Jax matchup. This is why we saw the Cassante and the Poppy band away. The Renekton just doesn't have that kind of same level of presence in that laning phase. He just gets bonked down.
He is just a massive drain tank right now. He is all of the backline threat for TT if we get into a team fight. Beishuan is on the way. Hoya, all he has to do is survive, bait in Zika to go a little bit further. This wave is crashing, and there's no teleport for either top laner here.
Yeah, Zika, does he get greedy for the plate? No, he does not. Not the curse of Los Pleitos does not end up afflicting Zika, and he backs himself away. Beishuan, I mean, he's been hovering. He's been looking around for things, but it hasn't really turned into anything. It feels like he's kind of hovering around, looking for something bot. Okay, not really in a position to go for that. Tries to go top. Okay, well, maybe I could have gone for something. I'm not level 6. I don't really want to. So these little small things kind of just make him a little bit of a ghost, you know? He's just kind of hovering around this map and not really making an impact, which means LNG, after, you know, not getting any kills, but they're 1,500 or 1,500 gold up. They're a dragon up. They're the ones with the level advantages, and all of the kind of, item completion is going to be coming on their side as well.
Well, good news for Beishuan is the fact that he'll be hitting level 6 rather soon. You're going to see on the experience bar, and he has 2 camps at the very least that he can do alongside his rev up on the top side. That'll be his actual ability to interact with a lot of these lanes. And I will say for him is the fact that it feels at least for the time being, in the early game with how the bot lane has kind of shaken out, with how top lane has really started to appear, he is just playing damage control. He is there to make sure that his laners don't lose more, which would definitely upset the scale. But I understand what you're talking about. Like, we want to see a Seju want to get some early aggression. Now that they have level 6, we'll see what they're able to do. Gala not quite in position, coming back from base. Hung trying to put down some vision. Tarzan as well on this bottom side. They could have gone for a dive, but they really just wanted to protect 1xN, make sure that he's escorted back into the wave, and gets himself a plate.
No, Hong might be going for a sneaky hook. Gets the lollipop
That
right into
for
1xN, who will get stunned up as well. Plenty of damage here, and that's just the one ultimate and ignite. So no cleanse now for 1xN. Already losing about, 2/3 of his HP. Means he can't really stay here without help. And now that they know that Beishuan's on the bot side, Zika immediately going into the stance there, popping the ultimate to make sure Hoya feels his presence. I will say Hoya, with an Empower Q, might have wanted to go a bit more aggressive onto Zika, but now recognizing it a little bit too late, and Zika with teleport should be able to reset, get back into lane, and you lose very little.
Right now, what they're doing is play through bottom side, get some vision, make sure that Jinx is safe. Oh my god, Beishuan. That was aggressive. I respect it. Unfortunately, there was a ward that ended up falling. Gets both of the flash. A flash out of Scout is definitely more valuable. They're making this collapse. They want to make sure that they get some kind of recompense.
I don't think you can, though. You don't have the Dominus. You don't have the Glacial Prison. No flash on Beishuan.
Yeah.
And I mean, yes, I agree with you. I like the fact that Beishuan finally tried to do something, but I think the timing was just so wrong. I mean, even if he hits it, I don't think unless Yukal goes for a flash ultimate, he's really going to be getting anything out of that.
Just fishing. Hey, for LNG right now, this game is feeling great. You have a second dragon coming up in 2.5 minutes. Your team is feeling really good. You're getting item completions, which is the more important part. You're keeping an item advantage over your opponent. And right now, Scout is feeling great. He has about a wave over Yukal, which is surprising. Yukal is someone who definitely heavily indexes on his own lane, making sure that he is getting a lot more gold than an enemy mid laner. He doesn't tend to get a lot of solo kills. And that is the complete opposite for Scout. Someone who definitely does know how to farm, but he has the most solo kills out of mid laners with 12. So I'm looking at it, and now he doesn't have flash. He's got to be a little bit careful. Again, dragon spawning in 2 minutes. His flash will not be available by the time that fight happens. And so we'll see how LNG are able to protect their legendary mid laner.
Wait to see how it all kind of fans out. But for the moment, TT just hovering this mid lane. But again, Scout playing so respectfully, just recognizing, yeah, I don't have priority. I don't know where the support and jungle are. I don't really need to be going aggressive here because there's no real threat to my tower either. So again, just, we talked about the gold lead. It was a 1,500. It's kind of eking up a little by little, 100 by 100. Bot lane still 20 CS up. We do have the Kraken Slayer being finished up here. for the gala, for the gala, like the Shy, but he's just the gala. He's a title, like the king. And Scout as well, having the Dustblade of Draktar. So you have got plenty of power here for this next dragon in a minute 15's time. And I don't really see a world where you're going to have a priority or any kind of, place to contest this as a side of TT. You're just not really strong enough.
Remember, we did say that if this game is going to go long, which does tend to happen in Thunder Talk games, they're the slowest team averaging game time-wise in the league. If they are able to go late, and if their tanks are able to sustain the amount of damage early on, they are perfectly fine with this game. Currently, only 2 dragons. They did get the Rift-Tailed. If they can prevent some of these turrets from falling, this bottom lane turret looks ready to go, especially with Scout here. Beishwan, that's an ambitious one. We already knew they weren't going to be able to contest for a dragon, and that's okay. We are waiting for Yukao to finish up a couple more items. He's already gotten his Nashor's Tooth. 1xN, again, it is that laning phase that tends to be a little bit of an issue for them, and he is falling behind. He needs to have some kind of comeback mechanic because being 30 down is very problematic for TT's win condition.
I mean, it's just like 30 down, an entire, 5 plates and a turret. It just feels like it's not really a thing to do. A flash forward there as Hoya has no dominance with the Grandmaster's Challenge. Oh, Zika, he autoed the wrong thing. He autoed a minion instead of Hoya. That feels bad, man. Zika should have gotten the solo kill there, but flash on that top side. 2 dragons now for LNG, and we're going on to a Hex Rift.
Oh, God. Okay, a Hex Rift definitely can be a game changer here. LNG, if they're able to pick up this soul, you get so much attack speed. The slow that's on top of that will make it very difficult for Thunder Talk to actually escape from you. So LNG now, they have a very real Hextech Soul win condition available to themselves. They see immediately how they're playing around towards the top side. They say the next objective is this Herald in 2 minutes. Let's see if we can get something done around the mid lane. And if not, we know now that Hoya doesn't have that flash. Can this Renekton be put in an awkward spot? And let's get someone like Zika or Scout who, for all intents and purposes right now, 14 minutes into the game, we are 0-0. We are still looking for first blood.
I was just about to say, I don't have the stat. I want to know what the latest first blood was, because this is getting
I will
desperate.
try to find it. I will try to
I'm on
find it.
I'm on GOL. I still can't find
Okay,
it, so
okay.
I don't know. I don't know if it's an actual thing. I know that the shortest game was 20 minutes and 13 seconds, which was NIP versus JDG. Do we get to 20 minutes and 13 seconds before a first blood? That is now my question.
Ooh. That would be a lot of fun. We can get some new stats going on. Look, honestly, if LNG are willing to put up records like that, like Scout's first pentakill up against LGD earlier this week, we get possibly the slowest first blood in the league here in this game. Would not be all that surprising. We're just going to see a trade of ultimates here as Tarzan. They were actually trying to set up for Scout to find something, but everybody taking a little bit too long. Obviously have a lot of HP to try to burn through here.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a lot of ultimates burns. A lot of, only the one flash burnt there from Scout, keeping himself safe again. I will say Beishwan didn't lose his on this particular trade, so good on him. Not, kind of getting baited out in that particular exchange, but again, I talked about it last time. It was a 2,000 gold ult. Now it's a 3,000 gold. These accelerated shock blasts are starting to really hurt, and that's when you can see this the real kind of advantage you get with the Jace, especially Scout's Jace, where he's just constantly keeping you under tower, constantly getting you on resets, and just. Even though it's Yukal's Azir, I just feel like Scouts, on this Jace pick, this split has just been so exceptional that I don't know if that's going to be enough here for TT.
That's fair. I mean, Scout has looked incredible on this champion. Like you're saying, 4-0, one of his most played champions that we've got to see here in the summer split. And he's going to be very close to his second item power spike, right? Like, once he has the Mirror Mana completed, he's at 280 out of 360. So, like, it's very realistic within the time that the dragon spawns or right after it that he will have that second item going off for himself. He has that Dustblade, which is going to provide so much extra damage in terms of missing HP.
Here we go.
Now we're going to see them go for the fight. 1xN is in the opposite side here and should be getting zoned out by Zika.
Yeah, I mean, he has to flash there immediately. Now I don't think TT want to go for this fight at all. The Rift Herald is secure.
Yow
There's going to be
yow.
Magnet Storm. Yow Yow getting a bit impatient in first blood at 16.5 minutes. And that's going to see the Gala getting reset as well. Now they have the Nature's Grass and Zik on a little bit of flank as well. TT, you didn't have to fight this, but they were getting impatient. They were getting bored. And unfortunately for them, boredom... Devil loves idle hands, and unfortunately for them, the devil is right beside them because this is just disastrous for TT. Yukal hasn't got a flash. The wave is crashing in. Tarzan is taking a lot of damage, but not as that much damage as that. Oh my god! Did you see how Tarzan baited out that ultimate? So well played. 4-0. TT are now down 6,500 gold.
17 minutes, we finally get 4 kills. Not just our first blood, but we get this 1 kill. And unfortunately for 1xN, it's this positioning here that prevents TT from being able to win. They wanted to try to prevent or protect their AD carry. And 1xN, you cannot go this way. You cannot walk through this side of the jungle. You need to go all the way around. And like you were saying, Thundertalk, they wanted to go for this play. You saw how they were setting up for this. You had Renekton on the teleport there. And with 1xN taking a bit of a greedy path and a great job from Zika to be able to zone him out from this, they just fall like flies. LNG, they're going to take more of that gold advantage. You already saw that Gala was ahead. He's going to get further now. We're also going to see Scout start to skyrocket ahead of his lane opponent, even if they are even in gold. It is all about the AD carry. And I think Gala wants a little bit of recompense after that LGD game, after falling behind LPC. He wants to keep stamping his name, saying, that was a blip on the radar. You guys should continue to respect me here in the league. Thundertalk now, they're contesting for this 3rd dragon here, and really no one from the side of LNG is here. They're putting a lot of emphasis on both of the solo laners, just demolishing the top side of the map.
Here's the thing. I'm sad because it's not going to be a perfect game. I was setting up for it.
Yes.
However, when you break open the base at 18.5 minutes, and in terms of macro play, this is a genius. This is a masterclass coming out here from LNG. 2 towers on top, possibly 2 towers in mid. Beishuan hasn't taken the dragon yet. You're trying to get as much as you can right now. Beishuan's still ticking away at this one here. It's taking forever. Yukal will take this bottom lane turret, but look at mid lane. You're losing another tower.
Guys?
You're losing everything here. 2 inhibitor towers broken up. I mean, this has to be the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals.
Yeah, suddenly being 7,000 gold is certainly not where you want to be if you're TT, and definitely the spot LNG find themselves in here. Game 1, we came in, we were like, okay, TT, you've had some miracles, you've been able to make a run, you went 3-0 in week 6, but they weren't up against teams like LNG. OMG now, you gotta be saying, hey, that was a top 6 team. They fell out. We were like, okay, maybe, but this is what we should have come to expect, and I think rightfully so. LNG, they're a top-level team here in the LPL, and unfortunately looking to put an end to Thundertalk's run, at least in Game 1.
I mean, this Game 1 is just
Perfect.
Domination right now. It's been literally almost perfect. And honestly, even though they did take a tower and a dragon, it's still perfect because you'll trade a tower and a dragon for, you know, what was it, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turrets and an inhibitor? Like, you know what I mean? Like, or not even an inhibitor, but it was a lot. Tarzan is probably going to die here as he's a very squishy boy and eventually will fall down. Nice little pickup here from TT. But again, you had to throw in 5 members on this top side. You're gonna lose a turret on the bot lane.
Yes!
Flip it.
We have to. You have to. When you're this far behind, you have to make plays like this. You have to make
They're
desperation
fishing a
plays
barrel though.
and call
They're fishing
them
a barrel. It's gonna be tough. There's getting so much damage down. Yeah, so low. They get the barrel.
God.
Look at them all. They're all dead, Ulk. Everyone dies so quickly. LNG said, cool, take the Baron. We don't care. We'll take your lives.
I don't even know if Zika really needed to join in on this fight. That was just an embarrassment of riches for LNG. They can walk down mid lane, you know, death timers are still pretty long, and if they can't end the game here by taking the mid inhibitor, they can very easily walk down, take another inhibitor, look to reset. The Baron went over to the side of TT, but it's just all gone by this point. They'll take their Hex Rift gates out. Like, this is just LNG. We gotta start looking towards game 2 here, Sheen.
I mean, I'm looking towards 2024 right now. If TT are playing like
okay,
this,
well,
I'm gonna be real, man. I'm gonna be real. I mean,
Fair enough.
you had to do something But was this the something? I don't know, because like they just get ripped apart.
This was just not fair, right? Like, Baron's already doing a lot of damage. You're actually getting a Baron debuff by being behind it. Yeah, I mean, wow, what an insane game. It was so well played from the side of LNG. Remember, breaking up this bottom lane by having Hung immediately grab all of the flashes out of the bottom lane, getting their cleanses, making sure that Tarzan can play for them. And Zika?
I mean, Zika 1v2s.
Zika's
Zika
fine.
1v2s, yeah, like, no one's going to contest him in that regard. You need 1xN or UCal to be able to fight him there. I mean, what do you change? Because I think the big thing we talked about we can start looking towards game number 2, because in terms of the draft, UCal got his Azir, 1xN got his Aphelios, Beishuan on the stage. Like, these are all massive comfort picks for TT, and they just got slaughtered.
It was all of that early play. Like, 1xN, when you are playing against this Nautilus, you have to be so careful of those hooks in the early game. Aphelios doesn't have a lot of damage with the green and red guns, so when you're playing like this, if you are going to play up, you need to be willing to trade with the enemy AD carry. And it was just a masterclass coming out from LNG where they were able to cut out from the bottom side. They made sure that Beishuan could not actually be on the bottom side of the map to play for his laners. So when you're waiting for UCal to scale, when Hoya is also kind of catching the hands from Zika, you have to be ready to play this scaling game. You also need to know, like, what are acceptable losses and when do we have to put our foot down. A single shock blast sends 1xN back to the base. And now they're just pushing on 3 lanes. They're going to be able to go through mid lane if they really want to. Zika's drawing down bottom side. Like, this is so difficult. This game's done.
Yeah, this game's over. There's no real way to do it. Look, I will say the last time I underestimated 1xN, he did end up getting like a massive Inferno Moonlight Vigil, which was incredible. But, I mean, how do you do this right now? You throw out the ultimate from Beishuan and try to burn down Hong, but he flashes away. There's the Nature's Grasp, and they're going to be able to burn down. They didn't even need the rocket. That's how much damage Scout does on this pick. They will eventually kill off the Nautilus, but it's all too little too late. I mean, you've lost basically your front line. Your base is in tatters. This game is over. LNG looking to squash TT's hopes. Maybe not right now, but they'll be doing it soon.
Very, very fast. I'm really glad that we're seeing this from LNG.
Tarzan's dead.
There you go. Okay, gets one. Teleport's coming in. Need to be careful. They don't have a lot of tanks here. It's just the solo laners and the AD carry. Thundertalk, they'll be able to hold on, and now it's triple inhibitors.
Double TP.
They're teleporting in. Okay, what can we do?
Run away.
Nothing. Okay.
TT can't do anything because your base is completely exposed. There was no pressure whatsoever, and they saw it coming because you went on the mini wave. So,
wait, are they gonna? They're gonna go for the dragon, but guys, the base is open. You have a wave through mid.
Oh my god, TT.
Oh god, Hoya.
TT. Yeah, they're trying to reset. They're gonna eventually reset it off, but yeah, this is the thing. You got Hex Gates. LNG go cool. Slater gotta go for this pickup right now, and it's only Hoya who reset on this one here, but now you're in a 5v4 effectively. This poke will be exceptional coming out here from the side of Scout. And yeah, I mean, look, the dragon will get confirmed in a second or two. The game will be confirmed in a minute or two. LNG just kind of dotting their I's, crossing their T's, taking themselves a nice little small setup here as they look to just solidify this win.
This game feels for TT in terms of a metaphor. You know, we already had our crossing our teeth, dotting our I's. A little too late. This game, just everything happening just a little too late. Bottom side got behind, and right now they're trying to get back in. If TT can actually hold this, they have decent wave clear with Azir. That's a lot of gold and experience that's going to be kind of funneled into UCal and 1xN. But again, a little too late. The base is already open. LNG have 8,000 plus gold over you. It's going to say 7 at the top, but that's a lie. Remember that. They have an item advantage, they have experience advantage, all amounting to a lot more than what that gold at the top is going to say for you. So right now, you just got to make this game as difficult for LNG to possibly end. You just got to get in their heads, you got to make them work for it, make them sweat.
Well, the only people I think are sweating, or whoever has to go against Scout in any side lane right now, kind of thinking about if I get hit by one accelerated shock blast, it's basically game over. You can even have stopwatches coming out here. 3 stopwatches for the side of LNG, just in case anything were to go awry. TT not out of it just yet. Of course, the game is not over until the base explodes. Zika taking a bit of a bad trade here into UCal, but with those super minions kind of trading back here, just doing enough there. And again, you're going to wait a couple of seconds. LNG don't want to throw this game away. They don't want to let NIP down by letting TT back into this game. They're going to start up this Baron straight away. Good pathing, though, from Beishuan. Means that he's found himself a little bit of a corridor where nobody knows where he is. So now he has to reveal himself. Hung kind of realizing he's in a bad spot. Scout taking a 1v1 versus Hoya. 1xN caught around the side of the pit. So he has to back himself away. And yeah, you can just back away off the pit. You can keep going in towards that Baron. You don't really have to care because you've got the damage. I mean, Gala could go straight into this one here. And because they contested for this Baron, minions are now flooding into the base.
They can just go to just straight up go for the end. The user turrets come out, but it just feels, like we said, a little too late here for the side of ThunderTalk. They'll be able to grab these last couple minions, take whatever damage. And we're talking about ThunderTalk even finding kills. It's just going to be so difficult. You noted the 3 stopwatches. You already have to get through 1 HP bar. Now you have to make it through another stopwatch. They still have summoner spells. LNG, let's see how you close this one out.
I imagine they'll be able to close it out pretty cleanly. Hoya does use his stopwatch as an accelerated shot blast hits on the 1xN. He just cannot step forward. Hoya getting peppered off the back of that side of that as well.
Yeah,
you can see the carries. Yeah, they can teleport back into this one with a full plate of mana. They aren't going to be able to confirm the tower just yet. They're cutting it very low, and eventually it will fall down. Now you have nothing. No inhibitors, no turrets, no lives, and no hellfires. UCal looking to try and jump on a Tarzan, but a flash away means that he's not going to be able to confirm that kill. A hook onto Hoya means he immediately has to get himself up into Dominus Stasis. Scout misses his accelerated shot blast, but it doesn't matter. Nobody cares at this point now unless the 1xN can really pop off. It's just the carries of TT looking to try and make this one happen, but they just can't finish off the kills. Zika is just bunking onto the and then Nexus. And that is going to be game number 1 for LNG, textbook, if you will.
It's what we wanted to see, and again, the expected outcome. The magic around TT, yes, they still have the rest of this series. It is a best of 3 for them to be able to do it, but LNG are the expected favorites, and heavily so. This is a top 4 team going off against one of our bubble playoff teams. And if they win here today, if LNG are able to take this series, then that means on ThunderTalk, their playoffs are over. They can no longer make it in. They will be potentially ending 11th through 13th, and NIP then make it into that last spot. It's a sad way to end, especially with the run that we've been seeing from them in Week 6. But again, like the rest of this split, like the rest of this game, just too late.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it's a miracle run for a reason. We hype it up as a miracle run for a reason. It's very, very, very unlikely to happen. Look, it's not over. TT still have an opportunity to come bounce back into this game, of course, and they, you know, can still take this 2-1. But I mean, after that first game, the first 15 minutes were just literally perfect from the side of LNG. They didn't put a foot wrong. They never let TT have an opportunity, and it did feel like TT were kind of going, well, crap, like, what do we do? How do we get back into this one here? And then they took a horrific fight around that Rift Herald for, you know, when 1xN was completely zoned out by the Jacks, and it just felt like, again, it was the kind of story of the game. They weren't really on the same page. They weren't really quite sure what to do, and it got punished very, very significantly by LNG, who, again, are one of our, you know, potentially top 4 teams in the regular split.
This was a team that is very adept at laning on the side of LNG, and we talked about some of the strengths for TT. It was the fact that UCal has been looking better, has obviously been a carry for the entirety of this split for the roster, and finally is getting some of the rest of his team to really rally behind that and grab some wins. But again, bottom lane, 1xN, a rookie going up against Gala, who we were talking about the laning phase of bottom lane. They do tend to get caught out. I think that was exemplified in this game, where between Gala and Hung, like, there was just nothing for them to be able to do. Tarzan playing around that so perfectly. And when Beishuan is taken out so early on and had to be played on more of a reactive Sejuani than someone who is proactive, especially for that mid lane matchup, it makes it so difficult for the rest of TT actually to play the game. You want them to stall out, but LNG just gave them 0 quarter. There was literally, they just stomped the brakes off of them. They just let them run. And honestly, you could see it in the gold difference as well. Like, just disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, at 1xN's damage kind of tells you all. And I don't even blame him for that. It's not as if he was, you know, playing exceptionally poorly. He just got caught, and unfortunately for him, just could never step up properly. It is It is a tough one coming in here. And the funny thing is, I was just about to mention it. Look at the amount of bans that went into bot side. You got the Kaisa, the Ziggs, the Varus, the Zaya. 4 bans. And they prioritized pick the Aphelios. And Gala still did exceptional. 7, 1, and 9 on this Jinx. And it just feels like even if... And not only that, but then you let in Scout's Chase. You have to drop one of these bans. You have to try and figure out what you want to go for. And LNG kind of showcasing in the draft, before the game even technically begins, that they are going to be such an issue for teams to deal with because they have so many power picks across the map.
I think also when we're talking about, you know, hey, if we are going to be getting rid of those power picks, you need to be looking at AD mid laners, right? We're talking about all the different junglers right now, Sejuani and Maokai being so prevalent because they have a lot of magic damage. And so you're looking at what can we get out of mid lane. You saw that Tristana was banned. The fact that Jace isn't banned feels more like UCal making his call saying, I can handle Scout in lane. I can make sure that I don't die. And that was true. That was 100% true from what we saw. We did see Scout actually leave the lane. Yes, yes. First 15 minutes, there was no action from anybody, really. Most of it was coming from bot lane. But UCal afterwards, just like the map fell apart around him. There was nothing for this Azir to do.
It just, I mean... I don't know how... You've said it perfectly. There was nothing for UCal to do. We talk about how UCal is usually the carry of this, but he didn't really get to do anything, and 1xN got so far behind it didn't really matter. We're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we're going to have picks and bans for game number 2, and we're going to see if TT's playoff hopes are still going to be alive. Don't go anywhere.
The longer they're going to have to be able to take you down.
Xiaohao wants to go right big on a Weiwei, and Weiwei's going down to first blood. They're going to turn on Xiaohu, but he does have the rocket jump out of there.
What?
What just happened?
It's the hammer swing!
Oh my goodness, a double kill to Harder. Oh wait, Ruler's going to do it again. Ruler's going to go for a solo dive. Again, the Featherstorm out, the Feathers pull and the flash as well. This guy is the GOAT.
Dom might be sad for OMG, but I'm sure he's definitely happy for TN and Rookie, and you know, maybe some Jackie love as well. Gotta give some. He's spreading the love over there. This game's over, right? Like they're gonna have mid wave crashing. They've got bot wave as well. Comes down to how easy they can actually get away with it. Okay.
Last play though. Top Esports trying to end it here. Rookie gets one. Finally, Jackie Love sharing the kills as the Top Esports getting engaged on Aki in the backside, but he's blown to smithereens. 16 kills.
There's
running in Jackie Love, trying to make history in the LPL. He does it. 18 kills.
Cube does have ulti though, and as my voice cracks like a 12-year-old, Jin Jiao could be in trouble as he's being turned off at the time being. Good knockback. The ulti doesn't get much out of Decade as he all in from Hung. It's in and out as Shanks might have an angle as Hope is stepping up. The 80 carry out of everyone is just walking forward. Hope has no fear as the engage helps him out. Look at this man. That's why we put faith in him in the past. Quadra denied, but Shanks cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, WE have hope again.
Definitely be huge for the confidence of them. But if they were to lose from this position, who knows what it'll do to the Menor. Baron should be gone, but they're going to look for a fight.
On, though, as Beitwan is still in the pit, he will secure the Baron. Bobo goes in with a big pop blossom, but you got to watch EDG from front to back. Uzi is gunning him down here as well. You've already lost Hoya, so you've lost some of your power. Mako goes forward as well. Uzi is waiting for the killer instinct.
No.
He's just trying to wait for his angle, and now you get a pick up from JJ. It is EDG that have to back away. 1xN trying to step up here as well. He's trying to get the damage down for him. He's got the caliber, but can't hit the distance. And EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it. Can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Prey Seekers as 1xN all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And UCal, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down UCal, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emotes as EDG go clutch.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are just off the back of a dominating win from LNG over TT in Game 1 of our first series of the day. And it really started from the bot lane. Gala got ahead, and Gala never looked behind him because he knew he was not even being chased. He knew he wasn't even close for someone to really be catching up to him, and he is our MVP for game number 1.
Rightfully so. I mean, like you're saying, just an insane performance from him. They definitely did play towards him. And for Gala, that's to be expected. Again, we are in a meta. We are kind of coming out of a super incredibly bot lane centric meta. But Gala, man on your screen, damage percentage, 100% kill participation. I think the most important part with how much this game centered on this Jinx.
Yeah, I mean, this Jinx was kind of everything for the early game, and it paid dividends in the late game. 100% kill participation as well. It kind of started a little earlier than this. It was really down that bot side where we actually got 1xN getting completely zoned off level 1, and then team fight after team fight. Even when TT got themselves a Baron, it's just like, well, it really doesn't matter because you are just getting slaughtered in this game. And yeah, I mean, like, LNG, they took it the methodical way. They took it the slow burner kind of style. It took them until like 28.5 minutes to really end the game, but I don't think there was any doubt in our mind that this game was pretty much done from about 15, 16 minutes onwards.
Exactly. It was the early Rift Herald play, like you were saying, and we need to see how TT can bounce back. They've chosen blue side this time around, and going up against LNG, there are some strategies that we've seen other teams be able to take a really big advantage of. One of them being that if you're able to set Gala behind, maybe there's something you can do there. I don't know if we're going to be able to see that. That would require a massive step up from 1xN and Yao Yao. For the mid lane, however, we've seen a lot of games that LNG drop because Scout is set behind. When we see Yukao in the beginning of the split, actually, he was very, very focused on chunking his enemy mid laner. I think one of the reasons for that was Annie was so prevalent, and one of the popular strategies is, oh, if you ever want to set your opponent on a bad backtimer, just drop Tibbers on the enemy opponent's head, and it's cool. Well, now they have to take a reset. And that is one of the ways you can try to set LNG on the back foot so early on.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, they tried to put, you know, Gollum to something that maybe didn't have the same kind of presence, like you said. They 4 bans in the, you know, in the first game went towards that bot side. Now they're on the blue. Do they want to maybe try and change up their bans? Do they drop something like the Vi? Maybe they pick up something like a Jace ban? Lots of different questions to come in here for the side of TT as they look to try and fight for their lives. This is it. This is the moment here. You have to win this game, and honestly, you got to win every game from now on. But really, now you are no longer allowed any more slip ups. You had that one in game number 1. You really need to start bringing it back here now in game number 2. Otherwise, even I actually don't even know. Let me have a quick check. I'll do the maths for us live. But yeah, I actually think that if they only take, you know, kind of the next 2 series 2-1, there is a chance they might not actually be able to kind of confirm it in themselves if NIP don't lose 0-2. So there's, again, game difference coming in here to try and sort things out for them. So lots on the line here for TT.
If TT can obviously make it, that'll be something. But LNG, we're expecting them to win. Again, they are such a good team when we're talking about the players here, as well as their split as a whole. And this matchup, for TT fans, myself included, this last week, if they're not able to at least get a win here, will feel kind of like the Spider-Man dunking meme, because you're going to have LNG, and then afterwards you're going to have JDG, which is not going to be fun for anybody except JDG. They're going to have their fun. They're going to be able to kind of clean house as we expect a team such as them, as the MSI champions, to do. And for LNG, like, they're going up against Ninjas and Pajamas afterwards, who is that team that would not only be confirmed for playoffs if they're able to take the win here, but also then you're like, okay, well, now we're going to make sure that you're one of those bubble teams. We're going to make sure that we don't see you unless you make a run in playoffs.
Yeah, you're gonna earn it basically if we're gonna be seeing you later on in the season. But yeah. I mean, great win from LNG. If they do win this series 2-0, it would put them up into 3rd place, guarantee them a top 6 finish for sure, and maybe even putting them alongside, you know, kind of a potential top 4 finish for that end of the split. I will say, top 4 finish tends to be a bit of a curse here in the LPL. You know, the 3rd round, right before the double elimination, is a decent time for a team like, you know, we saw in the past, like LNG, WE, BLG, OMG in the last split, to make a decent, you know, kind of momentum run to take you out. So we'll see if it ends up being cursed or if it is exactly what they want it to be. But we're going to jump straight into picks and bans here. And like we mentioned here, it's easy. For TT, you have to win. There is no more second chances. There is no more, you know, kind of opportunities to maybe get a thing going. Win, and you keep going. Lose, you're out.
Lose, and you know, it's a disappointing end of the season, especially when we talked about that week 6 run that they were able to make. Here and now, you're on blue side. We have seen this team take a few more wins. Currently, their kind of win-loss on sides is 8-10 on blue side, and well, now they are going to be 7-12 on the red side for Thunder Talk. We'll see what they can do, if maybe they can put a 9th one in the column. And immediately, LNG, they said, okay, you didn't ban all of the mid laners that we wanted. Cool. We're going to take Xayah for Gala, which is going to give him tools to be able to play. We're going to give Tarzan something a lot more aggressive than we've seen in the prior weeks, a Wukong here for him.
Yeah, and honestly, this is kind of a TT banning the Azir themselves is incredibly, you know, kind of concerning, if you will. They do get the Nico, and they do know that LeBlanc has been taken off the board as well, but kind of recognizing that, look, the Azir is just in such a strong point in this meta that you cannot let anyone, especially someone as well rehearsed as Scout, to be able to pick that one up for himself. TT gonna keep locking in that top side and get themselves their jungle and their top lane locked in with the Viego and the Renekton respectfully. And now LNG, where do they want to try and bring their last pick here? I wouldn't even mind to see them go for, I was going to say their top lane pick, but no, they're going to go in with the Annie, get that old school combination. It feels old school now, how long it's been in meta, but the Annie and the Wukong, you know, just AoE burst to come down here on top of everyone on TT.
A lot of crowd control, especially for TT, who are incredibly short-ranged. This game so far is feeling like it's going to be very bloody. There's nobody that can outrange. There's not going to be an accelerated shock blast coming out from Fog of War. You have to get into the mix if you're going to be in this game for either side. Now, as we get into the second phase of draft, we're going to see LNG start to focus a lot more towards that bottom side. I like that Rakan ban coming out from Thunder Talk just to deny the lovers duo from Gala and Hong. But now we need to start thinking, what are the actual top lanes that are going to be available for Zika? Is he going to be able to reach for that Jax yet again? Because Sante, another champion that, yes, it did get nerfed. We got to see a lot of good strength coming out from some of our other laners, and specifically Zika, who has been performing on this champion.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what they go for right now. The Alistar being locked away by LNG does tell to me that they may be going for a Rel first pick off of this next rotation. We'll see if TT do respect in kind. No, they're going to ban away this Jack, saying Zika had too much priority with that champion. They might actually wait to see now what the last pick will be, but I feel like for LNG, they've got the pick of the litter. They know how their composition wants to kind of operate. They've got themselves plenty of AoE burst here with the Annie and the Wukong, and of course, the later the game goes, the more those feathers will start to burn through people here on the side of TT.
Should be a support pick, but taking away the Cassante is obviously going to be very, very strong. I was going to say, where is Rel? We have not seen Rel yet. Rel not available for some reason until the last end of the draft. I think this champion is strong enough that you can just start taking it very early on. We'll see what Thunder Talk are going to be able to go with. If this is their last game, I think it would be kind of exciting for them to kind of pick up something a little bit better, but we're talking about 80 carries going into Xayah. There are still a ton of options. Varus for 1xN is something that he has been able to find the most amount of success with this season. I think 4-1 on the champion. And getting that Nautilus, we saw how well it was able to work for Gala and Hung last game. And now 1xN, you've got it. You've got R5. What are you taking it? You saw how confident he said, pick me it. Give me that Samira.
Yeah, wants the Samira. Wants to be able to make sure he's got enough going for him in the send-up of a, you know, kind of like big AoE team fight. You've got plenty of Venn diagrams of death to come out here now for TT to try and make things going, and went all the way to the end of the draft, but I do not see a world where you do not pick this champion right now. Zika should be picking this one up, locked and loaded, and LNG, they're going to be fighting fire with fire. They're looking to try and go contest the TT in those kind of big team fights, and for TT, they have to make this work. The Samira has to pop off here with the Nico.
Okay, all right. They have an all-in comp. We said at the beginning that this game was going to be low range. With the first three that we saw from both teams, that everybody was going to have to get in. I think fights are going to get sloppy, Ashin. There's not going to be any long range. There's not going to be no stance having between these two. We just got to go in. We got to go all out in every single fight. And for LNG, it is one last game for them to not only lock our playoffs for our 10 teams, but to go forward with their record, go 11-4, or sorry, yeah, 11-4, and start to potentially to contest TES up there.
We'll see if they can make it work. Both teams are locked and loaded. TT cannot keep. We will keep stating this until they are dead. They have to win. They are still alive. They're on life support. And there is a very large man ready to pull out that plug very, very quickly on them as LNG hover over them in their deathbed. But can they pull off a miracle? Can they come back to life and raise themselves up again? It's not even fully in their hands. They could win this. They could 2-1 this, and NIP could just win 2 games, and it's all over as well. Still plenty on the board here for the side of TT to try and think about, but for the moment, they just got to think about this one game. They got to think about how this one's going to go. And for LNG, they're still looking to solidify themselves as a top 3 team in the league.
For Thunder Talk, I think, obviously, when you look at their record, they've been some of the most promising. But it feels this split, and maybe, Ishin, you can kind of illuminate this for me as well. But as we've gone to the end, all of our teams that are unable to make playoffs have been able to make runs into the last part of the split. They were able to, even if they were eliminated, they've had promising games. They've finally seemed like they've kind of gotten together what they've wanted as like a win condition for them. They're starting to feel a little bit more cohesive. But name of the game is you need to be winning. You need to be able to feel more consistent as the weeks go on. And unfortunately for all the rest of them, for the rest of the 6 teams that have not been able to make it, it was just too little too late, and that could be the same for TT.
Yeah, they could be part of the 7 who don't make it, unfortunately, if just the way the game goes. Look, unfortunately, in a league format, in a way that this kind of works itself, out, it does become a, there are winners and losers. There are teams that you feel like deserve it and don't make it. It's just the nature of things. TT this time around, going to be aggressive on this level 1, get themselves up into that blue buff. They did sweep away a ward as well, so they know that they have been kind of caught out on this. There should be a fairly decent idea here by Tarzan that he knows what's going on, so might see some vertical jungling happening between these 2 junglers.
Big notes for me will be how both AD carries keep themselves alive. There is no way for 1xN to actually avoid a Tibbers stun if it's going to land on him regardless. There's nothing that the little wind wall that he has, the spell shield available to him, that will be able to block anything. And Cassante, same thing. So I think Samira actually has such a hard time, and even if they are going to find a kill into someone like Gala, he has the Featherstorm to be able to escape. You have this Rel who is able to peel for him so well. For Thunder Talk, you're going to have to get ahead early. We're going to have to potentially see one of these laners. Someone maybe like Beishwan now on the Viego is so aggressive and early invades already. Tarzan is going to enter the bottom side of the jungle. Not only that, but get spotted and then realize there are no camps for him to take. And actually maybe even feeling, kind of sensing that out and immediately just doesn't even cross the river or cross his side of the lane. He just goes straight into the top side.
Goes straight in, does get spotted, so he knows that Tarzan is going to be walking up towards this top lane. Oh yeah, just making sure he knows what's going on right now and just going to back himself away. Maybe actually think there's a full invade happening, so Beishwan immediately making his presence known. They don't see him anywhere here, so they're just going to assume that he's gone off and going to go try and get himself bot side. I mean, this is pretty detrimental for Tarzan because he's only going to get 3 camps.
They get level 3 here on the bottom side. They're trying to get that final knockup. That ward in the Pixel Brush in River was a pretty big game changer because not only were they able to spot Tarzan, Hoya with this advantage going into the Cassante, much different than the matchup that we got to see versus the Jax, and crashes his wave, moves down on the bottom side, and now Tarzan has 4 camps. He's going to take this bottom side scuttle. Beishwan will be able to take his side of the Raptors and not even care about his wolves. Go and just protect his jungle camps up against Tarzan. So level 4 advantage. His bottom side can even come with the fact that, hey, there's a lane that's going to be crashing, right? Like, Tarzan can do nothing in this early game. And that's what we saw in game 1. The opposite, though, for Beishwan, where he got cut off from his bottom side camps, and there's nothing for him to do.
I love this from Beishwan and TT. I love that it starts from an early invade to get the information down. They also covered for the counter, so really, really well done here. And you can see it's a double. It's literally, double the CS now for Beishwan as he looks to try and maybe make something happen. Bot side, Hong is going to be able to try and CC down. They may be able to turn this one right back around. They need to be very careful.
Here.
And there's going to be Tarzan coming in on top of this one here. Yao Yao tries to get away, but he gets bonked down. And TT, it was going so well. They even TP'd Yukal here. He's on a minion as a minion. I don't know if it's going to be much to really do anything here. I mean, yeah, they're going to recognize now that Yukal's here, and this is just disastrous. What's such a good start. They were holding so well.
That you just didn't need to go for that fight. Samira has so little damage in the early game if you cannot find all of those marks. If you cannot utilize the passive to keep people in air for crowd control, that is the big difference maker. Yukal not having level 6, I think the TP is just desperation. They want to make sure that that play goes their way and actually over-forcing, noticing that the bottom side, they have to find it. There has to be a win here for them.
I don't think there is. I just don't think there is. This is just starting to look a little bit desperate. All of a sudden, the miracle is starting to become a delusion because this is just not going to work like this.
If there are children for some reason in the audience, please look away. This is just not great. This is what pure desperation looks like. They try to find this play onto Hung, but I think the Glacial Augment doing so much work there, preventing damage and lowering it for the enemy team for Thunder Talk, and the amount of resistances that this Rel is going to have early on just feels like you just weren't able to find the correct target. If we're going on to the engage support, you have to be finding that kill. So now for Thunder Talk, we're looking at their solo laners, even with Yukal blowing that flat or blowing that teleport. He now has the ultimate that is available for them to actually make a play. And Hoya has so far had the most promising early start here in the second game.
So far, the most promising start, but I mean, promising is not exactly the word I want to be using for a team that is on the cusp of literally waiting an entire, basically 5-6 months before they would really take the stage again. That's how early it is. This is the thing. We're having such an early playoffs right now because of the Asian Games, because of the way the kind of, the schedule is working. We've had such a condensed schedule. We finished the regular split now on Monday. That's the 17th of July. Playoffs go until the 5th of August. and then that's it. If you're not going to Worlds, you ain't got nothing to do. Flash in,
Okay.
gonna get themselves a little bit of damage down at the scout, but I mean, you had Hong on the backside here. I just feel like, again, TT just desperately trying to make something stick.
They're trying to find damage. Yao Yao couldn't really find that hook onto Scout. Good play in the minion wave. Like you're saying, just a little bit of desperation. It will net them a dragon. I mean, Tarzan is on the top side of the map. We'll see what they're actually able to do here. I mean, the dragon's being started. Tarzan can run. Scout's not going to be here, so the best that LNG can really hope for is a turn play where they're able to find something after this dragon is taken.
Well, maybe they look for something now. There's going to be a Hex Flash there on top of Hong, and he should get CC down. No, never mind. He's a Rel, so he's going to be fine. A flash away, but the Tibbers comes down. You get yourself the dragon, but you give over another kill. More gold going over to the side of LNG. And I mean, TT, I like that they're trying something here, but it has an air about it that it's just no matter what they try, no matter what they want to do, it's just not going to work.
Not only that, but then you also have to think, like, are they getting in their own heads a little bit? Like, now that every play isn't working, like, now do you play even more defensive? We see this play where the fact that Hung lives for so long and escapes as well, you can see how they're just trying to get away. 1xN, we talked about it. There's a lot of CC that he's not going to be able to block. I think picking Samira was a very daring try, but you're going into Wukong, into the Cassante, into Rel. None of this is going to be interactive for you. You need to stomp the laning phase for it to really have an effect. Now Tarzan, level 6, he saw that early game and was like, just a mere speed bump for me on our road to being top 3.
Yeah, 1xN has a cleanse, but no flash. So he is probably going to die if he stays, but thankfully the wave was pushed up and he now has to give it up. He has to walk away from this, cannot let this one just kind of happen. I mean, I can't really blame him for getting getting thrown behind because Yao went mid. Yao's trying to make something work with this Nautilus, but it's just there's nothing to find.
Okay, respect to him. Like, not only did they see everybody and he saw that he's potentially getting dove. Hold that now. Hoya and Zika going at it. Just going to be ultimates. Just going to be brawlic wet noodles happening up at the top side. Walks up for that wave. Now, for TT, this has been a disaster. Let's just call it a Sheen. It has been LNG stomping them for a little bit right now. Not 9 minutes. It's been pretty bad. Pretty sad for them, but they have been able to grab the objectives. A Rift Herald here for Beishwan, and now they're able to even get the Dragon alongside that. They need to be able to turn these into leads. Let's see what they're able to do with this Rift Herald. Maybe they get some plates in the mid lane. Maybe they just use it so that they can move into one of these lanes, get their bottom lane back, or even play for Hoya's advantage. Again, they're the most even right now, and in terms of game impact, top lane has not been the most important this year, but if there's any time for him to stand up and stand out, it's now for this team.
I mean, it's now literally or never. You don't get a choice right now on the side of TT, but for the moment, they're not a million miles away. They got a dragon. They're only a couple of 100 gold down. Stop being... I'm not less on you and more on me, because I'm not a believer in miracles, but gotta stop being so negative. Not gonna help him out in any way, shape, or form by being negative. If I want to be part of the believers, gotta start believing. But it's getting tougher and tougher to really see how this team comes back into this one. We will see just, again, Gala having free reign on this bot side to just out CS, out range, and out DPS pretty much everything that 1xN wants to do, because he just can't step up. Like, what's 1xN supposed to do here? His Nautilus is off in La La Land.
He's waiting, right? Like, the wave is going to crash regardless. He actually misses none of this because Gala was like, we need to get this wave under the turret, threatened for the dive. Nautilus will actually return. Yao doing what every solo Q support will not do for me, which is make sure that they're there in time for the wave to crash. Fantastic job for them. But now LNG, they'll get the reset. Gala should finish the Kraken Slayer or get very close to it. And Beishwan still has that Rift Herald. I forget that Rift Herald timer is bugged on Spectator client, so it's just going to look like it has 2 charges. He should have a few more minutes. There's a plate going down. I mean, it's 11 minutes. He only has 2 to 3 left before he really has to make a decision and plop that down. Dragon spawning in a minute. Maybe they try to make a play for this. Again, if they lose this Dragon, then you have to think LNG are going to be taking this almost whole-handedly.
Well, Cal. Gonna see if anyone wants to count the minions. Does LNG count them? Does Scout count them right now?
All right, well.
Yeah. Well, I try, man. Look, I think we've gotten to a point now where I feel like everyone thinks they're Yagao. You're not Yagao. Yagao is the best Nico in the LPL, in my opinion. I just feel like the guy is just a monstrous on this pick.
He got a whole mechanic removed, man. Like, there's
He
no
did.
more
He's not allowed to.
helicoptering.
Yeah, I actually don't know if we announced that officially. You're not allowed to helicopter as Nico anymore in the LPL because of Yagao. Yagao was doing it so much that they were like, you know what? No, we're not allowing that anymore. I believe it was because it was actually quite distracting to the Chinese feed. So they were like,
the two
maybe
things
not.
that the helicoptering did was, one, it gave you a little bit more vision because of some fuzzy access, but also it had a lot of it's still a champion at the end of the day, so it was actually also able to minion block people, which did have some effect in the games. I don't know why they decided to remove that. Just sounds like something that you should just remove from Nico in general, but also probably break the clone. Dragon spawning, they're going to grab the Rift Herald here. I love the circumstances that occurred with it. Zika has all out. This could be a solo. Not going to be it. Okay, he invited a referee who was like, hey, how are you doing the helicopter trick so often? He's like, come to my stream. I will show you tonight.
It's all part of the ins and outs of the LPL. Second Dragon does go to TT, so nicely done there by them as they look to try and get themselves back into this game. Nicely done so far. Zika just kind of having a bit of a free time to kind of farm up in this top lane as Hoya went for a bit of a reset. Again, like I said, TT are not out of this one just yet. It is an Infernal Rift, though. Plenty of power to be garnered here by either LNG or TT if they can start those dragons stacking, but TT just need to calm themselves down. Don't need to go for crazy engage on that bot side. You do have the Just Blade of Draktar now and a full plate of Summoner, so maybe now in the next few minutes we might be seeing a little bit of a fight happening around this Samira.
And now let's see what they're able to do around this mid lane, because I'm getting confused because of the minion waves. UCal distracting right there. If they're able to push out of mid and then move that over, you're already seeing how LNG are starting to take control of vision. Scout can move with his rel, move down, start to clear out vision. Dragon spawning in 4 minutes does mean that there's not going to be a play for them, but LNG now, they need to be playing for dragons. They need to make sure that they can stop TT from stacking. If they're able to grab the next one, then there's a bit of a problem. 30 seconds before the Rift Herald, we're seeing resets start to come in. We're seeing that the AD carries are swapping. Yao Yao will now start to put down vision. And Annie will have to invest the teleport here, which, if you are on the side of TT, you're looking to use that. Even if you don't get the Rift Herald, being able to take that Summoner spell away from you could end up being impactful in the next coming minutes.
Wait and see. Yao Yao putting a little bit of vision down in the LNG jungle around that red buff. Seeing if he can maybe catch somebody out. That Rift Herald should be easily confirmed now by the side of TT, but what else can you get on the side of LNG? You know, the rules of the world, the physics. There is always an opposite and equal reaction to every action you do, and it's the reaction going to be Scout gets this turret on bot side for free.
TT wish that was true for them. They were like, okay, well, you know, like they get 2 kills, we want 2 kills. Like, can we get something on the opposite side for us, guys? Where's our opposite, equal and opposite reaction? It's not true for them. It's not coming true. At least for right now. They have been able to pick up objectives, which is impressive. And you saw it there on the bottom side of the screen there. 69% of first turret rate. They are still second in the league coming into this series. And it comes off of the domination of players like Scout and Gala.
And we'll wait. See how it all kind of ends up fanning out for the moment. Nothing too crazy to be happening between these two teams. Again, very similar to what we saw in game number 1. There wasn't a big fight until about 16, 17 minutes, which was against that second Herald, so not to happen for the moment. 2 minutes until Dragon spawns. Beishuan trying to leverage the fact that he does have a little bit of an advantage here over the jungler of LNG. Has his upgraded smite and has a level lead as well. But Tarzan, you know, hasn't really dealt with him, hasn't really gotten near him, to be perfectly honest, since that moment. He kind of said, okay, look, you get your Triforce, happy for you, no bother whatsoever. I'm just going to wait until I can get myself back onto an equal playing field.
And most of that is actually just going to be experience, because you see right now that there's all the difference right now. Okay, now he's actually spent his gold, it is more meaningful. Hoya, okay,
that's
look
two
away. Wait,
ultimates.
nope,
Oh my
Asheen, it didn't happen.
God.
Asheen, it didn't happen. We didn't see that. It's okay. We didn't see that. The observers, they did this to care, and they've been doing this all the time, this split, where they're pointing out some of the mistakes of our team. We're just going to pretend that didn't happen. A minute and 15 before the Dragon. We're just going to say when we get to the Dragon, I wonder where their ultimates have been.
I mean, that's 2 TPs, that's 2 ultimates, and it's like, oh my lord. Anyway, the ultimates will be back before the Dragon. But yeah, I mean, you can see just how much LNG are just kind of toying with TT right now. TT just desperately looking to try and get something going for themselves. And now, because of those double TPs, your solo laners are on the solo lanes. You don't get to defend this turret right before this Dragon. This is just LNG going back to the macro masterclass.
They get 2 turrets now for themselves, and they have complete control of this river. I mean, look at how littered it is with red wards from the side of LNG. Really, for Thunder Talk, it is very shallow, and the biggest thing for them is the fact that Hoya did kind of have a small flank here, but it's not going to be anything meaningful. Barely is able to take 400 HP off of Zika. And we'll see what they're actually able to do. Maybe they trade this Dragon and say, hey, we've gotten the first 2. We're going to use this as a kind of springboard for ourselves, a bit of a cushion. Because, hey, the game is getting away from them. It's only 2,500 gold, and we are obviously expecting for LNG to be able to win this with how dominant they have been in the series so far, even if it is only about a game and a half at this point. But now, they're taking more and more turrets. The Dragon actually hasn't been started. And TT, they have to be careful. If they can just drag them into this fight, LNG are going to be at a small disadvantage here. Hung being at half. That's a great job from Yukao. That's the engage potentially being stopped.
It's a great job. He is healing up, though. Has some pots to burn. And is trying to do that right now. TP going to be coming in here off the backside of this one. As everyone just trying to make their way into this one here. Tarzan did take an extra count because he needed his upgraded smite. Now up to 1,200. No real kind of 50-50 to be, or a disadvantage in the 50-50, I should say. Yukao tending to be his jungler for the moment. Tarzan maybe looking for the fight, though. Yeah, they're looking for it. They're going to try and maybe burst on the Hong, but there's the Magnet Storm right in. They will burn down the Rel. The Pop Blossom onto 2.
Okay.
They've got the Samira to do the damage, and finally TT get themselves an opportunity, and they get themselves a decent fight. They'll get themselves on the soul point as well.
They were trying to get pincered, and LNG, all they needed to do was buy time for Tarzan. But Thunder Talk, they're like, all right, well, Tarzan, either you're going to come out of Fog of War versus us, or you're just not here for this fight. They get a 3rd Dragon, and TT, not only do they find 2 kills, they even up more and more of that gold. When you're in this position, when you think you're going to get flanked, you just need to go onto the weaker side. And right there, Thunder Talk, they call their shot, immediately find all of that damage onto Hung that was before the Dragon. So now, this is a much more even game. We've finally seen Thunder Talk wake up.
Finally waking up, finally getting themselves back onto the map, and finally seeing a win condition in their eyes. They've got themselves soul point. That will be available now for them in 4 minutes time, just over that. And this Beishuan pick has been working really well. The Nico as well. Maybe it's just too OP for LNG to let anybody have their hands on it, especially someone like Yukal, who's having such a great split. 9 MVPs here for a Yukal throughout the split on the TT. Again, 9 MVPs for a team that's 5-9 is so damn impressive because, again, you don't win very often when you're 5-9.
That just means that 9 out of their 10 games that they won were off the back of his MVP. That's it. Well,
yeah.
That's if they won.
Maybe.
I guess you could get it for a series that you also lost. The math doesn't add up there. That's why you don't do math on broadcast, everybody. That's just a flub on my part. For the side of LNG, though, they're going to just say, look, that was a small mistake for us. We did lose out on the Dragon, and they will be called to action. 3.5 minutes from now, the Dragon spawning. LNG will have to show up. Let's see what the side of Thunder Talk are actually able to get during this. A lot of it was mid-priority. And if they can try to clear out vision with Zika also pushing off on the top side here, there's a very real potential for them to start this up. They have a lot of damage for Rift Herald. Between Rel and her kit, we saw her being in the jungle. Gala and Tarzan have so much available to them. Getting that flash out of 1xN is so important.
Yep, just cost the Hex Flash and, of course, the Magnet Storm, but you will take that any day of the week. While it's happening, though, you do have Hoya just split pushing here, putting a presence on this bot side. Won't be able to confirm the tower, but will almost get it. Pretty much confirm next time he's left alone on that for another, 30 or so seconds. Scout will be the one to deal with that for the moment, as he's the one with the TP. But Again, despite the way this game has gone, TT are still behind in gold by a little bit, by about 1,000, and they are still waiting to see if they can keep 1XN kind of alive in these matchups. Because look at the CS difference in that ADC matchup. It's huge. Like, it's 70 CS between Gala and 1XN right now.
I did want to call to attention some of the item completions that we are getting here. Hoya now finishing his second item has the Sterix, so more and more of that drain tank where we want to see Renekton getting into the backline, getting into the mix with all 5 members of LNG, and then having a Gore Drinker, being able to survive for so long. Very close to hitting level 16. Should be only a few minutes away, and a lot more farm under his belt will get him there. But that bottom lane advantage, I mean, 70 CS means that Gala is now working towards his third item. Already has the Navori and the Kraken Slayer. Opposite side, though, Beishuan has a very similar advantage going for him up against Tarzan. And if Beishuan's able to get that Death Dance like he's building towards, very real that we see this champion. It's actually a Black Cleaver. He has so much HP. He's going to be very tanky, as well as being able to get right into that backline. Has a lot of damage, so all of those resets that we want to see from Thunder Talk are going to be online.
2 items across the board. You now have the Collector here for 1XN. Definitely feeling a lot stronger in that one. You can see so many low health bars tend to be the detriment to Samira's as they look to try and execute everyone off. But again, like we said, Gala has the Navori quick blades with the Kraken. You're building up to Scout, getting himself that Zonya's Hourglass. And honestly, it does feel like in the passive moments of the game, when there isn't an objective to go for, it is LNG just making the smarter moves. They'll get a turret on this top side just to kind of trade back for that one in the bot lane. But TT kind of picking up the pace a little bit. I like this from TT. Finally getting themselves some momentum in that mid lane and taking down that tier 1.
Good job from Thunder Talk, able to find a small moment there where LNG just weren't able to protect their mid lane. I mean, Scout's on the side lane trying to push out. And for the majority of this game so far, it has been funneling Gala. It has been, hey, we're dropping camps. Tarzan is actually not able to take advantage, full advantage of all of the treats that he has. Scout has flash and is kind of looking, did have that first strike. It's those 30 seconds before. Take account as to whose flashes and are up. 1XN, the only one not available. Remember, it was that play in the mid lane. And if this comes to bite LNG or TT back, this is a huge win for them. Maybe for the side of LNG, they don't even try to fight for this. You're seeing Hoya sitting on the top side. The top laners are going to be fighting over the mid wave. Do they just try to go for this? No flash.
They're going to go for it. Tarzan already taken very, very low
Wow.
after a Cyclone. I mean, I think Tarzan was just a little too quick on that trigger. Really didn't need to go for that full kind of fight. Now they're going to jump in onto Hoya, try and burst him down. He does have a flash, but can he get away? That is the question. I don't even think he wants to. He knows he's dead to rights. They're going to give over that soul. Dragon is done, but then they can turn for Baron. You don't have Hoya, but he will be up in 40 seconds with a TP.
I don't know if LNG can do this. They're going to try and force this Baron. Zika now sitting in Fog of War, trying to see if he can find a flank. No one from the side of LNG
They shred this.
necessarily knows that they're doing this. Now they'll be seen.
Yeah, gonna jump onto Yao Yao, maybe try and burst him out, drag him back into the flay. He will get his ult off before he dies, but again, you're still building up time. Hoya will get it back into this fight with a TP if he needs it. I mean, I think LNG recognize they just can't go for this play anymore. They get 2 kills, but an Infernal Soul. Scout.
Oh, Scout,
Maybe
Scout,
thinking about
Scout.
something.
Okay.
Oh, not quite able to make anything work there, but 2 kills here for LNG. They do lose the Infernal Soul, and they can't force this Baron any longer.
Machine, are you feeling the magic? They lost game 1. It was not even close. We could be 100% truthful, and we've seen some mistakes from Thunder Talk. But aside from that, they have had full control of this side of the jungle. They're now having a soul in their back pocket. I think the one worrisome part here is now there's an Elder Drake that could be spawned, and if LNG want to fight for it, they grab that objective, that could very realistically turn the game here. But Baron now, the final catalyst, with the Dragon being 4.5 minutes away, Baron, a single pick could be make or break for either of these teams, considering how close it is.
So very, very tense here for TT. I will say Tarzan not having a great performance here on the Wukong. 60 CS down and 2 levels as well. Does feel like they just weren't able to make that Annie, for the moment, haven't been able to make that Annie Wukong combination with the Tibbers and the Cyclone kind of come to fruition. But with time and with presence, we are seeing a lot more damage coming out here from Gala. He's almost got himself in Lord Dominic's regards. And with the Zika getting so tanky, it's starting to feel like, you know, again, TT, They're going to try and force around this Baron, make sure they can get themselves some kind of advantage and force LNG into a fight before they hit critical mass.
So far, Tarzan has 7 games on the Wukong, tied with his Viego and Maokai, and is 3-4 on the pick right now. Hoya potentially getting caught out. Everybody from LNG, they want to make this play.
Yeah, I mean, they got to go for the Cyclone, get the Starks out of him as well. So this is huge here for LNG. They're getting the stopwatch to bite. I don't know why you do that there.
Yeah.
No one's there and no one's forcing Baron. That's just such a panic button press here from Hoya. Keeps his flash, still has his TP, but I mean, that stopwatch is invaluable, no longer available.
Oh, and TP now coming in. They want to start up this Baron immediately now. Yukao, look at what his vision is. Will finally potentially get spotted out, and there is a Trinity. Oh my God!
Yeah,
wait a
he's
minute.
dead. We've seen this one before. It's pick into pick, but now you've got all 5 members healthy here for TT. Beishuan and Yukao have to be the winners, have to be the ones to keep this one alive. If you lose Baron right now, this could be your season. Yukao looking to be a nuisance. They know that he is the Nico, and the Baron has gone down. Can they get the fight after it? Beishuan has to flash away as LNG are feeling the momentum. A flash from Yukao to stop the knockback from Zika, and oh no, it's all falling apart. They got the Infernal Soul, but they haven't been able to do anything with it.
Oh my God, it's a single moment of hesitation with Hoya getting caught out there. You saw members of TT start to move into the top side of the map, but it was a single moment, maybe Hoya calling that I can survive, and the rest of TT saying, let him go, let's try to push out through mid lane. And in that moment right there, we could see it in the minimap here. I love that we're getting a replay of this. Everybody starts to move up, but maybe there's a Rel here who is stopping people from walking in. And right after the stopwatch, you see that they're moving. Beishuan is hovering in this area, and right there is when LNG are able to turn this game on its head. That pick onto Yao Yao as well means it is so difficult for Thunder Talk to get back into this game now. 3,000 gold. It feels like those 2 kills, those separate deaths onto Hoya, might be what causes them to now lose out on this game and get locked out, end their season early here. With how close this was, you have to imagine that every single death on either side feels like, could this be the end? Could this have been the game-winning or game-losing play?
TT, you have to hold steady. You have to hold firm. Yes, you did lose the Baron, but it's a temporary buff. It's not permanent. You have the Infernal Soul. You have all of the engage tools possible. You just need to coordinate, my dudes. You just need to figure out what you're going for. Let Hoya die, or, you know, go for a Baron pick. Twice in a row, we've seen Hoya and Yao Yao picked off in separate kind of incidences. And yes, you know, you have an Infernal Soul, but it's no good if your damage dealers aren't there. And now, with an Elder spawning in a minute, this is where the game starts to become very flippy. If you don't secure this, if you don't get around this, you're just done.
And the one shining grace here for LNG is the fact that they took that Baron. The timer on it is going to match Elder. So this entire time, TT, they're going to have to push out waves. They're going to have to, in particular, catch waves very far up on LNG's side if they want to be able to have them push. Yukao trying to disguise himself as a caster minion. He immediately spots himself out. He stops. It's that hesitation. Now they're corralled.
Now they're corralled. Oh God, it's all flailing. They don't know where they're going. They don't know what they're doing. Hoya will TP in and immediately lose about a quarter of his HP, half his HP. Never mind.
God.
I mean, this panic. They don't know what they want to do. They're figured. They don't know where they're going. Hoya's separated. They know where he is. They're going to be able to burn him out again. It's the 3rd time potentially Hoya gets caught out, but he does have a GA, gets the dominance pops, and now he's no longer got that ultimate. Without that, no TP, no way to reset. This Elder's going to go to LNG TT. It's, oh God, it's desperation.
The Elder Dragon is an impartial judge. Oh my God.
Here we go, the impartial judge, but they're going to be able to get the damage. The pop blossom is going to be good enough. No, I'm not quite sure. It's a 2-for-2 trade for the moment. You can see Gala and Scout still doing very well. Flash away by Gala.
Wait a minute!
Finally goes down as 1xN goes in. A TP in. It's the Cassante and the Annie versus the world. Hoya has to keep his team alive. Hoya and Yukao trying to see if they can deal with this Cassante. A flash forward onto 1xN. A Scout maybe has one more Q. He has the Inferno trigger, and then finally getting it done. They're looking for a little bit more, and all out onto Yukao, and he gets shut down. Zika keeping LNG alive on this Cassante. They start the Elder, but nobody's going to be taking this Dragon buff right now. There's going to be resets coming in. There's going to be TPs available for both mid laners. I think both teams just want to back away.
Oh my god, Thunder Talk, they do not want their season to end here. Game 2, it is only getting closer and closer. You have to imagine with how close this gold lead is for LNG that maybe the Elder Dragon is making a small difference. 1xN has been able to finish items, doesn't have his flash, but a stopwatch available for him. Same thing here for Beishwan. Our junglers will come back out onto the map. And Beishwan so close to level 16. With that, he will be able to reset with Heartbreaker so often in fights, but it takes a single kill. Now, TT first to the play. LNG, they have their TPs, and he's coming in.
And so is the Nico.
There it is.
This is it. 8,000 health on the Elder. This is your season. This is your moment, TT. You have to win this flip or you're going home until 2024. Here we go, the pop loss.
Oh, you
is massive! Can they confirm the kills? Yes, they can! And TT will not be dying just yet. They want a game 3 and they want playoffs.
They have done it. They are making it to game 3. And Yucal, the carry, he has been the man all season long. He cashes it in here on the Nico. A massive knock-up. LNG, TT, we're going to game 3. They're going to try to end through the bottom side of the map.
Oh, what a fight there. Tarzan might be able to kill Yao Yao. Flashed there by the Nautilus, but they've got enough minions. They've got enough damage. TT, by the skin of their teeth, by the fingertips, the nails, constantly holding on, will keep their playoffs alive. But my God, you can see the stress on them there. They know it was a struggle to get even just the one win.
We said it. We had it at the beginning of the game. We saw how the first 15 minutes were going. We were saying that potentially this could have been the end. That this could have been the end of TT's season. They would have had to go up against JDG later this week, and LNG would have been done, dusted, walking off the stage, and would have gone on to our next series. TT, they have none of that. They want to keep us going, and an insane team fight coming out from the man in the mid lane.
I mean, Yucal... literally, Yucal has to pull that off. There is no other way to put it. He needs to get a, and I literally mean this in the most literal way, 5-man ultimate. He needed to get every single member of LNG in that ultimate, because if he doesn't hit the Annie or the Cassante or the Rel, someone gets hit by a piece of CC, someone gets away, someone puts out damage, and then that becomes such a scrappier affair. Maybe they still win the fight 4-3, but they can't take the Elder or they can't take the game, and it goes on that little bit further. Yucal is the heart and soul of this TT team, and he is the heart of how they're trying to make this playoff run work. I mean, again, like, it's a miracle that we're even here talking about this. It felt like LNG had already gotten themselves everything they needed with that Baron play.
A lot of it, I think, coming off of our two junglers here. We had a lot of question marks as to what Tarzan was going to look like. Now, off of a tank, he has definitely looked a lot weaker. I mean, you can even go towards some of the other games that we've seen from him. His Kha'Zix play, not particularly inspiring. His Vi, his Sejuani, his Maokai, definitely more his speed. And while we have seen his Viego start to pop off, Beishwan just having a massive lead for the entire game, just being able to take away camps, having a bigger priority lead on objectives. It was all that focus. The fact that we even got an Elder is because we got to see Thunder Talk take an Elder Soul so early on. I mean, shout outs to them. I mean, that was exactly what they needed. Like you're saying, he needed to get that ultimate off, and Beishwan and squad, 1xN as well, following up.
I mean, here's the thing. That was one game.
I know,
you need
but if it's
to
one,
do
you make
it
two.
all over again. It's 1 of 2, but you're most certainly going on to the red side. You're most certainly not going to be able to ban away everything you want to, and maybe we see the Nico going to the likes of Scout. I don't know. There are a lot of if, buts, and maybes, a lot of hypotheticals, but I mean, look at the way this game went. Like, it was LNG right up until the end, and that one fight at 32 minutes just send it right back in here. And again, just an incredible turnaround here for TT. They need, again, I can't say that anymore. Obviously, they needed it, but my God, did they needed it at the perfect time.
I love the golden hour here for Yucal coming in when this team has to make it into playoffs if they want to. It takes that game, that performance, and now they have to do it all over again. I can't wait for LPL Fan Club to post the screenshot of this post-game match, and it's just like, wait, they won? Like they have lower damage in the AD carry position, lower damage in the mid lane. The gold difference at the end of the game is barely 2,000. And even if you look at all of the stats, like most of it is in favor of LNG. Just an insane performance, even with how many mistakes we got to see from them. Thunder Talk, they pull it by the skin of their teeth, by some, honestly, maybe UCal, by grace of God, right? Like this is the guy that has been carrying every single game. When we talk about Thunder Talk, it has been UCal. It has always been mid lane, mid lane, mid lane. And we thought going up against LNG, Scout was gonna be able to handle that. We saw in game 1 that was definitely the case. And now in game 2, he did get bullied a few times, and we did see a few mistakes from our solo lanes here on the side of Thunder Talk. It's those team fighting tools that come up clutch.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, the funny thing is, despite Hoya dying twice in kind of 2 separate picks and nearly dying around that Elder Dragon as well, before the real Elder Dragon fight kind of begun, he did an exceptional job. 33% of his team's damage, highest kill participation. He was a menace on this Renekton. We'll see if TT can keep the miracle alive, or if LNG will be smacking them down as just a little blip on the radar. We're going to turn to a quick break. And when we return, we're going to have the third and final game.
bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world washing over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are going into our third game of our first series. It does mean we're going to have a little bit of catching up to do as we've got a couple of venues to hit out today. I am still Joe Stilsheen. I am joined by the astounded Alk because we have got ourselves a game number 3 coming in here for TT. They fought back valiantly, and it was off the back of the man in the mid lane. Cal on this Nico picks himself up his 10th MVP of the split.
You Cal, you can. I love it. I'm glad that we're able to see TT grab some wins and rightfully so gains MVP for a game that was all over the place. You could see it kind of reflected at the bottom in that statistic, the goal difference at the end. That was a game that was fought tooth and nail, where we saw TT take small advantages here and there, but LNG for the most part were more dominant in their lanes. We were always talking about the discrepancy in the bottom lane where Gala over 1xN was just occurring, but it came down to fights like this where just more and more of those Nico ults, and it felt kind of like deja vu, where he lands 2 members, then he starts to get 3, and the end of the game, this play right here turns it all.
Yeah, literally, you can see it there, LNG picking it all back up, but the fact that he's able to separate it out, this is the first of 2 Elder Dragon fights that meant that Hoya, again, it's that's the whole way this kind of one worked, 1xN kind of working in with him. This was the final play, 5-man Pot Blossom, and it couldn't have been any less. If it goes any less, you can see the health bar is starting to slowly go down. Anyone gets to do any damage there. I feel like LNG can at least trade back equally, so UCal deservedly getting themselves right back, him and his team right back into the series, and we can set the stakes, all right? If TT are to win this series in a 2-1 fashion, they will bring themselves to -5. For NIP, they're on -2. So the 3-game difference there. You're really, really hope. It's not impossible. You still have 2 series left, but one of these series has to be a 2-0 against NIP, either FPX or I believe it is, I can't remember exactly who NIP's last. LNG. So so it's either a 2-0 for LNG or a 2-0 for FPX for, TT to have a comfortable shot at getting themselves a higher game difference score.
And remember, this does come off the back of NIP 2-0ing Rare Atom. because of that, they were able to then kind of grow more of that lead, but it doesn't confirm them for playoffs for Ninjas in Pajamas, which is the next match, which is so exciting. I'm glad that the next casters get to deal with this one because we already have a bit of a banger here kind of setting up. Do LNG kind of come back, smash the dreams of TT, and lock everybody up for playoffs? Or do we get an exciting run, at least for another 13 minutes after the game ends, and then we get to see whether or not FPX can actually set up a 2-0 versus NIP. Bated breaths here for Thunder Talk as we head into our third game. Very, very tense. LNG off after that loss have to be like, okay, we were winning. Everything was good. And then the Nico incident.
Yeah, then the Nico was definitely the best way to kind of describe it. But I mean, for me, it comes down to being able to kind of, limit what this Nico can do and maybe even banning it away, just getting it off the board. LNG are going to be back on the blue side, which means TT are forced to take in some of those considerations like the Vi, the Kaisa, these things that you have to ban away. Maybe even something like the Ziggs to try and make sure it does not get into the hands of Gala. But here we are, which could be a continuation of the story temporarily. Of course, NIP very much in control of their own destiny, but who doesn't love an underdog story? And for UCal as well, trying so valiantly to keep his team and his hopes in general alive. They made it into playoffs in spring. It would be a big disaster here for TT as a team and organization to not make it to back-to-back. It obviously shows a little bit of regression. But again, there are no easy matchups here in the LPL. You have to come out front foot forward if you want to try and, tangle with the best.
And this was also, a situation where Thunder Talk, they've been running this roster. We've kind of seen UCal kind of bouncing around a little bit, but I'm glad that he gets to have his moment every single time we see post-game clips of him popping off after their victories. It feels rejuvenating, and I said this at the beginning of the broadcast, I'm going to be a Thunder Talk fan just because they were one of my first teams to be able to talk about here in the LPL, and to see UCal, to see 1xZ get excited, get happy, the fact that they can keep their playoff run alive is so exciting for a team who for the longest time during summer were struggling. Week 1, they go 1-1. Week 2, 0-2. Week 3, 0-3. Week 4, they finally grab a series win versus WE, and then it's back to their old ways. 0-2 in week 5. It has been a non-stop split where it's just been loss after loss. And for TT, if they can make it here, if they can upset a huge game up against LNG, then you have to start getting excited.
Gotta start getting excited, but LNG, they leave open the Nico, and they're almost certainly going to be taking them themselves. TT, though, going to pick up the Azir. You almost certainly feel here for UCal to try and deal with the Nico. It does have a decent way of disengaging that Pop Blossom with that Emperor's Divide, and we'll have to wait and see how it all goes. I feel like TT kind of found themselves the Triforce, if you will, of bans against LNG, getting away Zika's Jax, Scouts Jace, and of course the Kaisa from Gala, as they wait to see where they want to go. And again, I was just about to say, TT could maybe just go straight towards getting their top and jungle locked in here, get themselves a nice kind of combination here with the Renekton and the Sejuani.
We'll have to see now, because we talked about this combination, the fact that when you do take away the AD mid laners, it does force the hand a little bit of the opponent, saying, okay, well, now we have to pick either a magic damage mid laner, or we have to be thinking of double magic damage from our mid jungle here. So for the side of LNG, maybe giving themselves a little bit more of an option. We'll see what they're actually able to go for. I would think that the Cassante is something that Zika does want to try to go towards as one of his most played. Jax being gone, however, is a bit of a hamper for them, so we'll see what they're able to do.
Looks like they're taking your advice, getting yourselves the Cassante right into the thick of things. And again, I think the Cassante and the Xayah did exceptionally well here for Gala and for Zika, kind of respectfully. But it does feel like we are kind of leaning into that more comfort side here for LNG. They're going to have to deal with what TT kind of throw back at them. And also the fact that, they've let their jungler go so far down the priority. We're going to see a lot of bans, you would imagine, from TT along. Well, actually, they still have to ban the Rakan, so maybe not that many.
Oh yeah, wow. You have the Rakan ban that you have to try to get rid of. And then what AD junglers do you want to try to take away? Wukong, I think, perfectly fine. Maybe Thunder Talk, if you're not willing to give up another one, you think of Viego as the next, especially when you look at that top side. the Renekton and the Sejuani, if you get into a late game situation, Viego is going to feel at home, shredding tanks, getting rid of bruisers. LNG though now, focusing 80 carries, I think particularly a smart idea considering how, again, 1xN and Yao Yao in lane have not been the most sturdy duo, and going up against Gala and Hong, we saw in the game 1 how dominant those two could be.
Viego, Wukong all taken off the board here. LNG taking away those AD carries. Might see the virus being banned away if they do so choose it, just to try and make sure 1xN is not on some kind of, big burst champion that can turn the tide of a game with some of those AP virus builds. We'll see what they want to try and prioritize. But for the moment, just making sure the TT have themselves a decent top side. No Viego, no Wukong. We are going to start moving into the, the upper echelons of the fringe picks. But a Samira respect coming in here against 1xN to make sure he doesn't have that mobility in those team fights.
Interesting. So what does 1xN actually go for? Maybe they just try to take a support counter pick right now, just immediately go for either the Rel or the Rakan to try to, nab that away from LNG. You see that they're already starting to hover. Okay, so they lock in the Rel here for LNG. Now they need to pick their jungle and support. We've been talking about Rakan the entire draft long, but Tarzan's jungle pick is going to be the most important as someone that has been hot or cold for this roster. We saw game 1, dominant, so good at being able to stop Beishwan from having their early game advantage. Then game 2, getting immediately trounced by the Viego on the opposite side while he was on the Wukong. Reaches for the Nocturne. Okay, they want to dive.
I mean, the thing is, you look at the champions they have, the Nico, the Cassante, the Rakan, so much dive potential available here for LNG to kind of just all in on it. And especially when you have a shorter range AD carry like the Xayah, this is a perfect combination here for LNG to try and just put in pressure on the likes of Yukal. But if you get the Ezreal here for 1xN, try and just keep them at arm's length and use those Sand Soldiers and Mystic shots to make sure that LNG never get the opportunity.
They have so much frontline on the side of Thunder Talk. Renekton, Sejuani, and Rel should be able to lock down LNG's carries. And like you were saying, despite all of the dive tools that they might be able to have with the Rakan and the Nocturne, I think Gala might have a pretty difficult time of actually interacting with the fight. We'll see how it's actually able to be set out. But this is another game where I think early jungle pathing is going to be so important. Both of these junglers racing for level 6. Sejuani, less of an aggressive champion, especially with how many lanes that they can actually play around. LNG, they have push and bottom side, especially with how dangerous that 2v2 can be. I think this is as close as it's going to get, and we're getting some spicy different champions here in our draft.
Well, for TT, it's simple. You gotta win, and you're in. LNG, they're still hunting for a top 4. We still have the same kind of stakes here for both of these sides because realistically, they haven't changed a bit. Still waiting to see if TT can keep themselves alive or if LNG will be stomping them out and making sure we have our top 10 confirmed here into the playoffs. It is the third and final game here in our first series in Suzhou. LNG trying to see if they could maybe get themselves a bit more of a foothold in this early game comparatively to game number 1 than they did in game number 2.
And it all comes down to this. I mean, it's so exciting, Asheen. Like, we come off of a game 2 that was, to be fair, LNG favored. The entire time we were seeing them make plays, but Beishwan on the Viego was putting in work. He was getting the objectives. He was making sure to keep them in the game. This time, he is on Sejuani. He will not have that same kill pressure that we had on the Viego. Gyos are ringing true. Can TT keep that playoff dream alive? Tarzan needs to be able to not only escape, but also we'll watch for both of these are going. Both games have been decided around the jungle.
I don't normally mention skins, but Tarzan's wearing the best Nocturne skin, objectively, Spooky Ghost Bedsheet Nocturne, which is my personal favorite.
Respect.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta go for it. Of course, I'm not the Nocturne expert. That would be Vedius over in the LEC. Technically, he's a Nocturne mid expert, but
yeah,
we'll see. Nocturne, yeah. I mean, it's been kind of coming back into the fringe picks as such. It has been a pretty decent kind of after everything's been banned, much like the Viego, the Wukong, and the Vi. It kind of comes into the 4th, 5th pick coming out here for a lot of junglers in our league.
I'm loving how we're getting a lot of different kind of champions, right? Like, we got the Lilia last night for JDG. That was a lot of fun. I'm trying to see the match list here for Nocturne as to who we were actually able to see pick it up last. I have a feeling it was like there's no okay, so it was Tianjin going up against JDG, and that was a victory. That was when we saw IG actually take that win over JDG up against the Ivern. I am a little worried here for LNG. I think Nocturne is going to feel pretty lost in this game, and if it's not Nocturne, then it's going to be Xayah. She won't have a lot of fun, and we talked about the front line here for Thunder Talk. Building out available for Ezreal, he is going to be so tricky to actually lock down. We talked about mobility available for 1xN. Well, now you have all the tools. If you get caught out now, it's like, all right, man. Like we gave you everything you could have wanted.
Pretty much, yeah. We actually did see a little bit of the minions, or the chickens going over to Scout there. Unfortunate for the Nocturne. We'll see if it leads to anything kind of crazy. Does look like he's able to get up to level 3, no bother whatsoever. I was curious there if the XP difference would be enough to significantly daunt or hinder his progression, but it should be just fine. And then honestly, again, we're just kind of accepting that there's just, top side and bot side are, kind of owned by either side. TT have the pressure bot lane, and of course in mid, so they're able to kind of control those camps. And of course for LNG, they have priority for this Cassante into the Renekton. So again, not really expecting much to come out of this Nocturne until level 6. Like you said, he's going to be a little bit lost until he has access to that kind of dive potential. And at that point, there's lots of, disengage tools available for TT. We'll see if they're able to kind of keep him in a box.
And I love what Beishuan's doing here, actually, by going for the Gromp first and then going for the Wolves. It gives them a lot of flexibility. You can even see Tarzan is doing something very similar where they can end up towards the mid lane. And if they need to, immediately play towards the bottom side. Scout is crashing a massive wave in the mid lane. And we're seeing actually Beishuan swap up. He went towards the bot side. We actually see both of these junglers going mirrored and going towards the opposite side of the map, and then immediately flipping that, playing on for the Gromp. You have to imagine, if they're able to spot out either of each other or maybe get a hint as to where any of these camps are, there's a very real likelihood that they either meet or they try to find something. Scout!
Does get the flash away there, but tanking that turret was not the ideal situation here. And LNG Beishuan, LNG's Beishuan, TT's Beishuan, very much in a position to try and deny it there. But now Scout is a minion, and maybe he wants to try and bump on the Beishuan here. They are going to try and burn him down. No Tangle Barb to land, but they've got the damage. And First Blood goes back over to Scout, immediately traded back to UCal. Who wants to maybe go for this one? Be a flash knockup available. Flash from UCal. If he gets knocked up there, he's almost certainly dead, because like you said, the Ignite was ready for Hung.
I love how close these guys are playing it. There is no holds bar anymore. We're getting a little sloppy. We're just going for plays left and right. Or one there, the mid laners were able to pick up kills. I was worried about that damage, and especially from the way that we got to see Beishuan play it out, is able to equalize that alongside his mid laner. So forces the teleport. This was just a play where for Beishuan, he's helping UCal actually crash that wave so he can at least get a favorable back compared to Scout, who will have to have caught that. One final Sand Soldier is the difference between getting a return kill and having to walk home empty-handed.
This is the fine margins. Good trade back here for TT to make sure they do not just let the kill go to the side of LNG, and that's about it. So we'll see if they're able to kind of go anything else from this one here. I will say you're on a Ezreal this time around here for 1xN. So game 1, he was on the Aphelios. Game 2, the Samira found himself really far behind, but he's now got the safety and the kind of the range to throw out those Mystic shots, constantly be, keeping in line with the CS, you would imagine, of Gala. So shouldn't be seeing him falling too far behind.
I think it's the first time this series we haven't seen 1xN with a gold deficit, which is impressive enough, right? Like, we're talking about... when we say this, we're talking about 1xN. This is a rookie player. This is a new player to the LPL. Going up against Gala, one of the most historic AD carries to grace this region, as well as to just play in general. He has been able to win so many, just have so many accolades as an individual. And going against 1xN, oh my god, wait a minute. They survived that.
Do indeed. Cleanse and Ignite was burned by Gala and Hong respectfully, but now Beishuan realizing he maybe doesn't have the priority he think he does, and they're going to be able to clear this ward. There's going to be resets coming in the bot side, so LNG will get themselves the first dragon. TT will not have that stacking objective available for themselves like they did in game 2.
Getting that early, a lot of it comes from the fact that they do have this bottom lane with Xayah Rakan, means that you can just take over so much of this bottom side jungle. You will always win 2v2s, barring some massive misplay, or TT able to avoid the skill shots like we saw, just being able to get out of dodge. You got all those summoner spells. We'll see what they're actually able to do on the bottom side of the map, because there is a minute away from this Rift Herald. You see both supports should be moving in, setting up for this objective. They have a Renekton on the opposite side. When we talk about this champion, it is always the ease of priority you can get for this objective. I mean, Tarzan's moving over. He should be very close to level 6, similar to Beishuan, but Beishuan still has about another camp before he can actually go for that play. Tarzan, he's going to finish his Gromp and be ready with this ultimate.
We'll take a breath, because Lord knows that the early game doesn't have a huge amount of skirmishing, as Hoya gonna have to slice and dice to get himself away. But this series has taught us that, generally speaking, we don't see a massive amount of team fights or action until about the 16 to 17 minute mark, and that's when things really start to kick off. So coming into this one, I think a lot of people, you know, again, you love it. Everyone loves a. Everyone loves an underdog story. TT are kind of that team that you want to see if you want to go for it. But, I mean, it's just so, again, it's not in their hands. They need results to go for themselves. But, again, it just feels heartbreaking, especially for you, Cal, who, funny enough, despite potentially going, you know, 7-9 and not making it into playoffs, has had such an incredible split here on this roster.
Well, okay, hold up. We're assuming 7-9. They have to still win not only this series, they have to beat JDG, which, in recency, you will say, oh, well, they lost to IG. But, again, I think we have to expect a lot more from our top two teams, especially for someone coming off of an MSI championship. 7-9, I think, will be very impressive. If they beat JDG, then fine. Ashin, I'll eat my words. They get to be ballers in the LPL, and they'll make it. But their fate is in their hands for this game, but afterwards they're waiting. They're waiting for FPX to take a pretty dominant series up against NIP, which will be coming up after this series. As we get back into this one, Rift Herald taken here for Beishuan. We'll see what they could do. 2.5 minutes. We have to expect that what they'll do is wait for mid lane, play around this. They might send over Yao Yao to actually help control the wave, and then make sure that they can take that, drop the Rift Herald, grab some plates, and immediately move in for the Dragon. LNG, they do not want to give up. They want to give zero respite. And I love how, after the first couple of kills, how slowed down everything is. Nobody wants to make the mistake that potentially gives over a massive lead to the opponent.
You have a paranoia, like you mentioned. We'll see Hoya trying to take a bit of a trade. I mean, this, you know, new tech of when you go pick the Cassante into the Renekton. The Renekton still does very well in those team fights, still an exceptional carry, but just having that Bramble Vest first item, getting into the Thornmail, means that you're able to deal with his Gore Drinker kind of procs. Yao Yao now finding himself caught in that kind of pseudo invade he's going for right now, as we do have Scout just clearing out some vision in the mid lane. Both flashes back for pretty much everybody who used them in that last passage of play. Beishuan looking for a little bit of a movement here to try and maybe secure some vision around this Rift Herald, but now Scout's gonna flash in, they're gonna dive everybody in and get the kill onto you, Cal. Immediately Tarzan jumps straight back in on top of everybody. And that's going to be a quick kill here for LNG. Flashes blown galore, but LNG get their man.
That is one of the combos that I was thinking, but maybe we didn't necessarily put too much emphasis in, is the fact that when you have this Nocturnal, as soon as you turn off the lights, it is nigh impossible to actually see where Nico is. You just have to go off of muscle memory. Like, where did I last see Nico? Is she on top of me? And right there, they hide Scout's ultimate so well in that situation. Getting the flash as well will open a ton of kills. Dragon spawning in a minute. We'll see if that's another play for them. Tarzan is clearing down. Should have a lot of gold that he could go for a reset on afterwards, after he takes this Gromp. And what a great play from them. And maybe they try to make a response onto Zika here. Beishuan does have the ultimate, and it seems like Hoya was waiting. Does have the dominance he can pop, but not enough rage right now.
Yeah, ward goes down. They saw that Beishuan just reset, so Zika going to feel actually a lot more confident now that he saw the Sejuani go for a full reset. Let me look at the replay here, and again, like you said, just Scout doing really well to kind of pretend to be the Rakan, and yeah, I mean, like, what are you supposed to do there? If you don't know where the Rakan is before this, you're just done.
Instantly. Good job, again, from not only Scout and Tarzan, but also getting Hunt to go up there. our top laners use their flash and ultimate there. There's no all-out or dominus, and I'm seeing a lot of low HP bars. Hoya is going to miss out on this wave. Zika, I wonder if he's just going to prioritize going for the plate since he's really not going to be able to interact with this dragon fight anyway that's coming up. Advantage here for TT. Yao Yao has hit level 6 and is here first. Hung is going to be running out of base and no longer has that ultimate.
See the replay there in the bottom right. As Tarzan will have his paranoia back. Pop Blossom already there. No quickness, though, for Hung, and that's kind of a key thing here. So not going to have that extra bit of CC to try and burst somebody out before they can flash away. Because remember, yes, you used all of your flashes. You got the kill. And Yukal didn't use his flash. That's the big thing here. So if they try to go for that one again, it's not going to be as instant to try and, you know, CC him down. So right now, it is going to be TT moving down Hoya, and actually both top laners getting a reset, leaving the island that is topside, and looking to try and make something work here around this Dragon Pit. This could be a huge 5v5 here, and TT need everything for it. They're going to see the Pop Blossom, and it's going to land. Scout trying to get on top of him. They're going to see Yukal flashing away, but they finally get on top with the Nocturne. He dives onto the backside. Scout shall survive. Beishuan flashes, but he's in enemy territory. He won't be leaving here. He won't be coming home unless it's in a body bag, and that's going to be TT again, falling to the wayside. Gala picks up his first kill of the game, and this game is starting to run away from TT.
Just too slow of a reaction from Thundertalk. Like, you know where that Nico is. You see the ultimate happening in front of you. Why is there no flash? Maybe Yukal thinking that he can get out before the ultimate is able to go off. Good punishment coming out from LNG. It grabs them the second trait, but feels like Thundertalk, their mid lane, the guy that we upped for being so pivotal in that last game, just not really respecting it. Okay, a lot of it is hidden in the on-ramp coming in from River. That is the hidden Z-axis at play there, but this flash, it's just too little too late. Tarzan even showing a lot of patience not to use the ultimate before it goes down. They find this kill into Beishuan. It secures them the dragon as well.
I mean, this is the momentum that kind of shakes TT to its core. It's how we saw game number 1 go. Dragon stacking, pit kills, plates, these small little things that kind of lead into a much larger incremental advantage here for the side of LNG. They will have themselves about a 2,500 gold lead now as we come into the 14-minute mark. Feels like we've said that every single game so far. But I mean, it's just getting harder and harder here to see how TT can come back into us. It's not impossible, but it's definitely going to be a more difficult win. I will say, with the Chem Soul being on the Rift, they may just leave that and say, look, we're happy to farm. That's not a massive soul in our eyes, so we could just wait for the Elder and hope for a flip.
Oh, look at this dive, though. I mean, Hung is here. They also have Scout. His ultimate is up and available. They don't have to really do much. Yukal and Beishuan are on their way, so they will be able to protect for this. Remember, Riftailed is spawning in a few seconds here. Zika has teleport, and he is all by himself. The more that LNG are able to control this river, the less TT can do, and they're also losing out just across the map.
What can you do now as TT? You can't really contest for this Rift Herald. Feels like it's just a foregone conclusion that LNG should be able to pick it up. And while that's happening, the funny thing is normally you kind of overload the Rift Herald side of the map, and you know the enemy team's able to throw someone bot side, they get a turret, they trade back. But now LNG are kind of saying, look, we don't even need to go for this right now. We can wait. It's up for another 5 minutes. We can get the tower, get resets in, and kind of keep TT in this weird limbo.
The last 6 times these teams have fought, it has been LNG every single time. And we talked about this actually before the show, but the last time Thundertalk as an organization was able to find a win, Thundertalk wasn't even in the league. They actually were Dominus originally all the way back in spring 2020. They won up against LNG, and that roster had Mark, who's currently on TES. You have Gala, someone that they're actually playing against right now, and Allah. So it's been a while. There's been so much change. Gala before then was kind of an up-and-coming AD carry at that point who had really started to make his name, but now he's done it all. He's been able to win MSI multiple times. He's been on multiple different rosters now, and here he is looking to boot out one of the older rosters that kind of helped him.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing, the LPL. Names change, but the teams, the essence of what they were kind of stays the same. And Gala just having a great performance. Honestly, he had a great performance in game 2, even though they did lose, and unfortunate there to kind of not be able to kind of carry that one for his team. But now we can see LNG recognizing that someone's been in our bot lane. And they are able to kind of continually sweep out all this vision. 1 minute 40 until the dragon spawns. Rift Herald was secured here by LNG while we were kind of just having a bit of a reset from everybody. And you look at the map, you look at the state of it, you know, the first items coming in for this team, it is going to be about if TT can get that damage down with the Azir and the Ezreal before a fight can really end. If they can land a couple of key Mystic shots before anything kind of really kicks off, they could potentially go for a big fight afterwards. But again, that's a lot of if, buts, and maybes.
The issue that LNG are having right now is they are so pick-oriented. A lot of this map is based on can Scout push out a side lane, try to find a pick. You see that because there are a few outer turrets actually missing here for Thunder Talk, that many members can't actually step up. UCal being very bold, knowing that both Rel and the Sejuani are hovering towards his side, and maybe they try to make this play. Yao Yao actually taking a little bit of a different path. They will give up so much priority for this dragon. You were saying maybe they just decide to give up the soul, but because they just all showed like that, they're going to lose this mid-tier one. Again, making it easier for Tarzan to find more and more of those ultimates.
Shirley gets herself a nice little move. Scout kind of committing to the bit right now, and that's exactly why, because they can get the knock up, they get the second charge, and they get themselves a kill. That is why Scout was able to make so much work here. This could be a second turret. We are going to see them look to try and jump onto Scout. Gala keeping Hoya away. Beishwan dies. TP in from Zika to confirm the tower. And I mean, UCal didn't even think about joining his team. I think he recognized, look, it's a dead kind of setup right now. And they are going to see them all jumping over this one here. Scout might get caught out. No, Hoya thinks the better of it. I think he realizes, you know what? I don't have any magic resistance, and we might just lose that fight in general. So that's going to be soul point now here for LNG at 18.5 minutes. It's a 6,000 gold leader just underneath it. I mean, this game is just starting to get further and further away. And look, TT, you had an opportunity. You got yourself into game 3, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
The gold was even before this. Yao Yao just stepping way too far up. Yeah, you used the Q as a stun to try to stop the Rift Herald, but after that, maybe TT didn't cut their losses. I mean, look at where they're at. UCal is nowhere near this fight, guys. Why are we looking for this?
He's not even looking at it.
Exactly. The whole point of this Ezreal is to whittle away at the opponents, and he's nowhere near even finished an item at the point. Yeah, he has a Menamune, but nowhere near finished stacking, has the Sheen as an inventory, and Hoya was not in position. Beishwan, I think, maybe feeling a little bit pressure to actually do something, and in that situation, nothing is better than anything than just that play by itself.
Yeah, I mean, I like that you brought up the Ezreal pickup as well, because it does feel like your mana Mune not turning into a, you know, not being upgraded as such to a Muramana. It just feels like you're not really in a position to fight these things. You're kind of 2 half items, or even a half item and a third of an item, versus 2 full items for Gala, who's able to get the Navori Quick Blades, has the Kraken Slayer, and it's just straight up going to be doing more damage to these front lines. He's going to have a lot more presence in these kind of small skirmishes because of the way he's built, and that's just the nature of crit strike AD carries.
Oh God, you gotta. We're feeling a little trepidatious for LNG, for TT right now, because we have seen them be in this state before. Every single one of these games in this series has been LNG favored. Game 2 came down to a miracle play, a fine from UCal, a good job coming out from Beishwan to keep them in, but Beishwan has not had the same impact this time around on the Sejuani. Hoya, while is playing the Renekton 0-0-0, similar to what we saw in Game 2, and UCal, I mean, he got his Azir again. Game 1, there was nothing for him to do this time around. It is getting to that point yet again where 6,000, almost 7,000 gold in the lead right now. Your marksman just now finished Trinity Force. 1xN is going to be powerful in the next 3 minutes, but you need to be able to hold on. That dragon is spawning in that timer. Will you actually have a meaningful team fight, or are you just going to be able to fall apart? We need to see them execute.
You see them execute or be executed. That is the question. I will say, 1xN has picked up his Triforce. I mean, it's just the way it is. Oh, Scout! Beautifully covers it, flashes away from the Magnet Storm. I feel like that just kind of summarizes TT season right there. Just not quite sticking the landing. And now you don't have this Glacial Prison. You don't have the Magnet Storm. You don't have a way to fight around this Baron. This could be LNG just trying to force it right now.
I would like to make a trade deal with the refs of the LPL. Can we allow helicoptering, but no longer allow Nico Cologne to tank spell like ultimates like that. Please. I'm asking as not an official TT representative, but someone who has a vested interest. I would love to see them do well. Here for TT though, that just hurts, right? Like that was your one play that you can try to go for, and if any of them tried to take recalls, if anybody gets picked here, LNG are threatening a Baron.
That's the thing. You see, Hoya has to be here. This is a 45. Zik is bot lane. Zik is pushing in this wave. So this is more pressure, more presence for LNG. And there's nothing really that TT can do about it. The Rocket Belt isn't going to proc the Shattered Queen passive, but it is going to just kind of solidify. You can see LNG's presence around this Baron. They're not going to go for it just yet. But they are just trying to see if they can get as much out of TT as they possibly can. Hoya finally gets himself down towards that bot side, but a minute till that Chemdrake Soul comes up, you would imagine LNG are just going to keep ticking away at these waves, go and try and get themselves some completed items, and then immediately pick up that stall for themselves.
A single minute here may decide Thunder Talk season, whether or not it goes on, or if they have a potential to, you know, really have a chance at least to see the postseason. Remember, it is this game, not only this, but they require FPX to 2-0 NIP, which will be the next series after this. So whether or not that actually is going to occur does put some weight onto that series from this one. And I mean, now they're in a position where, okay, you've spent all your gold, you have to be as powerful as possible. Maybe they end up trying to trade this and go for a Baron. Remember, they have an Ezreal and they have this Azir who can add so much damage onto you know, an old Nashers. That's what it's called. Jesus Christ, a Baron Nasher for them to take. But they have to make the call. They cannot hesitate, and that has been the crux for them every single game.
I like how you're the embodiment of a TT fan right now. You're getting stressed, you're getting frustrated,
yeah.
You're not quite sure where to go. Your execution
please.
yeah, you just need something to come out of it. There's the Chem Soul, confirmed by LNG. 6,000 HP now onto this Baron. You have to flip this. This is your season, TT.
Scout.
You have to get this one going for yourself as they try to make this one work. No! Stolen!
No.
Denied! Baron goes over to LNG, and now the fight can really ensue. The Pop Blossom lands onto the backside. Yes, you get the recon, but the rest of you shall die. Your season dies with it, TT, as LNG will solidify your place into no postseason. You will not be making it into top 10.
Goodbye to Thunder Talk. We see our final seed for the playoffs. And actually in a similar time to game 1, LNG, they're going to take game 3. They're going to close out this series, like you were saying. And it's a heartbreak, a magical steal there for Tarzan to immediately clap back at Thunder Talk. Scout with an amazing Pop Blossom. And this is it. This is the last time we're going to see Thunder Talk, at least for now. They will go up against JDG, but that one also feels like a final dunk on the end of their season. LNG, they want to make top 4. They want to solidify their spot as well and contest top esports.
I mean, look, it was valiant, it was brave, it was almost everything that we wanted and more. But right back on their fountain, they shall watch their Nexus fall, and TT fall with it. That is LNG 2-1 on the series. TT are out of playoff contention.
You know what that means? Congratulations, Ninjas of Pajamas! Welcome as the 10th seed coming in to the playoffs. It comes off
man,
of
I don't know if I wanted to start a party right now. That was
you know, it sucks, right? Because, you know, me personally, I was very excited. We could still potentially see Thunder Talk put up some moves, and I saw it in the player cams, and maybe it's not fully, you know, conveyed there, but I think UCal definitely taking a lot of the brunt of that game, considering how many deaths early on. Typically someone who doesn't fall very often, and a game for it to happen. And what a great performance, especially for the side of LNG in that last game. They've been stomping every single one of them, and you know, we got excited. We started seeing some miracles, but even in that game too, that should have been LNG's game to win. It was stolen from them, you know, victory stolen from the jaws of defeat there. Like, that should have been their game to win, and it came down to UCal with a massive play, but if everything had just been going to plan, we would have been out of here. We would have already had Mazel and Kitty casting probably half of game 1 at this point, and
yeah,
rightfully so, LNG now, top of the table.
Yeah, right up there in the top 3, I believe now. That gives them a +1 game score because they only got it, but they are sitting on 11 and 4. It does lock them in for top 6 as well, so they are guaranteed to at least skip one stage of the playoff buys. And it doesn't, we don't have a lot of time. Season ends on the 17th. We start playoffs on the 20th, or it's not a lot of time between that. So that extra day or two can be absolutely crucial. And now we kind of move into kind of seeing where, we're no longer looking at this, who's going to qualify. It's more like who's going to qualify where. We still have yet to kind of solidify everyone's real ranking from 3rd to 10th. So there's still plenty of shuffling to be done, even if all the playoff plots have been filled.
There are 4 days left of the LPL regular season for summer. We are only on day 3, and this is only the first series. There are still 2 other series that happened today, so making sure to keep up with that. And I just thought about it. There's another game that has to be played because of the delays of yesterday. Yep. So like add on to that there's, like a little bit of an asterisk for some of these teams. Good stuff from the side of LNG. A bit of I don't know how to feel just because, again, yes, it was a great win for the side of TT, but it was still a game that LNG were leading. They had the gold lead. We saw it at the end. They were up 4,000 gold, and the end of the game barely approaching 1,500. It's tough, and LNG definitely need to shape up, especially going into playoffs. They're gonna be going up against Ninjas Pajamas later this week, and we're gonna need them really start to level up because Ninjas Pajamas should be an expected team that is better than Thunder Talk, especially with what we've seen throughout the season.
Absolutely. And look, it's why it's a league. It's not, it's not about the kind of one match you do. That's what playoffs are for. You need to put in the hard work beforehand to try and get yourself to that momentum kind of carrying moment where you're in the best of 5s. And it was bog standard here for LNG. They just kept themselves in the ascendancy, constantly whittling away, getting themselves more gold, getting themselves more advantages. And I think that just the cherry on top was just literally TT found themselves in a hole. They just said, we have to fight. We have to do something. They went for the Baron, it got stolen away, and even if they got it, in that 50-50 situation, the Baron goes away. Even if they get it, they still lose everybody after the fight, so I don't even think they're going to be able to try and defend it. Yeah. Maybe they last a little bit longer, but again, it's just going to be a delay on anything else, and you can see there the final score lines for everybody there. I mean, Gala and, kind of Tarzan, just having a field day, really. Gala, we didn't even get to look at Gala, really. Gala just went ball lane and said, cool, I'm just going to keep farming, and then ended up with 31% of his team's damage. That's just what AD carries do.
Yeah, welcome to the league. It turns out 80 carries are still pretty good here in the LPL. The game happened around mid-jungle, and particularly for Scout, having a standout performance on the Nico, seeing what UCal could do, and he's like, okay, if he can do that, then I can definitely do this. I can take control of this game. They found so many kills onto UCal early on. For Azir, the fact is, you need to survive the early game. You're a champion that doesn't have a ton of, early game tools. You have some, you have the ability to escape, and you can bully out some champions in some matchups, but for the most part, we saw a lot of attention up there, and between him and with Tarzan just consistently using their ultimates onto the backline, onto the Azir, you took away one of the main reasons we've seen TT find success.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that UCal did so little damage in this game, he was constantly found out, and the thing is that you were left with too many bans. Game 1, you realize, right, the Jace can't be allowed, the Jack's not allowed. Okay, well then what are you leaving up? The Nico, things like the Xayah Rakan. You just hadn't got enough hands to hold everything, enough bans to throw at this team. And that's the makings of a top 4 team in the LPL. That's why they're so terrifying, is that you not only have to ban away the meta, but you also have to ban away things like the pocket picks. You gotta get rid of the Ziggs. You can't leave the Kai'Sa open. I will say Kai'Sa very meta right now, but these are the things that you have to try and, put yourself into. So for TT, look, I salute you. You made it fun right up until the last week. That was a fun one to kind of go for there. Thank you so much for your service. But we will be seeing you for one last time against JDG, and then we won't be seeing you until 2024. It's a sad time. Yeah. It's unfortunately the brutalness that is the LPL.
And it's kind of funny because it's like, oh, they could have made this miracle run, but remember their schedule and their current win-loss is up to them. It's kind of silly. We say this over in North America for tier 2 and tier 3 is just win, right? There's no Johns. You don't get any excuse. Just win. And when you look at their schedule, there are so many weeks where they just weren't able to find a series win. We get to take a look at our series MVP here. It's just insane.
Yeah, it's Scout. Scout gets himself up to 14 MVPs. I'm 99% sure, literally no one can catch him now, so I'm 99% sure he is the MVP now for the regular season. He will have 14 results for himself. I'm going to triple check on the JDG games. Yeah, JDG only have 2 more series, which means that Kanavi technically could get himself up to 13, but he's got 14. So Scout, congratulations. You are the man of the match of the regular season. I mean, yeah, like even things like this, getting caught out, constantly calling for Tarzan to come back in, and this was it. Just knowing how to utilize this champion and constantly keep UCal under pressure.
They had so much threat. Like you're saying, congratulations. I guess we can say that Scout is the most poggers. Is that as close as we can get on the LPL broadcast using that? That's congratulations to a player who is so legendary, who I think people had some question marks as to what was going to happen with him leaving EDG, and now here on LNG, they are definitely making that mark. We saw these names, Tarzan, Scout, and Gala. Even Hung on FPX was one of the shining members, and we were kind of thinking like, okay, well, what is this going to look like? Exciting stuff nonetheless, and now we have the rest of our day. That was just the first series here in the LPL.
Yeah, that was the first series of 3. And we had to see, I'm sure NIP and all of their players will be giving a sigh of relief coming into this next game, even if they don't know it right now, because that is happening right now in Shanghai. We are obviously in Suzhou, so hopefully when we get ourselves a break, we're going to bring you all the way across China and get yourselves ready for that one here. And that's exactly what we're going to do. That's going to be it for myself and Aug Battery. We're going to send it over to Mazel and Kitty, who bring you to the final 2 series of the day. So we'll see you soon.
Looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, just the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's
digging their dreams for someone like you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Oh my, you got their attention. All eyes are following you. You got some magical secret. Just keep doing whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. See how they're caught in the moment. All heads are turning on.
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Split, and welcome back to our Week 7 final week here in the Summer Split. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Kitty, and we are going to be diving headfirst straight into our second series. It is going to be NIP versus FPX, and I will just say, first and foremost, congratulations to the Ninjas in Pajamas again for making it to the playoffs. Again, now it is all about seeding. It's all about still getting those wins, Kitty.
Yeah, and I also want to say congratulations to NIP because it's been a long fought season and they definitely deserve this final spot out of the 10 teams. And into the series up against FPX, it's going to be a fun one because both of these teams have already confirmed their positionings for the summer regular split, and FPX have unfortunately been eliminated from NIP. They got a pentakill, quite literally, to all the 5 teams in the LPL. So maybe a bit of a revenge match just to mess with the standings of NIP.
I still don't know if that's ever happened in competitive League of Legends, but I love that NIP did it. We're also in NIP's home arena in Shenzhen as you hear the Gyos ring. See if that home field advantage can help them against FPX. Again, now at this point, I'm just trying to see how crazy these games can get, and especially between these two.
LWX!
I will say
Classic.
FPX is probably still feeling a little salty, all right?
Look, I don't know if that's a really good start for my boy LWX, already burning the flash at 1 minute into the game.
Don't worry
Already
about it.
see-
He's giving them a handicap.
It's just seeing Braum and Ash doing their level 1 thing where if one auto attack, if one Q connects from this glacial duo, it's so difficult to run away without that ghost in particular. But this game, you had to take the cleanse. You're up against the Sejuani, you're up against an Ash, so LWX, you have to be very careful because Shadow is that aggressive jungler that would love to gank you early.
And that's what I found so interesting coming into this is, you know, FPX are not necessarily the most proactive team we have in the LPL. I mean, obviously sitting at 4-10, you're not going to be very proactive when you're losing. But specifically, they aren't that team that's just going to be fully prioring objectives early on, stacking those things up. They like to take their time, and NIP don't like to take their time. They like to press you as much as possible. So our big spotlight tonight is to see if Shadow versus Hacker is going to amount to anything, but also, we have 2 legendary ADCs between LWX and Photic down here, and 2 comps that I feel like play to their individual strengths a lot.
Yeah, and if you just take a look at the overall champion pool for Hacker and Shadow in comparison, it makes sense because Hacker, he's been finding a lot of success with champions like the Kha'Zix, like the Nocturne, where you are looking to full clear and slowly get to that level 6 and play around those mid-game skirmishes, while Shadow, a huge fan of the Poppy, even Invincible has been picking up this champion, which, might I add, 4 games on it so far in the summer, 100% win rate, so it is a dangerous pick to give over to NIP. I'm assuming got banned. I unfortunately didn't get to skim over that, but Shadow once again, he needs to get stuff happening in this early game and have something like the Sejuani. A lot of people seem to forget that Sejuani is kind of an assassin when it comes to those 1v1s in the enemy jungle.
And plus, you got Photic scouting things out for you with the inherent Freljordian combo there. Between Sejuani and Ashe and Braum down there. And then they have Shurima on the other two. It feels like we're playing TFT at this point.
God, so Azir's broken in TFT and he's broken in League of Legends. Kai'Sa's also the
He's
same thing.
broken at home
gosh,
and in
alright.
real life. Oh my goodness.
Hopefully Angel can have a 3-star Azir performance for tonight, because I feel like Angel has been quite the interesting case coming into summer. Of course, being the new mid laner of NIP, coming from RNG from the start of the year, not finding that much success and kind of dropping the ball in the middle of a playoff spring. I think finding a home alongside Shadow where they are able to keep with each other's craziness is the key to go. But of course, securing that 10th position, just fighting for a better standing in the playoffs is going to be the first step. And I feel like with the current meta evolving and how Angel's been able to adapt with expand his champion pool, it is a great development for this guy.
Yeah, we're about to see them combine right here as Kair has stepped up trying to get the solo kill onto Angel before he does, and he gets it. He's going to outplay maybe here with Hacker coming around the edge, but it should just be a return as the flash comes through.
He
goes for the wrong
one!
Oh no! Shadow can't connect the damage. He's just going to go down. Oh my goodness. We said they were a little bit salty, but it's Kair who's angry.
This is an absolute disaster for NIP. We just completely cast Angel and Shadow for this game one. I mean, shout out to Angel. He didn't burn the flash. He really thought he could live that combo coming out of Kair's Nico. And then Shadow just ordering the clone to
that feels
be the final
so
touch.
bad. But you got to give it up to Kair. I feel like who has been a piece that FPX have been trying to build around for a long time, right? And to see little moments, even in a down and out season, where you're like, no, I'm stepping up and I'm gonna take out Angel here before you can do anything. That's just awesome decision making.
Yeah, Kair's always been a very interesting player for FPX because he has these great games when it comes to the summer split where he has that carry potential, just finding solo kills in the lane, while we get a slow zoom in of Shadow autoing that plus 25 gold on. Did he even get gold for killing the Nico clone? I don't think so. So unfortunately, even the blue buff goes over to the Nico. And we already know that this champion given over to the blue side is quite the risky one. And now he has extra wave clear up against Angel. So that does deny a lot of angles for Shadow and Joy to work up for these major objectives.
And like we were saying earlier, that is where NIP find a lot of their resources to deliver around the map, right? Like Photic is a guy who will carry you a team fight every single time, but you got to get him there. And they've been able to rely on Invincible every now and then. I think this Renekton still is a very strong pick, especially with the lead he has in lane. But now that this duo is a little bit set behind, it's really FPX who had the forward foot.
Yeah, and talking about Photic, I really wanted to highlight how NIP, they've been having a lot of experimental drafts coming this summer, especially with the Tristana and the Ziggs party in the LPL. And might I add, I believe Ziggs is a 100% win rate champion so far with 6 games on it. And it's been explored by top teams as well. I believe Jackie Loves played at Galas, also had a game on it as well. But Photic, I mean, one of his series, he just completely carried the side of NIP to that series win. And it just gave me such an everlasting impression. And I feel like NIP kind of introducing this flexibility is going to catch some teams off guard.
All right, truly can. We are actually going to see the team that I said was not proactive, be proactive, get their dragon first up. Minute and a half after spawn, not too shabby. We'll get that Ocean Dragon for themselves. And we actually do see now a little bit of movement here that will be happening for Hacker towards this top side. Maybe a little all-out going on in this top side. Speaking of, Invincible goes under that turret. Takes that extra shot, will pop the Dominus. So ulti's on both sides.
Don't know if Invincible needed to pop the ultimate on this Renekton. I think he could have held on to it as Shallow did just disengage with that dash at the very end. But like you said, FPX, they're the ones that pick up that first dragon, utilizing Kair's party on this mid lane. As we just get a little bit of a juke, we really need either lanes of this Azir or the Nico getting that lane party so they can start rotating towards that Rift Herald. I mean, with those plates going into either champions is going to be key, but let's also bring the entire conversation back to bottom lane because we've kind of moved away from the Aphelios Jinx meta. Now we've been seeing a lot more Varus and Ashe, where it is more utility based, and that allows for mid lane champions to shine a lot more. And I believe even in Yago's interview that we had for one of the B roles, mid lane is a lot more interesting and you have a lot more carry potential, and that also kind of depends on how your jungler plays around you because you have so many more options nowadays.
Yeah, I love that for the LPL because we have such incredible mid laners and a lot of mid jungle duos that are so potent. As we do see Shadow and Hacker up towards top side, it'll just be ships in the night up here. But I do appreciate that conversation about the ADC because I feel like for so long it's just been grab Aphelios whenever you can in an LPL draft, and you have a potential to win the game with a big Moonlight Vigil, right? Like, we've seen so many times, so many clips go through. But I appreciate the fact that we get a lot of our decisive ADCs picking up these picks that are still so influential within the mid game, but also can be some hyper carries in the late game, right? A lot of those attack speed builds are huge.
The problem is we're trading Aphelios Jinx meta for Shiv meta in the bottom lane. And we're getting AP, Kai'Sa, and Varus where they're just poking you from 2 screens away, so
it's gonna leave one day, Kitty. It's gonna leave one day. Oh, a little bit of trade back. There's the cleanse coming out from LWX, as well as a couple summoner spells the other way around. Potent just gonna be kiting out a little bit. So heavy trades on bot side, but we are focused around the Rift Herald now. It did look like FPX had already started it up. Sniffed out by NIP.
We will get resets faster from the bottom side of FPX first towards this Rift Herald. Oh, they just canceled their backs, never mind. They just canceled it, but we'll have to wait and see because we do have level 6s online for the mid jungle duo, of course, but I feel like one of these supports really need to be that number advantage for NIP, and it does seem like Dro is going to be the one. Can we just let them back, man? Just let them reset.
No.
We have such a scrappy 2v2 in the bottom side, denying these reset angles, but FPX once again being the ones first to play.
And that's a huge step up, right? Like we were talking about it's not a consistent good stat to look at if you're looking at anything proactive for FPX in terms of objectives, in terms of map advantages, things like that. But when they do, they at least have a really prominent position in the game, and I think they still need to figure out what they're going to be doing as lanes transition, get some of these plates going down, continue stacking up these objectives, especially the dragons, because I do have an inkling that NIP's brawl is about to get a little bit heavier.
And the unfortunate fact is, I feel like with the current meta, it suits FPX so much more with Kai'Sa and Rel being reintroduced as the priority on enchanters have gone down. These early games are a lot more active, and I feel like especially with an AD carry like Lingwei, LWS, I just call him by his Chinese name, but with an AD carry like him, who is a championship AD carry, he's more than happy to really take that aggression and start using that potential to find those early game leads. But unfortunately, this meta kind of got introduced too late into the season. We are in the last week of regular split, and FPX already eliminated, so we'll have to wait to see what they can do, because we need to also talk about the development of this roster so far. They've always had a bit of a expectation going to summer because of course you have LWX and you also have Hacker who have so much experience in the league, but unfortunately with some sub-ins and subs out in the top lane, it kind of staggered their development and we never really saw these players play to their full potential.
I have truly appreciated Chocho's addition down here for LWX, right? LWX is the pillar that stands from FPX's World Championship. He's also the pillar that NIP are looking at to take advantage of right here. We'll find him out, though, as he doesn't have cleanse. He doesn't have any way out. There's the flash. No follow-up from NIP. That was nice distance creating, and those chains of corruption going to be able to lock down a decent amount of NIP's forward aggression.
What a heroic moment from Tuotuo. The ultimate from Photic lands onto LWX as he doesn't have the cleanse available, and Shadow was looking for the Glacial Prism to connect as that follow-up, but Tuotuo on the Alistar pops the Unbreakable, just blocks everything and denies that angle away.
This positioning, actually, it's going to force Hacker's flash here. I like that move, but now you got Care to deal with and cease and desist across the whole way. He just traveled miles and miles, and how many miles you got to walk to go down into the dirt? Photic picks up the kill.
Alright, FPX, start buying those mech treads. You desperately need them against this NIP roster. The Braum, the Sejuani, there's way too much CC. Hacker, once you're in, I don't know if you're getting out, buddy, but he is going to delay that as he does pick up that ruby crystal.
Had the black cleaver, but didn't help you there. Has a lot of distance covered, but those are the things that NIP can take advantage of with a lot of the mobility that they have with their composition. I do want to see a little bit more pressure for Angel in the mid lane. The shadow connection needs to be alive for NIP to have success, as we've seen in their past.
Yeah, a bit of a fumble in this early game with Hacker dying and giving the red buff over to Photic, but with the dragon getting spawned, Invincible does have the TP available. He also has the Gore Drinker, while Xiaolahu has to make his way down. But NIP, they're going to contest for this. We have ultimates available for Care.
Could be a pretty stable fight here. NIP will be burning down the dragon. There's the enchanted crystal arrow, though, as TP does come down. As you mentioned, LWX tries to steal it. The Shadow just takes it. Invincible has dominance. He's looking pretty aggressive. Chains of Corruption, though, and they turn back on the Croc. He will get all out, and it's Xiaolau who will take him out.
These fights are scrappy, and that's exactly what we expected coming into this game. I feel like Invincible didn't need to walk up there after securing the second dragon away from FPX, and FPX were the ones trying to look for a return kill as they just gave away the objective for free, now working off this numbers advantage. They're looking for the vision control.
Photic doesn't have a lot of mana here. They're going to TP back, and there's the Pot Blossom. 2 down, and Photic falls to LWX. There's the Hex Gate out, and Shadow's playing with a little bit of that arcane tech here, as that is just going to be the chase down. I don't know if they necessarily have the damage, but they were able to touch him.
Mazel?
Oh my goodness, there's no way he makes it out of here. He's going to go for the Hex Gate. No!
Oh,
he didn't make it. Oh, Sedge.
Well, I've seen too many times of Shadow being on the wrong side of the map for some reason, always near the enemy base before that 15-minute mark. But yeah, Care just getting a nasty Pop Blossom onto the NIP roster, and I feel like NIP just kind of disrespecting this Nico pick a little bit, fighting in the jungle, especially with Invincible just going down, and that's without Care using his ultimate. So huge team fight coming for FPX and fixing their early game problem.
Yeah. And they also have big item spikes now coming back out on the map, too. We're going to take a look back at it.
I mean, it's just Angel being pushed in the mid lane, so he didn't have first move to this play, as Hacker and Jojo working together perfectly and just locking down Photic, as he did have the flash available, but this flash ultimate from Care just connecting onto the carries of NIP, as Shadow makes a desperate run for it, but going to the wrong side of the map. So 5-1 start for the FPX roster, and Care on this Nico. This is why you don't let this champion open for blue side.
Yeah, you just can't. We see it so many times, and it punishes so many times. Yes, you have the odd one out where you can get the Nico, no resources early, and you're able to take that one out. But we've seen also so many times where it just rips apart team fights. And now with the belt completed, we also have the static shift for LWX. The push is real right now for FPX, and they can utilize that pressure very easily.
And it is just snowballing how Care was able to get that solo kill onto Angel in the early game, and now all the mythic items are coming online for the carries of FPX. But so far so good. I feel like Azir as a champion, it is such a slow scale. We just saw this champion getting played multiple times in the TT versus LNG series, where he desperately relies on that 3-item spike, and he doesn't provide as much compared to a Nico when it does come to these major skirmishes. And FPX, I mean, they're just utilizing this timer really well alongside Hacker on this vibe, making stuff done in the early game.
Actually see Shadow play with a little bit of fire here. He's going to give it right back to the Phoenix. And Care actually has Angel collapsing pretty heavily. There's the Pop Blossom under turret, though. Nobody's been able to damage him just yet. The turret is not helping yet. Now he goes down, though. And that's a big Emperor's Divide to push Chocho out. That's NIP with a beautifully executed dive onto Care.
I saw a world where Care gets a return kill. Unfortunately, the root from the Nico came out 1 second too late, and he wasn't able to secure that extra CC onto Angel, or I think it would have been a 1-for-1 trade, but 2-2 also not being there fast enough does allow NIP to scramble back into this game by picking up that 1 kill. But I feel like that 1 kill shouldn't be too much of a problem for the side of FPS, as they did trade it off for that Rift Herald, and this Rift Herald most likely going to be placed in the mid lane to open up the map, and that's going to stop this Azir so much from these side lanes.
And it's just so awesome, honestly, to see FPX putting such priority on these early objectives as well for themselves. And Now looking at the proactivity that a Rift Herald can bring for them, as they are hovering very heavily around this bottom side. You also have the Dragon coming up in about 50 seconds. And it has been split so far. They're going to try to break down this bottom turret, get a little bit of pressure that way, potentially reset, go for that Dragon.
It's a little worrying how NIP has so much great setup to force these picks on the side. I mean, although you have the K'Sante in the top side, I feel like Invincible on this Renekton, he does have a slight lead when it comes to the first 15 minutes, but you've already missed that opportunity, and now the K'Sante is going to slowly become a nuisance when it does come to the isolated matchup, as the Renekton no longer has what it takes to take advantage of this K'Sante into Renekton. But once again, I feel like NIP, they need to start forcing something early on into the map. They need to start playing around Photic and Droid because they have such potent follow-up CC if you do land that initial engage.
They do. I will just say, though, that side lane charge, getting that extra one for the Rift Herald, that's huge. They also take the mid lane. We did get a trade in top side for Angel getting one down. But the conversation now becomes we already have FPX in position in front of this Dragon Pit, and they're already starting it up.
We do have TP coming out of Angel towards that mid lane, but NIP is so late to this. They have no vision whatsoever, so I don't know if they can look for the fight.
Already gone. The TP's there. You have 2 items for Hacker with the Radiant Virtue completed, so they want to fight. The Pop Blossom hits on a 3 here as well. They got the knockups to follow. Invincible's just trying to lag behind, trying to get onto the team. He is locked down CC. Look at that decisiveness as FPX pick apart NIP piece by piece.
So FPX get their second dragon and they get 2 kills of the solo laners in NIP. I just feel like that fight wasn't NIP's to take, but even Angel committing the TP meant that they were looking for some kills after FPX secured that major objective, but it just wasn't the right time. Angel is way too late, but even with the ultimate available from Angel, he wasn't able to react to this engage from FPX, as Kara follows up with a really nice Black Pop Blossom as Invincible on this Renekton, not finding too much success as well. Instantly focused down by this FPX roster, and LWX goes untouched the entire fight.
I can't believe with that much health and a core drinker, he died that fast.
He's
That's
gone.
actually incredibly awesome to see from FPX. I know I've said that a couple times. This has been a team that we've had some disheartening moments for them in this split. All right, I'll just say that outright. And it's really cool to see them being able to pull this together, especially against a team that knocked them out of contention with that pentakill of teams that NIP had. And it's really the pieces each showing off, right? We came into this one wanting to see what can happen, what kind of fireworks we get between LWX and Photic. Well, it seems like the fireworks were only bought by one side, and it's LWX so far.
Yeah, my biggest critique for FPX for summer was that I thought that when it did come to these major 5v5 team fights, that they just executed it way too fast and they didn't really allow LWX to DPS to his full potential. But these team fights have been going so well through the setup, through Care and Hacker on this Vi Nico duo, where LWX, he can be standing 2 screens away, because if you look at NIP's roster, Photic on this Ashe with the Kraken as well. I mean, if you're not autoing in these team fights, you're pretty much useless. But how do you realistically auto attack against a Varus and a Neo and the Vi, where if you do walk into that range, you're pretty much going to get focused down?
And if you don't focus on any of those, then you got a wild bull hitting you from the backside as well with Chocho. So there's just so much lockdown that you can't really play with the limited range that the Ashe brings to the table. So right now, right, Photic is looking for those enchanted crystal arrows to really be of influence. And that's where I do still go back to that conversation we had earlier of the ADC meta. And I like the utility, but that is where, you know, time goes on, you're going to wish you had one of those big gun carries coming through here. And even though maybe the Varus has some question marks later on, right now you can ride that momentum.
We often see AD champions paired alongside the Sejuani and the Ashe, like the Jace. And Angel has played it in the summer split so far, and there's also a decent answer in Nico, although you do lose the early levels. Once you pick up that serrated duck, you should be able to put up quite a punch up against this champion, but we'll have to wait and see, because we're not too sure what happened in BP. As Invincible, he gets engaged on.
Chocho's right behind him as well. Xiaolao, who is looking for a little bit, can't get that Q3. It was a little bit of a dicey situation for Invincible, not the slice and dice. Now Hacker will find Jwo out as Photic and Shadow just trying to push that wave through. I do like that we have some item completion for NIP, right? We're sitting on 2 items for a majority of members at least. but it's still FPX that are looking for a lot of control around the map, and this is something we haven't necessarily been able to always see. And they have just the complete catch-out tools now that they are in decision-making priority.
NIP's just kind of begging on the fact that they stop FPX's dragon stacking and hope that Angel reaches his third item. That's when Azir starts getting potent. He's already level 14, and 16 is the magical number when it comes to these scaling mages. And that's where FPX should really consider closing the game out, because I feel like they don't really have the answers to get onto this Azir unless they have flashes available. But lucky for them, Care has the flash and also Protobelt to close that gap. But at the end, I feel like maybe through a flank is the way to go, as the third dragon is going to be spawning in 30 seconds. Double stopwatch is available for the side of NIP. Can they rush the Baron as a response?
They did just get Trinity Force for Photic. That's pretty nice. We saw the helicopter there. But I just don't know if they can necessarily finish it fast enough right now. I like the Nashor's Tooth build for that. I think you do have a lot of sustained damage for NIP right now, but I feel like third item is where you can really threaten like an insta-take there. So they're out of decisions right now besides getting ready to set up for this dragon, unless they want to give this one up. But a soul point for FPX just opens up so many more avenues for them.
And it's Hex Soul. Do you think
You
Hex
can't
Soul is
give it
more
up.
broken or Inferno?
I think Hex. I think the damage chain plus slow is nutty.
Yeah, the slow
Inferno
is
feels
so
worse
obnoxious.
if you're against like a very carry-oriented composition, but yeah.
Alright, Photic. Did it hit?
It did, but does it matter? Probably not. There we go. It goes down. So that's third dragon for FPX again. Now they have so much prio on the map the next time the dragon does spawn. We'll see a transition of vision up towards this top side for sure, and NIP just trying to buy time for themselves.
I mean, we have a silent achiever in the bottom lane as well, Xiaolao, who on this Cassante just took tier 2 bottom tower in broad daylight up against Invincible, and this Cassante champion is going to be such a nuisance for NIP to deal with. Only Angel can realistically have the damage to finish him off, even if Shadow does look for a bit of pressure onto the side lane. But like he said, now third dragon for the side of FPX. Luckily, NIP was able to deny that second one away, or this dragon stacking would have been game over pretty much, because Angel is still so far away from his third item, where I feel like he needs his Void Staff ASAP, or even the Rabadons to make up for that, because Ashe, we always see her as that utility AD carry. But to wait and see, because Photic on this Ashe so far, it's been okay, but I would have much preferred an Aphelios if you're going to play this route.
Yeah, that's the kind of conversation we're having, where, you know, maybe when the game gets long, you really wish you had a hyper-scaling carry that has those big damage numbers. But now, we'll see if they can fight back a little bit. The Gaze for Prison comes out. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow also comes out. So that's a lot of tools. Peel and Engage gone.
Good flash.
Jojo taking the brunt of Photic with that Trinity Force. Almost goes down. Does have to flash out in the end. But you see how much Photic can do if he gets the right damage, the right range at least, and is able to actually hit.
That is the highest value of Chains of Corruption I've ever seen in my life. LWX CC around 3 people of NIP and completely disengaged the fight from this Varus alone, as Chucho was the one getting caught out, because Photic had a really clean flash to dodge out on the Alistar combo. But here do you see NIP getting a little bit desperate, throwing ultimates out, but none of them are connecting. As FPX, they're picking up their third items now. LWX just got his Rift Maker, and this Varus, he's gonna start hurting.
That is not good news for NIP, but we actually see a capitalization in the side lane being cooked up here. As the turret's not very healthy, but Hacker is right here to respond, so it will turn into a 2v2. I actually favor FPX here. Look at that. They favor themselves, too, as the TP's coming down, and you get the all-out potentially coming through from Chalahu to separate the fight here. The TP did not go all the way. Maybe you can have the distance. Their Pop Blossom comes out. There's the all-out finally, but Shadow's here as well. Dominus will not save you today, Invincible. It is a trade back and forth, though. Invincible for Hacker so far. As NIP want to keep pushing this, they realize they have him on the back foot, and there's LWX's Chains going out again.
Why do we have a 5v5 in the bottom lane at 26 minutes when there's no dragon available? This is LPL, and this is kind of what we expected out of these two teams.
This is when
Angel
top
TP's
10 is already
mid lane.
locked.
Angel TP's mid lane pretends nothing happened in the bottom side, as we had a 1-1 trade. Honestly, MVP arrow out of Photic. Ashe's arrow just bought so much time for Invincible to get that trade onto Photic, onto Hacker on this Vi, of course, but FPX kind of late to the play as they rotated all 5 and also committing Kare's Nico TP towards here. But we'll get another replay of what happened. We talked about how Angel had to be there if they do want to contest this Asante on the side, as Angel using that stopwatch to stop a Hacker's ultimate. I feel like this Azir ultimate kind of came out a little bit early. Could have also pushed Kare away. Bit impatient on that, but look at this one, landing onto Hacker and CCing him for 10,000 years as Fotik was so far away. At the end, a bit of a nice trade as Angel is the one that kind of comes out on top.
I was interested that Kare didn't just go all out for Angel there, because I feel like Angel was the one that was separating a lot, but now we can't even talk about that because FPX were forcing the hand of NIP by starting the Baron, and Invincible has already popped his dominance. That does mean FPX pull away, but they got what they came for with the attention of NIP in mid.
Yeah, I've lost all control of this mid tower though, so if NIP secures this, it does open up the map so much more with the dragon spawning in 50 seconds.
They're playing
Hacker,
really aggressive here though. That was a little bit of an overstay. They don't take the turret, but they also don't die, so you take that 10 times out of 10. But you do have dragon 40 seconds from now, and NIP need to be able to put up a fight for this one.
the scary thing is because Angel used the stopwatch from that previous exchange, Kare now can set his eyes onto this Azir. And Fotik also needs to play around Angel for this upcoming team fight. They really want to have maximum front-to-back potential, but FPX is just storming down mid.
Oh my god. They can just take it. Look how much they do. And now they go for the pop plus, so Fotik gets caught. They completely focus him down, but you got the stopwatches, and now you got the TP from an Invincible. He's coming in. He's a big angry Croc. Is it going to be enough, though? You already lost Fotik without even using that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Shadow tries to go in, but misses the Arctic Assault. They're trying to get in, but look at the backline here. Invincible! Invincible's trying to eat him up. Invincible can be the only savior at this point, but now he's put himself out like a dried piece of meat. As that's all she wrote there. 2 kills to Hacker. And it is a bit of a defense coming through for NIP.
Angel just got completely wrecked in that team fight with the Forest coming out of Hacker as well, but that's double carries down Hexol. Started up by FPX. Shadow is alive and he has that smite available. Can he steal this away?
I was hoping we were going to get a burger flip, but it doesn't look like they want to go for that one here. They realized what was going on. They'll back away from the dragon. Don't want to risk that one. They could just get a reset coming through and get right back on the map.
FPX, such a disciplined decision, letting go of this dragon and looking for those resets. They don't need to flip the game from this fight. They came out on top, getting the 2 carries as well, and now utilizing the Hex Hates to get there as fast as possible.
Back. It's so
But
fast.
they don't really have vision set up other than the 1 ward on the dragon pit. As LWX, he's topside right now. Oh, that's Care.
Gotta love Nico.
Nice one.
As we do see them actually starting this one up, trying to force FPX over here. Invincible's over on the side, does have Dominus. We have a lot of cooldowns, at least in Summoner Spells down. That's taken by LWX, and that's the soul. The Invincible's trying to come here, try to save his backline. Can they do it? Front to back here now. NIP, Hacker goes on to Angel over the wall. He has to go golden, and LWX has been free firing this entire time. They're just playing with their food at this point, and that's everybody but Shadow taken out.
All right, wrap it up, boys, with the Hexel confirmed by LWX. He is going to be the main carry of this game 1 with absolute style on this Varus as well, considering how the early game went for the Varus and Alistar. But FPX with a very convincing game 1 up against NIP.
And LWX, the pillar that we said, that FPX has completely built around, I feel like, at this point. They've been trying developmental pieces. They've been building around this carry, and he steps up when it matters most every single time, it feels like, in these little moments, in these revenge moments for FPX. And they'll take at least game number 1. We'll see if they can take them out one last time, try to get some improved KDAs. And they will just wipe the board with them one more time before we exit game 1 with an FPX win.
Don't know why I highlighted, all right, Fotik's alive, like he's gonna save the entire Nexus from exploding, but he just instantly got focused down once again. But FPX, a great start for the night, and I feel like it's not just LWX being that pillar that the team so desperately relied on. Both Hacker and Care also had a great game 1 as well on the Nico and Vi, and I don't know if you saw in that last team fight, but Hacker single-handedly zoned out Angel from that entire fight, and that's pretty much the main carry of NIP gone.
It was actually hilarious. Angel immediately popped the stopwatch, like, or the Zanya's rather. It was like, nope, I can survive a little bit longer. But honestly, it was a pretty gutsy fight in the end. And I think, interestingly enough, FPX extremely decisive in game number 1, where this is a team we weren't expecting to be super proactive about objectives, super proactive about first bloods, first turrets, things like that. And they came out swinging against NIP.
They came to game 1 with a definite game plan, as we do get to look at the draft of, I believe, game 1. Just
this
taking
was
another
game
look.
1, yeah.
Yes, this was game 1. I was so scared of just instantly hopping into game 2 and get the exact same draft, which we've had in the LP. I wouldn't be surprised
We have
if
salty
NIP doubled
runbacks
down.
are real.
Yeah, but FPX just shutting down Angel early on this year. But to be fair, we need to give shout out to Care getting that first initial kill onto Angel, and that just staggered the scale of NIP so much, where every single major objective pretty much went into the pockets of Hacker. However, some of them definitely stolen away by FPX. They weren't supposed to be the ones coming out on top. But when it does come to those 50-50 flips, you know that FPX, that's all they're about.
LWX did like 7.8k damage in the last fight there, by the way. And it was just from that get-go, like you were saying, from Care, the fact that he stepped up in that moment, I feel like was already a sign that FPX were going to be trying to take this one with momentum. The fact that you take one of those decisive moments is just so huge. And that moment springboarded him into an MVP vote, Kitty.
Very well deserved. It wasn't just that one solo kill onto Angel, it was the consistent engages onto the carries from those dragon fights where they were just putting NIP in such a sticky situation, and every single time Care had that flash available, he was more than happy to force something to happen on the map. And once again, I feel like when you do give over the Nico over to the blue side, which in Care's case did wonders for him, you need to have something similar that can put up as much of a punch in the mid game, something like that Jace where it scales alongside the Nico. But I think Azir is just way too slow to really be that true response up against Nico.
And you know me, I'm always a sucker for developmental players, and it's been really cool to see Care come up from Flem plus Blaze and have such a track record of consistency with FPX. It's been really cool because I think he has had really shining moments as well in his own right. It's just really cool to see him show up against Angel, one of the tried and trues of the LPL. I feel like at this point, somebody's trying to make his own name with an IP yet again. But it was a heckin' game number 1 from FPX for sure. We are going to take a short little break, and we'll be diving into game 2 very quickly. So don't go anywhere, but maybe go get a little bit of a refresher, and we'll be right back.
The longer they're going to have to be able to take you down.
Xiaohao wants to go right big on a Weiwei, and Weiwei's going down to first blood. They're going to turn on Xiaohu, but he does have the rocket jump out of there.
What?
What just happened?
It's the hammer swing!
Oh my goodness, a double kill to Harder.
Oh wait, Ruler's gonna do it again.
Ruler?
Ruler's gonna go for a solo dive. Again, the Featherstorm out, the Feathers pull and the flash as well. This guy is the GOAT.
Dom might be sad for OMG, but I'm sure he's definitely happy for TN and Rookie, and maybe some Jackie love as well. Gotta give some. He's spreading the love over there. This game's over, right? Like they're gonna have mid wave crushing. They've got bot wave as well. Comes down to how easy they can actually get away with it. Okay.
Last play though. Top Esports trying to end it here. Rookie gets one. Finally, Jackie Love sharing the kills as the Top Esports getting engaged on Aki in the backside, but he's blown to smithereens. 16 kills.
There's
running in Jackie Love, trying to make history in the LPL. He does it. 18 kills.
Cube does have ulti though, and as my voice cracks like a 12-year-old, Jin Jiao could be in trouble as he's being turned off at the time being. Good knockback. The ulti doesn't get much out of Decade as he all in from Hung. It's in and out as Shanks might have an angle as Hope is stepping up. The 80 carry out of everyone is just walking forward. Hope has no fear as the engage helps him out. Look at this man. That's why we put faith in him in the past. Quadra denied, but Shanks cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, WE have hope again.
Definitely be huge for the confidence of them. But if they were to lose from this position, what he'll do to the middle. Baron should be
We got
gone, but
fight
they're going
night
to look for a
going
fight.
on, though, as Beitwan is still in the pit. He will secure the Baron. Fofo goes in with a big pop blossom, but you got to watch EDG from front to back. Uzi is gunning him down here as well. You've already lost Hoya, so you've lost some of your power. Mako goes forward as well. Uzi is waiting for the killer instinct.
no.
He's just trying to wait for his angle, and now you get a pick up from JJ. It is EDG that have to back away. 1xA trying to step up here as well. He's trying to get the damage down for him. He's got the caliber, but can't hit the distance. And EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it. Can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Prey Seekers as 1xA all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And Cal, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down Cal, and he gets him down. Flash that vein emotes as EDG go clutch.
Just talking, but seeing as you ask me, you know that I will call it how I feel it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. If you want it to. If you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it to. It's only gonna happen if you want it. It's only gonna happen if you want it.
Welcome back, one and all, and welcome back to Shenzhen, the home of the Ninjas in Pajamas, our newly elected playoff representatives here in the summer split of the LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Kitty, and we're going to be getting into game number 2 after FPX actually clapped NIP in game number 1. They came out, they were proactive, they were able to get objectives, and they just kept punishing and came off the back of an MVP for Care.
I love the word selection that you just described, NIP, because we were hyping them up. It was quite the roller coaster. They were just confirmed for that 10th position in the playoffs, but they just received the fattest L in the early game handed over by FPX, and they're halfway to securing that revenge plan that they've been looking out for in the summer.
Yeah, it's actually incredible, right? NIP eliminated FPX from the summer playoff running with that pentakill of teams they did with the 2-0 the other night. But now we're getting into game number 2. We see a lot of similar things on the map here, except for a bit of a swap of sides. Now let's break apart some of these team comps, and I already love to see Photic go back to the Aphelios.
Classic champion for Photic, looking for those major team fights when it does come to those item spikes for the affiliates. But of course, Angel this time around does secure himself the Nico on the blue side as well, working alongside Shadow. So they have so much great AoE setup when it does come to these team fights. And a personal favorite of mine when it comes to the support meta right now is I feel like Rakan is an extremely underrated champion by the mid to bottom tier teams, where they don't really enjoy picking up this champion, although I feel like it offers the most potential when it comes to both disengaging and engaging for your team. So I'm really excited to see how NIP is going to utilize this, because it is the Wukong up against Hacker, who is the Sejuani this time around. So not as much of a link up towards the mid lane, where Care really was that shining star for the game 1.
And I also, going back to the point about the Rakan, I just love the pick for Chuo. Like, I think this guy on something that can have those very aggressive moments, but also has a lot of peel back in team fights, is huge for him. And I want to see him thrive on this. I want to see him actually get out onto the map early, start connecting with Shadow, have some of those big roams as well. I think that can set the tempo for NIP, which is something they always typically try to go for. But FPX trying to set the tempo bot lane with the 2v2. We will get both summoner spells burned by Photic.
2 games in a row. I mean, level 1 Flash is being burnt by the blue side AD carry, but this time around, Jojo has the Hex Flash, so he's just gonna call down his jungler after he full clears, maybe even skips out on the Krug camp and just go, not the Krug, the Grump camp, and just kills Photic because they have so much follow-up CC this time around. I'm already getting a bit scared.
Oh no, he has nothing to get out of this. The lockdown is super huge. Don't have enough damage just yet. FPX not able to get it, but they could have. LWX could have flashed there, could have gotten a little bit dicey, but they're just messing with them. They're going to get a little bit of a push here and a forced back to Photic.
But that's 2 waves getting crashed
That's
under this
so
tower.
big.
And for the Aphelios, I mean, this is definitely not the start that you want to be kind of bouncing off of from that game 1 performance. But you already have Hacker pathing towards his bottom side. And, I mean, Photic had to kind of just walk of shame with the refillable part as well. Shadow's in top lane, though.
Yeah, I think Shallow who did not predict this outcome here. As Invincible goes back to try to catch the wave that's under turret. You do get the double flash and Shadow with the Conqueror proc. One more long stick should be able to get Shallow down. Although he's healing a lot. Shadow's just waiting for these cooldowns to come through. The counter-strike. Oh my god, he doesn't get him. Oh, that's frustrating.
How does he get out? That's absolutely
insanity.
illegal activity from Shallow. He just walked an entire circle and pretty much escaped death. I don't know how Shadow wasn't able to secure that kill onto this Jax. Maybe Invincible could have committed extra for that flash to follow up onto this Jax, but I feel like Invincible should never be getting out of that situation.
Sorry, Kitty. I was just trying to call the LPL police. I was just trying to report a crime in top lane. They have me on hold right now. Hopefully they'll get back to me, but definitely need to investigate this one because that feels so bad.
Oh, not again,
Hacker does go
mercy,
bot lane.
please.
No, there's nothing you can do. Turn away and don't look. Oh, they don't get Chwo. Jocho almost goes down, but Photic will fall.
Chill on this Nautilus, an absolute beast performance so far, and another 2 waves gets crashed under this NIP bottom lane tower as LWS also picking up that tower plate. I mean, Shadow, you can gank for Invincible all you want because this I feel is going to be so incredibly behind. But if you look at NIP's composition for this game too, you need to be the ones playing for this Aphelios. You need to set Photic up for success, but Chocho just utilizing this flash and hex flash timer perfectly and then CC after CC. He could have just gone for the order and then followed up with the Q, but already getting that glacial down.
Oh, Kara gets solo killed by Angel there, so a little bit of revenge from last game. Doesn't get chased down either. Shadow's here to respond. So there is an answer. Shots fired back by NIP in mid lane.
You have the TP available for both mid laners though, so Angel can just pick up this wave and then TP back and reset for that tempo. But once again, I mean, unless Angel can have a stand-up performance on this Nico with that Proto Belt and really make up for that DPS as Photic has to wait for those 3 items spike, it is going to be all about Angel for game 2 in the mid game. But I want to highlight Chocho. He's having a fantastic night so far, getting consistent engages in these games and just making Photic's life a living hell.
This Nautilus pick is coming up so clutch. And it's just really nice to see from Chocho in this game especially, but also the pairing with LWX. You see what was going on in mid lane. Unfortunately, the minion doing work there against Angel. I don't think that would have saved Care anyways. And that does give a lot of credence to NIP's composition, I will say. The strongest connection has always been Shadow and Angel.
Not that one, buddy.
Yeah, he's fishing, okay? He's fishing. You ever gone fishing? All right, it's about how many times you throw it in there, not just everyone being a quality throw.
He really thought he could minion demat the minion out of existence and go for a sneaky hook.
I wasn't going to add the
Photic.
extra mechanical stuff that he tried to add there, but you know, I'm going to see the mechanics from NIP and bot side though as TP's coming in. LWX, he's turning onto Photic here. He hasn't gone down yet, but they get 2 back. As FPX should be able to chase down Shadow here. Chocho will flash as he does have a decent amount of damage back from Shadow, but Care with the Tippers combo. There's just too many bodies for NIP to deal with.
What a disastrous dive for NIP, and they were the ones going for that initial skirmish, but Care coming in clutch with the TP response as well. I mean, I could have never imagined LWX trades 2 for 1 under this tower because we do have the hook landing onto Photic once again as LWX just puts all of his focus onto this AD carry, but with the Ignite ticking onto Photic, I thought LWX was just going to trade 1 for 1, but he gets Chwo on the side as well. I mean, this is just great team fighting from FPX and LWX playing with so much confidence.
And that is a level maker for FPX when he is on fire. And you see the team coming around that bot lane. That is what you need to see for FPX now that we've gotten this decent lead for them. We saw them able to close out a pretty strong game number 1. Now they have a 2K lead 7.5 minutes in game 2. But that is the conversation now you have to have for NIP, where yes, they locked in playoffs. Yes, that's all fine and dandy. But that doesn't mean you don't want to take these wins, right, Katie? I think every win matters still for NIP. And this is not a series where it's just, oh, easy, we lost to FPX, right? This is a series they want to have.
One extra win just means an extra day to prep for your upcoming playoff series. But with this wave slow pushing towards the side of FPX and Photic, he does have the flash available, but Tutu honestly can just trade it once again. And they have to be so careful.
He's not going to go for it. He's like, if it's draw, I don't want it.
Oh, we do have a pink ward. That did spot out Hacker, so whoever placed that pink ward, huge MVP credits to you. I believe it was either Angel or Shadow, as they did look for that dive from a previous skirmish, but that does mean Shadow has this angle to start up the Rift Herald without being contested. So they are going to trade first Dragon for first Rift Herald, so I'm expecting this Rift Herald to go towards the mid lane and really put that gold into Angel's pockets and start getting that Proto Belt online ASAP.
You see if this trade of objectives is going to lead out anything bot lane. FPX have been holistically focusing for LWX, but while we have a trade of the mid lane here, Tibbers does come out. That Rift Herald will actually end up in a decent chunk of gold back in NIP. And you do wonder if they just want to go to Angel. Just keep getting this Nico ahead for the potential team fight setup.
We have a complete split of the map right now. You see Shadow going for the Raptor. Photic! Oh no!
I didn't know we were handing out lollipops in the LPL as Jojo gives one right to the face of Photic.
NIP, don't click tab, don't look bottom lane. Your ADC is really struggling to survive. Just live low, says Shadow. But I don't know how you really outplay this. Jojo he's Hacker Man.
I just like, you feel like things are already going worse. You're like, they can't get worse. And then you just get done like that. Where it's like the chain auto reconnects to you even though it's like completely off of your model. We're going to get a nice little slow-mo of that one, I'm sure.
Yeah, look, I mean, Photic is getting done so dirty with that Nautilus hook connecting, and Hacker over the wall throws out the Glacial Prism and just shuts down Photic once again 3 times this game while Shadow is struggling.
Is that one of those like those stereotypical like giant lollipops you see the little kids with like the rainbow circle going all the way around the outside?
Yeah, look, Tojo's probably having the best time of his life on this Nautilus so far, as there's all rainbows and lollipops for him, but Photic is just troll despair right now. I feel he should not be consistently dying. Yeah, there's 2 types of League players.
It's that bus meme, but it's just Jojo on the bright side and poor Photic on the dark side. We got Invincible, though, taking a pretty heavy chunk of health in the top lane against Shallow, who Shadow will be spotted out on this ward. Get the quick back from the Rift Herald. Even though Shallow, who is looking a little bit spicy, Shadow's got to know he's on a ward at this point.
Hacker is right behind.
They're baiting. Are you getting baited or are you the bait? Who's the hunter and who's the prey? Right now, the prey is Shallow, but he gets out the counter-strike. And Care has arrived. Tibbers down and Shadow. He will get the flash out, but Hacker wants him. One auto attack can do it, but he can't get him. Hacker getting low, getting down. Slice and Dice goes to the ground, though, as Invincible is gone, and FPX turned it on its head. The Glacial Prison is not enough, but he gets it back. Shadow just tries to get something. A triple kill for Care, who's stepping up for a 2nd game in a row, while we got the bot lane stepping up. Photic has to flash. That would have been connected, and that would have been another death.
I mean, LWX already has the Kraken Slayer available. Can Joe look for a return CC onto this AD carry? Not the case, but I mean, if Hacker landed that final Glacial Prism onto Shadow, that would have been the sickest Sejuani play out of all time.
Angel, they don't know. Now they know. Pop Blossom, that's a flash, that's big. They're trying to connect on LWX, but he's got the Feather Storm as well as the Blade Collar, and he's putting in the feathers. He's putting in the work, too. He lost Chocho, but he's not done yet. He's got a TP coming in for Care, who's got the stun queued up, ready to go, and the feathers sink deep as Care gets himself the 6th kill.
It's just getting from bad to worse for the side of NIP. They are getting so mumbled up in this mess, which is getting created by FPX, and they're accelerating the game tempo so much. Photic 1-4 in the affiliates in this early game, and they're just shutting down this carry of NIP so well, while you see FPX utilizing this knowledge of having Shadow in that bush from a prior ward placed down by Shallow, who coming in with the first move. Angel did have a follow-up, but this Sejuani not dying is just so insane. They didn't have the damage. Angel just didn't have the cooldowns coming back up. I mean, Shadow also living on 1 HP while only getting return kills so barely onto Hacker as well. This is just great.
Oh, Shadow looking to catch out Shallow, who tops out with the rest of NIP, as they should be able to lock this one down with the Rift Herald up here too. Hacker will not be able to save the day here unless they can. Oh my goodness! Shadow will take his third death, and FPX are just turning nothing into something every time.
All right, I think it's time to finally shine some light on the jungle of FPX. This has been such an amazing few series to witness from this player, because I feel like Hacker has really been proved since spring, and it's definitely showing in summer, especially when you do give him champions like the Sejuani, the Nocturne, and the Kha'Zix, where he can look for these skirmishes, and even if you give him a carry champion, he's more than happy to kind of play that carry role, while with this flexible champion pool being introduced into the second half of the year, FPX, the development is definitely there.
Yeah, and I love the story of Hacker, right? This guy has seemingly been everywhere, right? But his time on Ultra Prime was pretty disappointing. It felt like a lot of the time he was the reason why the team wasn't finding success, because he would play very aggressive, as we know he does typically, but he wouldn't be followed up by his team. I think in these little moments, in these microcosms of this game at the end of the season of the summer split for FPX, where they're already eliminated, it's nice to see some of this really coming out, and some of that nature come through for these guys, because Hacker has consistently been a very, very aggressive, carry-oriented jungler, and I appreciate the skirmish-heavy style of the Sejuani for him.
Yeah, and you can't really talk about Hacker without also having Care in the whole equation, because I feel like Care has always just been there for every single skirmish, the proactive mid laner that Hacker ever so needed coming into 2023, and you already see the scoreline 6-1 in this game too. We saw this Nico pick going over to this guy in the game one, did wonders on it, but he's repeating that with the other side of the matchup.
Feeling really good right now in this series for Care. He's been stepping up huge, and I kind of want to check back in. I know it was kind of a meme, but you know, on a scale 1 to 10, Kitty, how salty were they that NIP knocked them out of playoffs contention? Because at this point, they are angry and they're showing it. This Care's going to make it out of this one.
All right, well, this 2-0 is definitely going to prove how much FPX is out for revenge up against NIP, who were the team that eliminated Fun Plus out of the summer regular split. And with the scoreline being 12-5 for them, all the mythics are online, and now they're just going to start looking and taking over the map, while NIP, they look so lost.
And there's just not much they can find on the map, right? You're getting item completions coming out for FPX, and while the same can be said for NIP, it is now another Rift Herald that NIP are actually looking to contest. Chocho was on a ward, and this is just a two-person man setup for FPX. They're bringing LWX, but Chocho's already down. LWX is the one you got to worry about, though, as Care's coming in for a big setup as well. LWX set up on the side, but it is FPX needing to run away. As Photic trying to connect with these chakrams here. Will have the Calibrum now for a little bit of distance. Can't connect onto Care.
Fool me once.
Hacker.
Shame on you, but Hacker's going back in.
All right, a little bit of 50-50 action there. Does get the Pop Blossom out and the TP from Invincible, but that'll be the Rift Herald secured, and it goes to Photic. So he'll be using that soon.
Bit of a fumble. We didn't have the carries of FPX at that Rift Herald, and NIP kind of scrambled their way back into this game with the Rift Herald getting picked up by Photic. And also getting the flash out of Care. That is absolutely huge, denying a lot of the engage potential from the mid laner of FPX, as Philios is doing Philios things onto the Xayah of this game. But I feel like NIP, they need to look for these individual picks, which Chocho is providing that angle over. Angle?
Angle or Devil. Shallow, who though, he's looking like a little bit of a devil right now, as he does get locked up. Okay. The angle does come alive, and Shadow gets the kill back.
You know, that reminds me of something. The Chinese community calls Angel Angela, and I have no reason, no idea why, but if someone can fill me in on this lore, I would be more than happy to learn the context behind Angela, because that's such a cute name.
Angela. Trying to think why that would be like what in what world, like what kind of explanation there is for that. But hopefully we'll get added. We'll be able to
Angela,
check
you
that one
gotta look
though.
out, buddy.
Angela, be careful.
That's the wrong way, Angela.
Oh no, Angela doesn't know where he's going. A little bit. What is he gonna do? He's gonna turn into a bush? He's gonna turn into a minion? What's he gonna do? Oh, he's not getting out of this one. This is a solo kill for Hacker. An
Pretty much,
incredible
Hacker
moment.
just
Hacker just
smacked Angela out of existence while Invincible does look for the trade tower. He did buy a lot of time. I believe there were 4 people surrounding this Nico towards the bottom side, as we have NIP's remaining players getting vision control towards his top side. I'm not too sure if they can rush something like the Baron around that 20-minute mark, since Aphilos is still relatively low damage, but, you know, just a little bit of a goofy catch-out.
We teleported. As we do have another minute till the Dragon does spawn, we have a push in from LWX actually, try to get some damage on a tier 2 here. Just taking advantage of some of the positioning around the map, gets half health done before Invincible makes it to the wave. There should be just presence from FPX on the bottom side of the map until the Dragon spawns. They already have vision set up around there. We get a blue buff spawned up for Care as well. And NIP will be trying to push out of the mid lane here, Kitty.
The game has mellowed out so much, but there's a reason why that is, because FPX, they are just waiting for this flash to come off cooldown for Care, where he's going to be able to get his hands onto Photic and Angel. He does have the Merc Treads, but no stopwatch, so it is still going to do quite a lot of damage, considering the fact that he did pick up the Shadow Flame and the Haunting guys for those items. So with the Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, Xiaolahu can realistically just go for the tier 2 tower. FPX don't need to fight this.
Chocho goes for it. FPX pounce, draws down. Now you got the depth charge on Photic, but they can't get around the angle. And now it is just one down. That's an unmanned fight if FPX want to take it. But Xiaolahu is fine taking a side lane tier 2 here, while it's actually NIP that were forced off the positioning.
FPX just get everything on the map, while Xiaolahu is completely uncontested in this top side. That tier 2 tower down, and the map gets so ever more dark for the side of NIP, and even FPX starts up the 3rd dragon for themselves.
I'm still on hold here with the LPL police. I don't understand how they're getting away with this, but it's like I'm watching a theft in real life right now. As Invincible is getting taken out again. Oh my god, somebody call Homeland Security. I don't know. Somebody's got to save NIP here as the Rift Herald just gets burned out in the mid lane. It's NIP trying to go back on the Chocho, but Photic stepping up with a bit of Infernum action here. Can't get much, and NIP just keep getting taken to task.
FPX just picked up 1 tower, 1 dragon, 2 individual picks from Chocho's hooks landing onto the enemy team, and they somehow get away with everything. NIP is kind of just getting stumbled over by this FPX roster. And honestly, I'm kind of disappointed that NIP, they had the numbers advantage, but they didn't utilize this when it was a 4v5 situation for that 3rd dragon.
It's just feeling they can't find the answers they're desperately attempting to find every time they go to this. And I do want to reiterate, right, so that we continue to talk about, like, yes, NIP secured a playoff spot with the last series, but this is still wins that they want to have. This isn't like, oh yeah, it's fine. You know, they took a couple L's. I don't think you want to be in 10th place. I'm just saying, you don't want to go against our 1st place in the LPL. They will just stomp you out of or be in the 1st round of the LPL playoffs, right? You can just get stomped out, and there's no Guardian Angel. So I think, while I don't think that NIP will be able to make it to Guardian Angel status, any win helps delay the inevitable. And FPX are making sure they are not going to find that.
Yeah, just avoiding specific teams by securing that 9th position could mean so much, but Chocho being the solemn person of denying that from happening away from NIP by landing so many hooks onto the enemy team. I mean, this Nautilus, clear MVP if FPX takes this 2-0.
Oh, NIP want a little bit of fight action here, though, as the Featherstorm's been used, waiting for that Blaze Collar as it does come through. Pop Blossom from Angel. That's pretty big. Look at what Xiaolahu has been able to accomplish, and NIP are scared. They backed off of that.
And that's also the Flash and Pop Blossom committed by Angel, so they no longer have what it takes to deny FPX if they do want to look for something like the Baron. But honestly, if I'm FPX, I would just wait for this Infernal Soul, which is going to be in 2 minutes. But now, stopwatches have been picked up by both carries, but 1-for-1 trade's still not the worst for FPX to take.
It's a very, very curious decision in terms of how NIP are trying to get back into this, because it doesn't feel like there's a lot of options, but you can appreciate some of the attempts that they're having to throw themselves at here. But in moments like this, it just becomes really difficult.
Yeah, and these team fights depend on Angel so desperately to get his hands onto the carries of LWX, and it all started very well with Throw burning the Featherstorm out of LWX and Angel flashing in and getting that Pop Blossom, securing the 1-for-1 trade, but Shadow on the Wukong instantly got focused down, because that kind of is just matchup when you play the Wukong into the Zaya when she can't pull back her feathers, so you have to shut her down instantly before she can do that. But Shadow looking for a flank here.
A little bit dicey. Shadow might find it, though. They flash in on LWX. He goes golden, though, and that's really rough. The Pop Blossom comes in. Big combo with Infernum, and that's the wombo you needed, NIP! They finally put the pieces together.
They need to get out. I mean,
Oh
Xiaohu's
no,
looking.
that's a big engage from Xiaohu, but he just gets immediately focused. That was still 4 people you're going into, and that's a bit of a meat grinder.
All right, look, Xiaohu, you're not playing a 2023 champion. If you were a new champion, you would have gotten a pentakill there. But Jax is like from 2009? But how insane is it to think NIP, they come back into this game because LWX, he was mere seconds away from his Featherstorm, and NIP utilizes time framing perfectly.
Goodness gracious, as we're going to take a look at the amount of damage that went out by NIP. It's just being all on the same page.
Yeah, and Photic goes pretty much untouched this entire fight by the side of FPX, but LWX instantly got shut down as Invincible engaged the entire thing with that flash stun onto the AD carry, but let's just pretend this never happened. It could have gone either way. It could have gone either into a Jax pentakill or this. So with now NIP picking up the Baron, Photic, he's slowly working towards that third item, and FPX, they just threw their huge lead.
They did. We're tied up even NIP having an advantage now. In 2 minutes on the Baron, they are able to push in, and Invincible pop his Dominus as the the Glacial Prison, rather, does go out from Hacker. The Dragon's spawning up now, and this is Soul for FPX. It looked like they want to fight it.
There's no flashes whatsoever for NIP to work off, though, so it's going to be incredibly hard getting to the backline of FPX, while Kara realistically can just play front to back and be peel for the Zaya. She is just waiting for that cleanse time to come off.
Oh, they just go for the engage. The Tippers is popped. Angels
They're
over on the
Dragon.
side. But look at Joel. He's going down. The Dragon is taken by FPX. So the Phoenix will roar with the Infernal Soul, and NIP back away.
Not the worst result to come out for the side of FPX. They didn't have to trade anyone off. And like you said, securing that final Dragon stacking so incredibly well for this series in particular. And I think that is just through Hacker and how much priority he is playing towards LWX for these 2 games, while Shadow not finding the same success towards that top side, where it is the Renekton versus Jax matchup, and it is relatively skill, but Invincible has to be landing the stun through the counter-strike and timing it perfectly if NIP wanted to kind of commit to that. But Photic, I believe he just picked up his Lord Dom, so this guy is going to be putting out quite the punch. So depending on how these 2 teams engage onto the AD carries, it could go either way.
I love the 3-item spikes coming along, because that just means we get more fireworks in these team fights. But Photic having that Lord Doms, that just feels like it unlocks this Aphelios against this composition. You already saw what that Wombo combo did there as well. You also have the Maul completed by Invincible, so a little bit of that tankiness
This
to
was
the
level
MR.
16, by the way.
He
incredibly
is.
ahead on
Big
this
Croc.
Renekton. Big Croc requires 4 people to rotate towards his bottom side. Hello? Well, Photic is just getting mid-push, but it doesn't matter too much. I mean, FPX is denying a lot of this Baron buff from being used by the side of NIP. They're struggling to get any towers from this initial Baron going towards them, while FPX successfully secure that Dragon Soul for themselves, of course. So, relatively slow, but exactly what FPX want.
Photic with the Lord Doms is like, I want to do something. LWX did complete the rapid fire. You also got third item for care as well. So you got to see what FPX can do to fight. They can stop from getting caught out here. Would help them in a lot of situations coming up. You have NIP who are just fishing, and that's exactly what they need to do.
Kind of ironic that we have fishing and we also have a Jax in this game too, but really see.
Not the angler
Shadow's
skin,
trying
not
to-
my Jax.
Not my Jax. Pax Jax is probably the coolest skin. Isn't that one of the rarest League of Legends skins that we have in League of Legends? Like Pax TF and Pax Jax?
I think in the Pax Sivir as well, with like the gaming controller or whatever, is pretty rare as well. Yeah, all those Pax skins are actually just so incredible. It's really cool. But we don't have that one here, sadly. Shallow, who got to think about your skins a little bit better next time. But we do have NIP who are kind of like what you mentioned earlier, just struggling to find a home on the map right now with no timers coming up, no big objectives. Feels like FPX have a lot of the priority here.
Yeah, and vision control is going to be key for either teams, and you see FPX walking in as a unit, just trying to secure any vision on this Baron, which is going to be the next major objective spawning onto the map. But they also need to consider the fact that Salahu is drawing in constant pressure into the side where they have priority in this bottom lane. But in the end, Zhonya's getting picked up for both solo laners of FPX. They need to look for flank angles. But we saw NIP, they came back into this team, or they came back into this game by getting their hands onto LWX, and they can do it again if LWX isn't too careful.
Angel on a ward will not be playing any sneaky games today. But again, I think the conversation still belies. Yes, FPX are knocked out, but yes, there's a little bit of saltiness in the fact that NIP were the ones to knock them out in that team pentakill. But especially because NIP are trying to gun for that 5th, 6th spot. If you get a 5th, 6th finish, you get to have that little bit of a bye for the first round. And the wins aren't that far apart in terms of team differential here going to the end. Now, NIP do need to finish their season against LNG. That is very difficult. But that's why this FPX series is even more important for them. And it's nice to see them actually have a little bit of fight back. That first game, it didn't feel like the NIP we've grown to love here. And it is something where NIP are actually rearing back to life.
Yeah, NIP kind of just taking a breather because TT unfortunately lost up against LNG in that previous series that we heard early on in the day. So maybe they are just a little bit too relaxed, already securing that playoffs position, but they would still love to bump themselves up towards that 7th and 6th conversation. But we'll have to wait and see because they've been more reactive than proactive, and that's not going to get you too far when you are in the 5-4 playoffs.
You gotta find a way to make it work, even in the last couple series of the split. A very gauntlet-like split we've had in the summer. But it is NIP rearing their head here, but a very strong FPX feeding off the momentum of this series so far, and honestly feeding off of an incredible series from Hacker and Care.
Yeah, we have seen the aggressiveness from Care die down just a little bit after the big throw in the mid lane, but we still have items getting picked up. The GA for LWX now, and that's where NIP, they start getting a headache because you have to pretty much kill this Xayah 3 times through the Featherstorm, through the GA, and the Cleanse as well. So Angel's execution quite literally has to be perfect, and they need to have follow-up. Not just Angel solo engaging, so it is going to be all eyes onto Invincible and Angel and how they're going to get their hands onto this AD carry. But even Care having the Rabadons as well, this Annie is going to hurt a lot.
There's a little bit of an item differential here, right? Shadow doesn't have the same as the Redemption got picked up by Hacker. You gotta watch out. TP is gonna come in from NIP. They actually don't want to burn it. It felt like maybe they could have burned in time. 4,000 had gone through. But FPX want to fight back now. Well, on the side, gotta be a little bit careful. Dominus is popped. There's the Pop Blossom. They turn immediately, but Photic is focused on the Baron right now, and that just means LWX gets to fire away. The mispositioning there, and FPX are just tearing him a new one. The flash from Shallow, and NIP's indecisiveness ends up being their downfall.
NIP secure the Baron, but at what cost? The Elder Dragon is available. They're just gonna look for the end. They have a mid-wave towards this mid lane as well. It's only Angel, but I don't know if he can clear the wave.
What a catch out. What a turn from FPX. They have been decisive in this series, and that was a heck of a decisive fight. They are putting in the work right now in the base. This will be an in-hit taken out. they'll threaten the Nexus turrets. You still got the Baron buff coming through. A lot of CC,
Angels
but I don't
low.
know if it's enough. Angels going down. They're both going golden now with the GA and the Zanyas, but it's not going to be it. And FPX, they were salty. They were angry that they got Team Pentakilled by NIP. And in NIP's home arena, they'll take them out with a 2-0 victory in a Grand Slam performance.
Sweet, sweet revenge for the FPX roster up against NIP. The perfect way as a response to the team that eliminated you out of summer playoffs. But what a convincing 2-0 up against NIP. And from start to finish, it was always FPX's game to win. And just using that desperation that NIP kind of going for the Baron and using that confusion to their advantage, they just take this whole series away.
And what a series it was. At this point, I don't know if Kara is going to get double MVP, but this team was on fire here, and rightfully so for the Phoenix, as they themselves will have, some introspection to have for the rest of the split here, as they will have to go up against WE to finish it out. But it is incredible to get that cold serve revenge right off the back of the elimination, and in the manner it happened, right? I think we truly saw those bright moments that we've seen throughout the split of FPX in the small bright moments really, really shine through and culminate here in this second to last series for them.
Yeah, and there is an argument to be made where NIP, they can take a lot of learnings from this unfortunate loss up against FPX, but there's also another conversation to be had where I feel like they could have avoided this early game being exploded out of control if Photic just never was too greedy with his positioning and trading that flash so early on, which gave this gateway over to FPX to really shut down NIP from that bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's what, when we were coming into it, right, we were talking a little bit about proactivity for both teams, but our big spotlight was like, okay, what's going to happen between LWX and Photic? And LWX handled it, man. Like, I don't know what else to say. I think a lot of moments, like, I don't think Photic had even an inkling, a part of the conversation in a lot of those moments. And it came off the back of, honestly, Chocho, right? We talked a little bit about when we were looking at the laning phase in one of the games, but the combination of Chocho with LWX has been incredible, because I feel like they feed off of the aggression that we actually hadn't seen as much of from LWX in recent history.
Yeah, and thank you to the meta change up where Xayah, Kaisa, we even have Samira seeping back into the meta. It allows for aggressive players like LWX and Chocho to really shine in the laning phase. And also huge shout out to Care on this Annie, where even though NIP, they were looking for angles to really shut down this bottom lane of FPX, Care just instantly TP. Hacker wasn't even there. It was a 3v4, I believe, and they still came out on top. So it just felt like FPX, they had the better synergy for tonight, and they just took this series up against NIP so well. And you already see in the damage differential, Angel really struggling in both of these games to really show up in those team fights.
And it was, the Nico a little bit jealous from game one coming into game two for NIP, and they weren't able to find the same advantages. It actually is Chocho who gets the MVP for game number 2. So at least we got some supportive love here with the amount of engages he was able to have, and a very strong performance from the FPX support.
And a huge day for this player, especially going up against NIP.
MVP.
First MVP, and very well deserved. This guy has had such a long history in the LPL. He played on top esports alongside names like 369, Knight, Jackie Love, and even Karsa, and you really see that aggressiveness that is translating into this new FPX roster, and he is kind of leading the way for young players like Care and Xiaolahu in those team fights, and that's exactly what this team really needs. And I'm excited to see their development into the near future, because I feel like they have great potential.
Yeah, they truly do. I think we have seen FPX talking a little bit about their split so far. It has been rough, but this has been a team, like a couple of our other teams now, have been opting into development. And it's just really cool to see some of those parts paying off for Fun Plus Phoenix after World Championship fame not that long ago. Now, that is it for our second series of the night, but that does not mean that we're done yet, because we're jet setting over to Shanghai for our last series of the day. It's going to be BLG versus RNG. We'll see you there.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
BLG 在下级赛的表现很亮眼嘛，然后面对他们的话也没有什么压力嘛，因为他们本身就很强嘛，然后我们也会尽努力的去拿下他们吧。勋选手这赛季坦克英雄玩的控图也很好吧，然后玩那种野核英雄也是很能 carry， 然后我会尽可能的喊我的队友来一起逮捕他吧。
我的话就在于一些操作比较激进嘛，然后会做一些比较冒险的事情嘛，就打野需要注意的话，就把前面节奏带好，然后跟队友配合好吧。面对 RNG 的话，就以一个平常的心态去打他们吧。
Welcome, one and all, right back to the LPL Summer Split. I am here, Mazel, with Kitty, and we're going to be kicking off the third series of the day. It's BLG versus RNG. You got to hear there from Shun at the end. They're taking it normal. They're going to have a normal mentality. They're not doing anything special. They're coming here to finish business. And I think it's fitting because JDG, they were the ones we've always said the top dogs of the entire split. But it's BLG who are now the ones that are poised to potentially have a 15-1 run.
Yeah, I mean, BLG, they're just celebrating. They just had a huge weight lifted up from their chest because JDG shot themselves in the foot a little bit, having a little bit too much fun up against IG. And now they're the ones comfortably sitting in that first position. And with the remaining series being up against RNG and WE, they are looking to finish 15-1. But starting with RNG, of course, we have an exciting jungle matchup between Wei and Shun, which we just had on your screens, of course. But I feel like BLG, they are definitively the best early team that we have in the entire world. And their statistics just support that so much. They're pretty much first in everything. First blood, first tower, first dragon. They love having the game go fast early, while RNG, they're more team fight oriented, especially with Tangyuan stepping up as a flexible player. But up against BLG, it's going to be rough getting to that state.
Yeah, and I think we are just going to get completely contested objectives every single time. I'm looking forward to the carousel of pain that we're going to get to watch there because I think both these teams do need to set themselves up in that way. I think BLG can play a little bit loosey-goosey. They've earned that right, but RNG themselves, if they are going to find those leads, it comes off of that tried and true selecting objectives, knowing how to play around them, and specifically Wei not only being the sword of RNG, which he had been for many years, and especially when he had Xiaohu and Ming, but now also the general with the sword in his hand. And I really want to see him try to bring something special to Shun, one of our best junglers now rising up in priority in the LPL.
Yeah, I love the highlight onto Wei as well. He's definitely one of our better performing junglers in the entire summer split. And up against Shun tonight, it is all going to be about the synergy they have towards the early game and with their mid laners and how they're going to be able to get both Yaga and Tangyun out of their lanes to really execute on the skirmishes. But I feel like the biggest difference is that RNG, they've been dropping a couple of series. They've been looking a little bit inconsistent. Although locked in playoffs, the standing hasn't really been confirmed just quite yet, but they could be looking at a 7th or a 6th position depending on how do in this last week. But I feel like Breathe kind of being kind of a huge aspect of how RNG, they have been struggling a little bit getting to that team fight state where that's where they shine the most. But of course, we have Lu Mao up against his old organization from Spring, as he was the substitute support alongside On, where he was there for the entire journey to MSI. And one of the iconic photos, I don't know who took it, but it was just Wimao just watching BLG and JDG kind of duke it out on the MSI stage.
It is always cool. Also, when you get to see these two guys, especially the influence that On has had, right? Just last split being the youngest player in the LPL, but also having such influence in our meta and the way that people are playing certain picks and a lot of the aggressive nature we've gotten to see from On. It's been really cool to see, and I want to see if Lu Mao can be a leadership position for RNG, something they feel like they're lacking a little bit in this split. But also, I will say, talking about a little bit prior alliances, the Breathe Burst bin trade. It's been a long time. I feel like we never talk about it, but it's actually funny every time these two guys go against each other because it was such an interesting moment in that trade-off right after MSI. But the growth and the trajectory has been different for both of them.
Yeah, and it's scary to mention how young Bin is. I think he's born in the same year as me, 2002, so he's barely 20, probably turning 21 this year, and he's already found so much success and being compared to veterans like Breathe, who, of course, like you said, did that trade when it did come to the conversation of BLG and RNG years before. But coming into today, it's going to be exciting individual matchups between these players. But I've been cooking a little bit. I've been considering, so why has BLG transformed so much from the start of spring to summer? They look like completely different teams, and I think something that is BLG's best quality is how they're able to adapt to the meta so fast. And Shun is a great example of this, because if you compare them to spring, Shun was consistently playing champions like the Nidalee, like the Kindred, where he was defaulting to comfort, but picking up champions like the Wukong and consistently finding insane angles alongside On, who I feel like are both confident players. They are just popping off every single time in that early game, and huge credits to Tabe. I feel like Coach Tabe doesn't get honored enough with how much he influences the entire team. I feel like definitely the confidence boost is a key factor, specifically for On, because taking their, I guess, example series up against NIP, On was just 1v4 zoning out the entirety of NIP as a lonely rel, and that's not something you see out of every single support in the LPL, and it's very specific to BLG.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's been really cool to see On's growth specifically, but also within the team. And also within the team, just how wacky these guys are, right? You hear all the behind the scenes stuff, and they are just literal trolls, and it's absolutely hilarious, but it's so wholesome to see. And especially, like, they're able to have that. They're able to have that big chemistry, and it's something that I feel like goes untalked about a lot within competitive League of Legends. But then they're also just flexing on people on the Rift. So this team has been heads and above the rest of the LPL, just like JDG. And now we get to see some fighting bear action here. As
Giga Bear, bro, he's throwing out some fists on the stage.
Yo, I have the RNG emote with the bear on it, and it's so cute. I want that one. That's so awesome. I personally am a big fan of mascots. Maybe that's my traditional sports background in the United States, but that was one of my favorite mascots that we've had in the LPL.
We have a lot of adorable mascots in the LPL. I think I like EDG's one because they have a cute Shiba Inu, which is just a little doggo, which is super adorable. But RNG, they have a cute bear. It's hard to kind of make favorites as we have so many.
The chillin' for LNG was pretty cool too, I thought. It was pretty nuts. But now, focusing on this series particularly, right? I think RNG, what a find wins as much as they can. Kind of like the conversation we were having last series, right? It is still a conversation where you want to end fifth, sixth, so you get a little bit of a bye in the playoffs. And I think with how tight our race is beyond the top 4, that conversation is still alive and well. I think with a strong finish, RNG can have some words to say, right? But this is a BLG roster who are vibing, they're conniving, and they're thriving. And they're looking for a 15-1 finish.
I mean, Shin is already as happy as ever. There's a reason why BLG is a fan favorite amongst the audience. They have character, they're funny, and all the behind the scenes, like you said. Like, how do you not love this roster coming into 2023? But like you said, on the receiving end of the series, RNG, they're currently in that 8th position, and they would love to finish for 5th or 6th because that is just so much extra time to prep in the playoffs, and every single day matters. And of course, I mean, up against BLG, they still have, I believe, a series up against Weibo Gaming and LGD. So they have 2 Titans remaining for Week 7. And this is going to be the first big hurdle for them as they are just bouncing off a series win up against WE. But even that one went the distance, and it was 3 games where RNG, they were a little bit contested by WE.
Yeah, they've had a long couple weeks here. They've gone the distance in every single one of their series since Week 5. And they still have this series and those 2 more that we were mentioning earlier to finish in week number 7. So a lot of fluctuation and a lot of, honestly, precision needed from this team in a final split of a gauntlet-like season that we've had in the summer of LPL. And again, you have to look at the other side and think of strength, right? And look where are we looking at for priority for Wei here in the draft? How are we going to find something for Breathe to deal with Ben? Because you know Ben's going to want to try to take something into this matchup and have some fun with it. And not only have fun, but be precise and finish the game through a top lane win. And I think if we see On start connecting early with Shin, that can spell doom for RNG.
Yeah, most definitely. And I feel like Wei definitely the lifeline of RNG when it comes to that early game. So with him being one of the better performing junglers that we've seen so far into this split, we need Lumao to be linking up with him ASAP, because we already know that Shun and On, they are probably the best support jungle duo that we have in the LPL. And considering how draft goes, I mean, Rel is going to be a huge champion to look out for. Rakan, one of Missing's best champions. I believe he has like a career history of a 73% win rate on that champion. So if you give Xayah Rakan over to the bottom lane of BLG, they are going to absolutely giga stomp you. So we'll have to wait and see, as RNG, they have the red side and they're saving that counter pick for Breathe.
Yeah, we do get the Poppy ban as well as the Vi ban there for BLG. On the blue side is the Wukong and that Rel. So we won't get to see any of those shenanigans here. It is ADCs to join the final table here. Yeah, it's got to come through, right? Like, I can't believe they're about to get this over to him. The Varus and the Kai'Sa were the final bans there, and maybe Shin's looking over like, Nico, right? Like, is it? It's open? It's real? Oh,
we lost the draft.
It's gone. Oh no.
It's gone, but champions Cassante, Nico, they're still up and available. A lot of first takes to take away, but Bin being himself, there's no way that BLG take that Cassante, because we've seen Breathe pick out the Fiora, which has been a champion resurging into the meta as that answer into this tank champion, where she does find lane leads through tiny procs of the grasp and then finding that little health trade when it does come to the early game. But we'll look for the update to what happened. The champ select just disappeared, but you know, it should be fine.
Me and Wei feel the same. We're looking all over the place. Like, where's the draft? Where did it go? But a little bit of update here. I do hope that we get one soon, and especially with kind of the way that this game is set up for. I know we were a little bit tension building in the last one because of the wins that NIP wanted to get. Didn't end up getting that tension. FPX were mad. They came out. They got a 2-0. Here in this game, it is still a situation where it's a very much an underdog conversation for RNG. But this is also a matchup that I personally am so excited for. And I know we were talking a lot about it before coming into it, but specifically the jungle matchup. And we could talk about it all day long, but I really, really hope to see a lot of skirmishing between these two, because I do feel like they are some of our strongest, aggressive-centered, priority behind them junglers in the LPL.
Yeah, and specifically honing down on the jungle head-to-head that we have for tonight's series is that Wei, the reason why he shines so much in that early game is just that with the veterancy and the experience that he has up in his pockets, he just dodges out on vision, and especially early vision set up by laners so well that he avoids pretty much all the early kind of predictions out of the enemy team, and he gets those unexpected ganks and he gets those unexpected leads into the pockets of his solo laners, and specifically around Breathe. It's quite the common trend that RNG, they love putting a lot of attention towards that top side, while LP looking for something like the Ziggs or a little bit more safe towards that bottom side, where Lumal and LP are just looking to go even up against On and Elk. But I feel like when you talk about BLG and how they've been doing in their losses, although they don't really lose, the JDG loss and the Weibo Gaming loss, they're still, they're definitely gods, but even gods bleed, if you know what I mean. So I think Bin, although he's a fan favorite and he is extremely confident when given the correct matchup, he has been dropping the ball a little bit through those solo kills by the enemy laner, and I feel like up against a great team like JDG, who did also fumble, I don't know if describing them as great is the way to go in. They're great! But if you drop those solo kills for someone like 369, they're more than happy to take advantage of this, but just don't give those individual leads over to Breathe.
All right, we're back in. Apparently the button works. We keep everything that we had before, and we get a first pick of the LeBlanc for Yagao. So it's not the Nico. Is this a bait? Guess we'll find out.
We've seen, especially in the LCK, that a lot of teams trade the LeBlanc over the Nico, and it's definitely a preference. I still prefer the Nico as she does have great setup. A lot of LPL teams struggle to kind of pilot their teamfights around LeBlanc with that static shift build, as you have to slowly chip at the enemy team, and it doesn't offer as much instant burst like something that we're so familiar with in the LPL. But we'll have to wait and see, because Yago, he's shown us this LeBlanc before in the summer split, and it did great. So with a lot of mobility already getting locked in, I wouldn't be surprised if Shun goes for something like the, I would say Viego. We've seen that before as well. An aggressive 2v2 in the mid lane could be the way to go.
Wei's gonna go ahead and grab that Sejuani. We've seen skyrocket in priority. Just gives you a lot of skirmish power, but also a lot of help in that mid jungle duo and the setup for the Nico. So BLG, you want to go ahead and grab? Would be curious. All right, well, they just do it. They go with double solo lanes to start off on blue side. So they're cooking up something.
I was excited for the top lane matchup, but I forgot that it's Renekton Jax meta, and Breathe most likely will just pick something like the Jax as a response, as it is a slightly winning lane, or even the Cassante, depends on him. The Kindred comes out for Shun. Mazel, take it away. I know you love this guy on his Kindred.
Yeah, it's a treat every time I get to see him, man. We have seen him literally destroy games on this pick. And while we could say that about a lot of LPL junglers, for me, it's just a little special every time we get to see Shun on it. Because this guy's had not the greatest track record, right? Before BLG, he was between two literal world champions in the Shine rookie, and they could not find success. And it's been so awesome to see him find a home with BLG, but also them lean into his strengths. That's what makes BLG so lethal, is they can go with the tried and true meta. They can get Shun something that will give facilitation to the rest of the team. But then if they want to, they can just mollywop you with an aggressive carry for him.
Yeah, and the Kindred coming in for this first game up against RNG into the Sejuani as well. Wei is gonna have quite the difficult time locking down Shun on his Kindred, because he is just going to get kited to oblivion, especially alongside the LeBlanc getting locked in for Yaga as well. But we'll have to wait and see, because BLG, they're definitely lacking some sort of engage, or at least heavy, reliable CC. So On, he has to make up for that with the Rakan still up and available, but RNG most likely gonna take that away as well. But if they don't, Zion Rakan can just get instantly locked in by BLG, but champions like the Ziggs still up and available, but it has to be also... I'm not too sure, because LP, he's also kind of adapted into the meta, where we used to think he was an Aphelios one-trick back in spring, but it's really nice seeing him finding a home in RNG and also having those moments to shine alongside Tang Yuan.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. Obviously, LNG Academy alum, kind of a developmental piece that LNG was working on for a while, and coming over to RNG to take over from Kala, which is actually just insane to me. And he has had an incredible come up of a split here, especially. But want to see going into the second phase, you do take away some of those big picks from BLG with the Melio and the Nautilus ban of RNG. But on the other side, they actually are the ones that ban away the Rakan, and they do also ban that Braum. So they'll look over at RNG, wondering what they're going to get for the counter pick here, as they'll save support right now for the counter pick. We've seen this actually rising as a trend, but it is the LPFLios coming right back out. So we were talking about not being one trick, but you know, if it's good, you pick it anyways.
All right. You know what's more iconic? It's On and his Blitzcrank. And I'm not going to be surprised if he just slams that and starts shutting down the Aphelios as soon as possible, as they take away one of the huge counters in that Braum. So they're kind of predicting this. Elk, not too sure what he's going to lock in for this game one. It is going to be the Xayah. Oh, we still have the Alistair available. Oh, I mean, Alistair's also really fun. Yes, lock that in. I want to see the Blitzcrank. Yes! This is huge. This is the pick we wanted on. As Luma locking in his career most played in the Leona as well. Fighting fire with fire. So on, I mean, hook the Leona in. It doesn't really matter because Luma, he is just going to stun you to the void. But BLG locking in this pretty crazy draft for this game one. A lot of comfort for these individual laners as we see the Kindred coming out. We also have the LeBlanc, which Yaga has been experimenting on quite a bit, but they do have stability to lean back on in Elk and Bin on this Renekton. So we'll have to wait and see, because it is all about the early game and how RNG can really shut down this Kindred from those marks.
So I'm looking at the screen. I was waiting for like refs to come on and put blinders on the sides of the headsets of BLG, just so they make sure they're looking forward, because BLG are doing nothing but that in this game. And it's going to be off the back of the trio in Bin, Shun, and Yagao. But it's also about On getting out or getting connected with them as well. I think Elk can play very safe with this Xayah. I think it was a perfect pick for them. But on the other side, you have a lot of safety in the team fight here for the side of RNG.
Yeah, and RNG lucky in a very standard composition for this game one. Great setup, great AoE when it comes to those major objective fights, but you also have to consider the fact that it's going to be likely that RNG, they start putting all those resources towards the bottom side because it has the Aphelios and Leona for setup, but Elk most likely going to take the cleanse, and if you don't really shut down Elk before level 6 as he picks up the Featherstorm, that's no longer a viable option for you to take. And Bin on this Renekton, we've said it before, he's a menace, and I'm not too sure what he's serving for us tonight.
Well, we're about to find out what dishes are going to be served as we're getting onto the riff for our final series of the day. We are so close to the finish of the LPL Summer Split. We have our 10 names in the hat of the playoffs, but now it's all about seeding. And for RNG, every series in this last 3 series gauntlet for them matters. BLG on the other side, they're trying to achieve greatness. They're trying to make that 15-1 run, something JDG could not do. As we get into the series here, it is game number 1 between Billy Gaming and Royal Never Give Up. I feel like I can almost feel the tension through the screen as we get into it. A lot of fans out there roaring for RNG. Now we are onto the map again. Biggest spotlight for us coming into this one was the Wei versus Shun matchup. Shun has the Kindred, and it will be about Wei trying to skirmish, trying to stop these mark gains, and be a nuisance to BLG.
I mean, for tonight, BLG, they had 2 approaches to the series. Either one, stick to what they're comfortable with and what has been receiving those wins for them that has been working so well, like the Wukong, like the Rel. Although hook lands on the Lumal, but I don't think it's going to result into too much. Both Glacials getting procced out as LP utilizing that range advantage. But back to the conversation, I feel like Shun, he has just looked at Sejuani getting locked in for a Wei, and it is a direct counter for his pocket pick, so he's gonna have a banger of a time looking for those invades, but he really needs On out of the lane to act as that kind of follow-up if he wants to bully out RNG's jungler.
One of the biggest things I always look for BLG is, do they have things that can either get priority in lane or link up successfully with Shun if they do go with this aggressive style? And I think right now that was all they focused on early on in the draft. And we'll see how they can utilize that, though, because I know when we were talking about it, the kind of priority on the LeBlanc, it is interesting. You want to go for that static shift very early. But Tong Yuen on the other side, he'll have a ton of influence if he can get just a little bit of resources and be able to use these Pop Blossoms once he hits level 6 to get huge catch-outs.
Yeah, you're trading quite a lot when you do take the LeBlanc because you desperately rely on that static shiv first item spike to get that priority up against Nico, because Nico is probably the best champion at having that first initial move in the mid lane. Just how fast her clears from the EQ, as it's going to be under expectation that BLG Yagot, he is going to be kind of pressured in that mid lane once the wave push bounces back. What's happening in top lane? We have a bit of a truce going on.
Dirty farm! You just gotta go for the proxy, you know? Sometimes you just feel like it. I like how early Breathe is going for it, too. He knows the tempo of the map right now.
He reads Shun so well, as we did have also very early wards getting placed down. Wei, once again, we talked about how this is a characteristic, playing towards that top side and playing for Breathe, securing that pressure onto this Jax, as he's gonna look for a gank.
Ben wants to try to punish. You know Ben wants to take the fight now. Wei is here, hasn't been
would.
spotted out yet. Now we actually see on the other side the Scuttle Crab going down. Shun will lose the RNG to the north side Scuttle Crab.
Alright, I see what you did there. They lost the RNG up against RNG. Okay, Mazel.
I was wondering, I'm just sitting here now. I'm just chilling.
We are chilling, as we do have Scuttle for Scuttle trade, while the bottom lane did eventually get that push to allow Shun to secure that bottom side Scuttle, but we already see the map kind of getting split off, and this is exactly what we expected out of this composition. But once again, it is level 6 that BLG is slowly waiting for. We really need the Lamb's Verdict to come down for Shun, and then they can start looking for those 5v5 forces. But if you look at RNG's composition, they have so much AoE, so the Kindred pick, the ult has to be perfect, and it has to be after everything's been stacked up by RNG.
And I'm wondering now how much priority we do get around this early dragon. It is an early Hex tech dragon, so not giving us the soul, all right. We don't get the arcane buff on this map. But with Wei already pathing back down to this bot side and some of the push that's going to end up coming through here for RNG, I wonder if they can capitalize on it a little bit.
We do have all summoners available, but with Wei being here first, they can just look for deep vision towards this bottom side jungle and then start looking to get that first dragon into their pockets. I believe I was looking at the statistics, and RNG are first in securing first dragon, while Shun most likely going to trade. He's just trying to dodge out Wei as much as possible in this early game and just safely full clear until he hits that level 6. But I think top lane is also very interesting because Jax vs Renekton, a huge skill matchup for Bin, as he has to act around that counter strike. But it is possible to look for early leads onto Breathe, and Breathe has been a little bit on and off in terms of recent games, but I have to wait and see because I feel like top lane, very snowbally matchup to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how this matchup played out last series as well. It gets a little interesting as the game goes on. We do see RNG actually getting that early dragon, so they're setting up some early stacking for themselves, which I appreciate, especially with the way they had played through the bot lane. See, Gao, though, is on that shard now. We'll be getting close to a lot of pressure from the mid lane, and that's where I do want to see some, you know, push and move style stuff coming out from BLG here coming up.
Yeah, you already see great vision set up by the side of RNG towards that bottom side bush, spotting out Shun, walking over the Raptor as well. Wei is in the mid lane.
A little bit of beta Reno as there's the Pop Blossom. Yagao at the outplay, but bot lane, it is a gank, and LP's trying to dodge out, but he should just give his life first blood to Elk. He's so handsome, but then it is the trade back to Shun, at least, as Lumao will get one and maybe buying enough time here. Does Wei actually come down here and get a double? Oh, Lumao, you gotta be really careful. The fact that Lumao doesn't have a health bar anymore is really big. Elk wants the outplay. Elk is the kind of guy to step up, but he might have just stepped into his own death. And that is Wei picking up the kill. We had first blood, but then it got real bloody afterwards in bot lane.
Mazel Tungyun died in mid lane after that whole exchange. What is happening in the bottom side of this game
I gotta see that solo.
But the biggest trade-off is that Luma was the one to pick up that kill in the 2v2 in the bottom lane, while Elk gets his kill, as I believe I just saw on pick up that Moby boost. It is just the flash E into securing that hook onto LP as well, and flash is committed by BLG. They were so sure on this skirmish going their way, while Yago was occupying the jungle and mid laner of RNG, of course, with that really flashy play. But we'll have to another look at what happened here. Yago is completely out of mana, so I'm so curious on how he got this kill.
He connected the chain.
He just auto Q order? He just ordered him to death.
Fade away.
Buddy, I don't know if you should be dying there.
Oh, Tongyuan, no, not like this. Shun's eating good.
Shun is eating good, but Elk, I mean, he doesn't have the flash available, so he is going to get completely zoned off 2 waves here. You see Wei making a revisit towards his bottom side, putting so much pressure onto Elk, but this is kind of what we predicted coming to this game one. Elk should be the one on the weak side, while Shun securing that Rift Herald as well. But LP just got 3 plates into his pockets. I don't know if this is worth.
That's a lot of gold given over to an Aphelios. Yagao will try to get a capitalization down here as On's coming back to lane, but I don't think there's anything here for him, as Lumao is actually waiting as well. On looking for the hook, doesn't find it on LP, stepping out of the way there. And there's some fight back between these two, and this is some life I like to see from RNG. Shun trying to go for a bit of a behind the Baron pit play on a breathe, or just a little bit of aggression in the enemy jungle. We'll see a replay in quick succession of exactly how Tongyuan got caught out.
Yep, it was just, I mean, BLG waltzing their way into the enemy jungle, although On was spotted out on that ward. Him having the Moby's boots getting picked up from the hook lands again onto LB. He dead.
Oh, that feels so bad. He even has the Blitzcrank emote there. And it's just BLG's bot lane having a bit of fun. And 2 deaths to LP now.
I'm so happy that BLG, they averted away from the Alistair and they decided to bless us with On's Blitzcrank. There's a reason why BLG, I mean, they're confident players, but definitely on his iconic champion like the Blitzcrank got them to that distance into the spring finals, and I'm excited to see how they will do repeating that kind of process for the second half of the year. But the Everfrost is going to be slowly picked up by the support of BLG, as we still have the camera towards his top side, the Rift Herald in hand, so if Breathe isn't careful and he dies here, that's a lot of plates going into Bin's pockets.
It is. I believe Shun just actually got a mark. I think it was the first time the Scuttle Crab went his way with the mark there, so nicely done. But I will also just say that Yagao has
the
static shiv now. And
so
Shun is automatically looking topside. There is not much here for Breathe. Gonna have to find a way out. He does have the flash, but Shun will make his presence known, as the wave should get crashed here. I don't actually know if they're gonna commit for it.
Yeah, you do have the support and jungle slowly rotating towards his top side as a desperate help, but Shun most likely going to place down that Rift Herald as well. On's looking for it.
Tried to go for the combo, but Breathe goes back in. This is an overextension from BLG, but doesn't matter. Bin goes down. You got the TP coming through here, and Yagao's pretty strong with the static shiv. Gotta be a little careful, but RNG punished BLG, who were playing pretty zealously.
That was a little bit too much confidence from Bin after On's hook misses from that initial play, but the Rift Herald doesn't get dropped by Shun, so that does buy them a lot of time and also an extra kill into the pockets of Wei, while Elk is just slowly getting out-farmed by the Aphelios with how many plates is going into Tongyuan and LP's hands in this early game. But now both teams are going to reset for the Dragon. But we still have... Is it the Lamb's Verdict? What's the Kindred
Lamb's
ult
Respite.
called? Lamb's ult. I don't know how you say the second word.
Lamb's Respite.
God, I have a problem with saying junglers ultimate names, but Breathe, he's struggling this top side.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he wanted it.
He got it.
Oh my God.
He won't die. He won't survive from the triumph there, but that was an incredible moment. A double solo kill goes to Yagao and to Breathe as the Dragon went to RNG. BLG will pop this Rift Herald in mid lane to try to get a couple more plates for Bin.
I like how Yago for this game one, he is just going full fun. He doesn't care if he trades 1 for 1, but he is testing his limits on this LeBlanc and just solo killing the top lane of RNG, while LP, you have the flash available. Can you get out of here?
Nice. He's able to get away. And I like your point about Yagao and the LeBlanc, right? This is something he has made as nightmare fuel for other mid laners in the LPL, right? This is his second most played champ of all time, but it's also something he's been able to capitalize on in big moments. And now that Static Shiv is a thing, I feel like every time I see this guy, he's playing so slippery, he's playing so aggressively, and he provides so much pressure on the map that's so hard to deal with. And while on RNG side you have Breathe on the Jax, this means that BLG have a little bit of a playing room with the side lane pressure.
Yeah, and I love Yagal's journey so far into 2023 because if you compare BLG to JDG, Yagal was probably the most critiqued player as he was consistently getting compared to players like Knight who were extremely flashy in lane, but Yagal's always been more team-oriented. He was there as utility, but with these meta changes and the introduction of Jace and LeBlanc, we even had that interview from him earlier where carry mid laners are being viable in the meta right now, and he's really finding his kind of light in these games and kind of shutting the haters up.
Now we gotta check out how he continues to carry this little bit of an advantage he got. Again, we were talking about the Nico versus LeBlanc, the priority they gain. Tong Yuan hasn't been able to really find any big advantage, but he will have those big pop blossoms coming up. It's always something to watch out for. As Shun is looking bot side to continue pressuring LP and Lumao.
We do have a bit of a side trading going on for the time being. Bin doesn't have that flash available, so he has to be a little bit careful with how he trades health against Breathe as well, as he has no idea that Sejuani is just around the corner. Don't look bot side. You don't want to be RNG's bottom lane right now.
Oh no. LP got the message. Maybe Lumao. Okay, he's gonna come back. All right, they're gonna pull off. All right, nothing's too crazy. Nothing too crazy. RG lifted tail, another tail. And it's just going to be a little bit of mercy, I feel like, from BLG there.
Yeah, I mean, so far, although we have 9 kills for the first 14 minutes, I feel like we haven't seen too much out of the jungle and support out of BLG just quite. I feel like usually if you look at a BLG game, I mean, the game's pretty much over by the 15-minute mark, but Shun is still trying to find that first huge team fight of how he denies the amount of CC and wombo combos that RNG need to stack onto the AD carries of BLG, but I love On. On is the only support that will waltz around the map with the Moby Boots, not giving a single care in the world because he just has so much confidence.
He's literally by himself right now.
He's solo warding right now. Wei could just go in and probably throw the ultimate onto him and he has to burn the flash. That's
Lumao. Maybe not the target you want, but honestly, Elk is shredding him there. You do get a nice little bit of trade back of damage, though, from Tong Yuan, who is still on Nico. The Solar Flare did go wide. He did get the flash out of Lumao.
And don't mind Yaga as he is just starting to destroy the map through these towers on the Static Shiv LeBlanc, of course, but
that's going to be a constant.
It is going to be a constant, so RNG, they need to cut the bleeding as fast as possible as they just gave over the second Rift Herald over towards BLG as well. And this game, BLG, they're looking to close it out early with how they're kind of executing the composition so far, while RNG, they're still desperately relying on those item spikes, specifically for Breathe and LP, of course. But we'll have to wait and see. RNG, they need to cut the bleeding, and they need to slow down the game through the macro.
And again, when we were coming into it, the biggest focus for us was what can Wei do and how does he work between Tong Yuan, Breathe, but especially facilitating a little bit for LP, who has been a pretty mainstay carry for them so far. And we haven't seen as much influence as maybe need. He is 1-0-1. He did just get the Radiant Virtue, and he'll have a lot of strength in like the decision making for RNG. A lot of the decisive engages will come through his Glacial Prison, and I think that's a perfect place for Wei to be.
Most definitely, as we do have a bit of an exchange in this top side, but the dragon is going to be spawning in 20 seconds on. He just needs to look for one hook, and Lumao not having that flash available is going to be so incredibly scary. But I feel like the highlight of this team fight still has to be how Tong Yuan's going to be able to lock down this LeBlanc as fast as possible before she starts chipping down at the health bars of RNG.
One big Pop Blossom can make the difference. Rift Herald is popped up in mid lane, though, as it should be able to take this outer tower. Maybe another charge coming through that RNG will have to deal with. LP is there right now, but this does mean that RNG are not really set up for the team fight necessarily. They're bringing Breathe over. You got Yagao backing with a TP available, locked and ready to go.
You have a reset from the two top laners that were just there, but like I said, Yaga on this static shiv LeBlanc, he needs to be stopped as fast as possible, and they need to chain up their CC perfectly onto this guy. Hook lands.
Yeah, you got a nice little engage with the Moonlight Vigil layered over top. There's the Lamb's Respite buying time for Yagao to find the backline. Big Tongue you in, Spirit Boss, a big Pop Blossom rather, as now Shun actually able to pop some damage back, and they didn't have to follow up there. And now Yagao can just pick them apart. On's looking, but getting stopped by the clone. All you need is time right now, and all BLG need is Yagao to start picking off RNG. That's the Dragon fight actually won by BLG in a scrappy manner.
And BLG, they diffused the situation perfectly without a single man dropping. And like you said, Shun picking up that third dragon for them as well. I mean, there's a reason why BLG is one of the best team fighting teams we have in the entire world. And it's how slow and how disciplined they are when approaching these huge 5v5s. You see the initial engage from the supports, the hook landing onto Lumal. And it was an angle of RNG forcing the 4v5 towards the weaker side of BLG. But with Shun's ultimate getting dropped, Yago goes untouched this entire fight because he just utilizes his mobility so well that LP is just consistently under harass from this LeBlanc. And look at the health bars. That's static shiv, baby.
Yeah, and if they stayed any longer, that was going to be kills going to Yagao too. So at least RNG show a little bit of temperament. They do back away in a losing fight, but it is something that's going to get a little scarier as time goes on. It is still a double marksman composition with the Kindred and the Xayah, and a lot of pick out potential there as well.
No, Mazel. Once this graphic goes down, On has a quick silver slash. He has a QSS on Blitzcrank. He is a madman, and I absolutely support this decision. Just look at the amount of CC that RNG has in their composition. And honestly, BLG, their realistic engage is through the Blitzcrank hook. So he has to be in the front, and he has to be the one tanking whatever Lumal throws at him. So he's cooking something up, and I just love this so much.
It's so cool too, right? Like, I know I was talking earlier about seeing BLG opt into a lot of the strengths of Shun, but it's also just been a stellar rate of growth from On, and a lot of confidence built up in him by the team. And those little stories, those moments are so cool to see, right? You see him being very interactive. You see him being very vocal. Him and Shun always monkeying around. But the fact that in this kind of game, he is literally their saving grace here, right? Like, he is the one that has to start it, and he also has to be the one to lock it down. And that's a little bit of, at least, given over to On, because it's something where confidence is not gained, but earned.
Yeah, and I remember his iconic MSI interview. I believe it was Yunsu asking him, what would you like the audience to remember you for? And his iconic line or response was that I want the audience to remember me to be more than just a handsome support that is making those flashy plays. But there's a reason why the audience and the fans have given him such a title, because he's just such a fun player to witness, while Yago having the Dark Harvester, one more auto is going to finish up the deal.
Yagao with a solo bolo on the Breathe. Give him the little emo too, and it is off to the races for Yagao on this LeBlanc. He already has that Night Harvester, and there is nothing you can do in the side lane.
Once again, RNG's composition, it's really hard to lock down either the Kindred or the LeBlanc in these team fights, as it's just incredibly hard without the target CC like a Vi or the Nautilus in your composition. Wei throws the ult out.
There's that Quicksilver. Hey, it comes into use. As Yagao already barreling down the bot lane tier 2, that's even more gold given over to him.
Where have I seen this before?
He's going to be getting close to a third item now here.
Oh, TP from
TP, that is Bin joining. He will have the dominance. He's going to go ahead and pop it. Yagao's coming to join as well, but Bin's already gone. Pop Blossom right back. Moonlight Vigil combo onto Shun, but he won't go down just yet. He's trying to take out Lamb's Respite comes through. Yagao's trying to poke him out, but it's actually a pick-apart fight by RNG. It's Breathe takes down On under turret, and the turret goes down as well. RNG, they show they got teeth.
BLG were a bit too ambitious with that play. The fight was all over the place with Bin just going in 1v5, now 0-2 and 0 on this Renekton. That's a free Baron going over towards RNG, and that's exactly what they needed to come back into the game when Yago was just happily taking towers in the side.
Yeah, Gao's just sitting there like guys? what's going on, guys? As we're actually going to get the
we're just going to get Tanya's POV of his top laner getting solo killed by
Oh my
Yago.
God.
Come on, man. Come on, observers. We get the TP, I believe, from... Wait, it's quite literally the POV of Tanya watching his top laner die.
It literally
okay,
was.
But it's the TP coming out of Bin 2 times in a row. We're a little bit too ambitious from this Renekton, but with Yago harassing LP once again, LP was forced to flash forward, but this fight was so split all over the place. The ultimate from Shun only went towards himself, where that is one of the biggest abilities to save your team from dying from the RNG squad. But with this Baron getting picked up, they can kind of respond in terms of the macro play. And BLG's composition, they can't throw too many times because they need these mid-game advantages, or their late game composition isn't going to work too well for them.
Yeah, I like to see Breathe able to answer back to Yagao a little bit in the side lanes. We also see the Dragon going over to RNG, and that's actually soul point for them on a Mountain Soul. So pretty good, as they will have a bit of a timer to fight for the soul for themselves. Yagao looking at another Tier 2 with that Demolisher. Brock, he gets it. My goodness, that's absolutely a third item for him. But we'll see if he can utilize that now that Trinity Force is there for Shun. They will be looking to take aggressive trades here.
You know what's extremely cursed? We have mages taking Demolish pretty much as default as that secondary rune nowadays. I believe I was watching JDG versus WE, and Knight went Demolish on Ahri as well, not going the static shiv build, so they're just taking down these towers like it's
so
nothing
much
on the
damage.
map. It does so much. I wouldn't be surprised if Riot considered to nerf it because of how much presence it's been getting in the recent patch of 13-12. But of course, I'm just a random caster in the world. I'm not a Rioter, so I don't know how to balance games. But at least Cassante's fallen down in party just a little bit.
I definitely don't hear any saltiness in the Cassante, but I will say a little highlight there in the midst of that. Shun got his 3rd mark, but the fact that he's only on 3 marks in 24 minutes, not great, and that actually shows the prowess of Wei, how he's been able to do a lot of the skirmishing that we said we wanted earlier on from him to deny Shun on this Kindred pick. But we just got a Lich Bane completed for Yagao, and that's another big item spike for BLG.
This is quite the interesting game state for BLG to be in because it is a relatively state of challenge because they've never been behind at the 20-minute mark, considering the fact that they just threw over the Baron. Although still ahead in gold, RNG, they're sitting on Mountain Soul points, so they can play towards that win con. And BLG, if they don't have prior vision set up for these major objectives, it's really hard for On to land those hooks. I know he's a god at landing hooks, but he still needs some type of reliable vision to secure those hooks onto important carries, of course. So depending on how BLG's approach is, I mean, they need to play individual picks onto RNG, but without the flashes available, it might be a little bit hard.
And we did actually just get the Knight's Vow completed for Lumao, so a little bit of utility they provided from the Leona, but also on that other side of the coin, right? You're talking about how much On is going to need to be a presence and priority for BLG. I think Lumao can have a lot of good to say in these fights with a big solar flare and denying a lot of that forwardness that BLG have. They still have the blinders on. They still need to go forward. I think Lumao is going to be an incredible wall in this moment for RNG.
I'm honestly surprised that LP didn't go for a bit of lifesteal in his build. He has the GA picked up as that 3rd item, but BLG, they don't have that much instant burst, considering that you have the static shiv LeBlanc to work off, and they have a double 80 carry composition, so maybe something like the Vampiric Scepter could be considered for that 4th position or 4th item for this affiliate, and that's when this affiliate starts becoming a huge problem for BLG to deal with, because the LeBlanc, I mean, the longer the game goes on, I feel like this LeBlanc starts losing a bit of presence on the map.
I'm just saying, though, Elk is starting to wake up a little bit here as he hits this 3rd item. That Lord Doms is going to shred RNG, and I think Xayah in this composition, especially with a lot of the tools that RNG is going to be looking to set up team fights with, can have pivotal blade callers to change the fight composition as well. Yagao's just still working away in the side lane. This is how BLG want to approach this, but RNG They're just trying to farm up as much as possible for LP, and in between find picks with Wei and Lumao.
Because of Yagal's doings, look at the side lanes and how much priority they are getting through this 1-3-1 composition. It's really hard for RNG to rotate towards any of these major objectives. Look at the bottom vision control that On has. It's completely lit up. So that's exactly what On needs to work off to land those hooks, as RNG, all they can do is group up as a huddle of 4 and walk in together, as you just need to pray that either Luma or Wei tanks that initial hook.
And this is a situation where RNG can give this, but I feel like if you're going to start losing a little bit of presence on the map, that can mean a lot of confidence gain for BLG. Gal looking to just poke as much, but yeah, they could just try to make the flip play here. There's a lot of options on the table.
They see all 4 members on these wards placed down by On. From previous exchange, they had the double 80 carry composition. They can just sneak this
RNG
Baron.
won it. They won it. They're going in. They try to get Elk there, but he did have the Featherstorm plus the Flash. So RNG's engage goes wide, but they got the Elk points. Yeah, that's really rough to see that, but they have to. They have to do it because they can't catch him. He's literally a slippery fish in the side lane. If you go to chase him, you're just spending time doing that.
Yeah, we have 4 people committing to this Dragon Soul for RNG, but without Breathe here and no Leona ultimate, how are they going to engage?
Oh, the hook connects Pop Blossom right back, though, and they are angry that you tried to catch him out. The Lamb's Respite does come through, as it is Shun that controls the Dragon. He goes over the wall and buys a little bit of time, gets a mark back for himself, too, I believe, as it is still, though, LP, who ends up getting his GA pop. Luckily, he bought that here, has been able to survive that little bit of a fight. Gal still pushing in the side. Bin still looking to fight, still going in.
Oh my lord!
And that's an angry crocodile. Don't you dare step to Giga Bin. He's looking for more too. That's 2. Bring on a 3rd, but Breeze shuts down the croc and makes a little bit of boots out of him. Yagal's trying to lock him down, but it's one more available hit from Breathe that could take down Yagal. Tries to get the play with the leap strike. He's still looking. He's still searching, but can't find it. This is a bloody game, Kitty.
Time and time again, Bin can't keep getting away with this, with these insane outplays on the Renekton and Yagal on this LeBlanc, trying to get away from Breathe, but he is buying so much time for the timers to come back from BLG, and they're gonna get vision control for this upcoming Baron. They deny the Baron angle away from RNG.
I think I just saw Breed's ankles break live on screen right there. We see On getting the chase down here. Doesn't have any vision. Now he does. Elk here as well. The TP's coming down. RNG know that this is a definite tempo swing in their advantage. There's a counter strike. Elk step too far forward. He doesn't have anything. He just has the Featherstorm. It's not enough.
My god.
The bird's not there, and the Pop Blossom comes through from RNG. Shun wants to step up, but there's nowhere to step. And RNG actually want to take this back. They have a big fight here on their hands. They get a catch out on the Bin as well. Shouldn't step it up, but that is a lot of members of RNG around the corner there. You don't want that fight. As BLG back away.
And the insane thing is that Breathe had that Zhonya's available, clutched from Elk's feather pullback. Although living on 1 HP, maybe he calculated it perfectly. Bin has the GA here though, and RNG, they can't start the Baron because of Yagal's presence in these team fights, and that Shun's alive, so they can't flip it.
They're just gonna start it up here. See if Shun wants to go in for a little bit of fun. See if we get some burger flip in action. As it's 2,000 health, should go down to RNG. BLG want nothing of it. A Baron secured by Royal Never Give Up. The Solar Flare tried to go predict Yagal as the Lamb's Respite comes out, get a little bit of healing back.
What just happened in the past 5 minutes? I think we just had fight up to TP and then fight again and the Baron. That's pretty much.
That's
we
the
went
LPL,
from
baby.
Mountain Soul going towards RNG as Elk gets instantly one-shot by the side of RNG, and it's huge setup from Tangyuan as well, and it's the ultimate from Kindred didn't catch everyone, specifically Elk, as red and white for the side of LP. It really looks like a fight for RNG to take over BLG, and then they would just naturally gravitate towards that Baron buff, but this outplay from the Renekton, the Gordring, the Conqueror, they're all stacked up and he heals so much. And the unfortunate thing is, LP ran out of the red chakrams and he had to switch to the purple gun and it doesn't do damage anymore.
The insane thing there for me is that Bin, as soon as he saw LP, you're mine. That instantly the thought was, I'm killing this guy. And I love that, man. This guy has been flexing on people. It has been awesome to see. I've loved his interactions with the community. I've loved his interactions at MSI, but he's also able to just put up on the Rift every single time. And it's been a serious strength for BLG to play around.
Mazel, I've done a goofball. It does seem like BLG denied the 4th Mountain Soul Dragon, and Shun got it apparently from that insane 5v5. I mean, it doesn't matter who the Baron goes, the Dragon goes to. That fight was absolutely mechanics max coming out of the 2 top laners as Yagal just once again putting so much press all the ultimates.
That's a Featherstorm burn though, and actually now re-engaged by RNG. They catch him out with the Pop Blossom. That's a Lamb's Respite coming out, and LP gets caught in the side here. It is still, though, RNG a favorite fight. Bin trying to get out the slice and dice. I don't think he can make it out, though. Does have the GA. Does BLG want to try to come save him over here? Should be a cutout Croc, but Elf, he does a lot of damage with the Lord Doms. He's able to try to get away, but it's too far of a step up in RNG. They capitalize again. It was actually Yagao trying to push down the side. Now they're trying to stop the backs here. Maybe get Elk a little bit of something as Flash comes through, and Yagao looking for a deep flank. He's on the way.
There's no vision though, so they don't know that there's 3 members in that bush.
Oh, they're going in, you go. He gets locked out. He just wanted to try to kill Wei, but he can't.
I feel like if they just played it a little bit slower, they could have looked for an angle onto this final dragon that RNG so desperately need to kind of get into their pockets. But respect to the bottom lane of BLG, they were just 2v3 in that entire exchange. But now RNG with the resets from the Baron recall, they're going to look for this final dragon. Shun is just going to give up on this and look for the, I believe, mark on the top side. I feel like this composition that BLG locked in for the game 1, it's slowly falling apart.
It is. They needed a lot of momentum to carry them. It was like trying to hit a ramp with the car, see how far you fly. Well, they're running out of ramp room here. I don't know if they've got enough. I don't know if they got enough momentum. As we see Wei trying to catch that out, this is what started it all off.
Yeah, it's very straightforward for RNG. Just keep forcing 5v5s before Yagal starts attacking those Nexus towers. As Breathe can't really handle the Blanc on the side. As at the end, it was a 1-for-2 trade, I believe. Bin also fell down, although having the GA in his pockets. Wei got so incredibly low. BLG, they just have this aggression built into them where they are looking for every single angle possible. And I really respect that. They were also trying to cancel the Baron recall to allow Yagal to rotate and look for potential picks, but played a little bit too fast on the LeBlanc, and especially without that vision available.
A little too fast and a little too furious, but not the franchise. Now we are looking back for RNG onto the map. And it is something where they can start playing with a little bit more advantage. They have 4 items now on LP. We were waiting for that Lord Doms. There it is. And you have a lot of strength in that team fight that we were building up from the draft, Kitty.
Yeah, and these items, I mean, 4 items for LP, and also the whole breaker getting picked up for Breathe, so potentially this could be where Breathe finds that slight edge up against the LeBlanc if he gets a sneaky flash stun onto him, as Yagal won't be too careful. Without that flash available, 3 people wrapping around here.
Glacial Prison does go out, so it'll be a nice little cooldown burn by Yagal. Again, if you chase him too much, you will cede a lot of pressure around the map. He's very slippery, even without the flash. Got it coming back up, so you know he's going to play a little bit more aggressive after that one. It was RNG trying to deploy to his side. This is something where Yagal with TP, if set up correctly with the right warding, can just end game if RNG get caught out on the Rift too long. So it's something they have to consistently stress about.
Exactly, as you see BLG, I mean, Elk and On are just going to be sitting in the mid lane and trying to deny any engage angles from the side of RNG. They're the ones getting desperate because BLG, they're trying to execute this 1-3-1 composition through the LeBlanc and work towards those inhibitor towers. But with the Baron up and available, RNG, they need to be careful because you see Yaga already going towards that top side as they don't have any vision on this Baron. So with the Kindred and of course the Zaya, they can realistically sneak this away.
It'll be a pretty quick one too, because you still do have to worry about double marksman comps at later points of the game. Even if to some extent you can find ways to upend that with a lot of tankiness and engage, which RNG do have. But you need to look at actually the vision that's being played through for RNG up here. A lot of presence in mid lane by BLG, but it's the roaming death squad right now that Royal Never Give Up are opting into.
Yago back again towards that top side. On, you don't want to be going in there, buddy.
On. Oh, goodness. The pop Blossom with the combos, and the Lamb's Respite's not going to save you today on Bit the Dust, and that just means that engage, that crucial point for BLG is gone.
And they gave over what RNG was looking for, that individual pick.
Look
now
at
starting
Yagao,
up the
though.
brand as well. They need someone base, as Yagao's just
Yagao's
gonna end the
literally
game
ending the
if
game.
Shun's gonna harass them here.
I'm surprised Ben isn't trying to stop Breathe from backing right now. Yagao could literally end the game if he had stopped him. He was trying to look for him, but he went into the tri-push. Shun is trying to fight them under the Baron, but it was already secured by RNG. He had a Nexus tower that almost went down, and Breathe is trying to answer Yagao. You can't get the counter-strike there, but Yagao's getting chased down now. Breathe wants it. The chain connects, though, and this means Yagao should make it out.
With the flash available as well, I'm pretty sure Breathe isn't going to be catching up to this LeBlanc anytime soon, but that was such unfortunate pathing from Bin, desperately trying to spot out where Breathe was backing to deny this base protection from this Jax. But fortunately for the side of BLG, they were able to get 2 inhibitors, but with the Baron getting picked up by RNG, they're not going to be able to really walk out of their own bases. They have no priority whatsoever on the sides.
I don't know what you do. You literally walk out, your base explodes. But if you don't walk out, they start just taking everything. Like, it's such a terrible position to be in. Feels like you're in the Saw movie at this point. RNG are the victims.
And especially with the Elder, it is going to be an Elder for this game 1. We're approaching 40 minutes for this series, but with double inhibitors down, RNG, they can't step up. L cast the cleanse.
This would be big. This would be big if you get a little preemptive engage. You can catch somebody out, make it an unmanned fight. It forces BLG's hand. They do get the Featherstorm. They will have to revisit that one, but that is a bit of a lower cooldown than the Flash, and he didn't have to burn that.
I feel like RNG, I mean, you just constantly have to consider the fact that Yagao is just going to be pressuring the side lanes while you already see Lumao desperately trying to get engaged. A hook lands!
LP gets hooked. He's at full items now, though, and he's trying to pop back here as well.
Oh my
just
God,
gets
he's gone!
wrecked here as Lamb's Respite came out too late. And look at LP firing away. He ain't got the chakrams. He's got literal cannons.
Not too sure why On was looking for those angles as you had Yagao slowly getting pressure. You already see 2 people rotating towards this top side, but now with the Elder spawning in 40 seconds and no support for this BLG roster, they're gonna just confirm the vision
They're
control.
pinging
Maybe
on the
they can
Nexus.
even end.
RNG are pinging on the Nexus right now.
They're
They
looking
have
to
40
end. They don't have
seconds.
the Kindred ultimate. They can look for a huge wombo combo here.
They realize that if they are forced to the Elder fight, this gives Yagao room to end the game. There's TP available for Ben, too. They could just try and get in the base, but they can't make it work. They can't finish the game because the resets came through from BLG.
It is going to be an Elder flip. You already have Yagao on such a great angle towards the back, but Breathe, I mean, he has that TP available as RNG are the ones with the vision control towards his bottom side.
They have to
need
catch
walk
somebody
through
out.
mid.
They have to force Yagao away from the side lane. He will literally just end the game, and he's looking to start it up right now. I mean, he has 2 super minions that are coming down the bottom lane, and this is RNG, backs against the wall. Breathe can make the difference here, and I think he's just done it. Meanwhile, RNG, Lumao gets caught, though, and out gets the kill. Pop Blossom right back, but it's just a 1. And they go golden, though. Taguyen buying a lot of time. Shun is firing away. The double marksman comp is starting to come alive here, and you're starting to get Elk firing away as well with those feathers setting up. It's a little bit of a split fight. I love this camera. Yagao still fighting Bin on the back line on Taguyen, and BLG have wiped the fight. Yagao is still pressuring. LP actually steps up. He's full items here as well, but he gets locked down by Bin. And Shun try to take out Taguyen. Can't catch him. It's the clones, but BLG show they ain't done. They're scrappy as hell.
And with Shun being one of the survivors for BLG, they're looking to start the Elder, but Breathe has something to say about this.
Can't stop, won't stop. The LPL always delivers as Breathe will shut down BLG in front of the Elder. He has the whole breaker, and he ain't stopping anytime soon. He goes golden, trying to stop away from the combo of BLG, but Yagao, he wants a little bit of blood. He wants a little bit of menace.
Look
You
at
got the
the
TP because Taguyen's trying to end the game. Ben has arrived, though, and I don't think he can finish it. That's one Nexus turret for one Nexus turret, and the LPL delivers.
And the Elder Dragon is still up for grabs as we have people coming off these death timers. This game is absolutely insane. We have the super minions swarming into the RNG base. They need to respond to this, and BLG, they can utilize this time frame to start up the Elder.
This is such a push and pull here. It's like a chess match going on. Both teams have made lasting damage onto each other's bases. One Nexus turret remains, but it is all about the side lane play. It's all about being pulled and not breaking. As Yagao needs to be a little bit careful on his own. BLG are right in front of that Elder Dragon, but RNG have showed up. They're trying to clear out some vision.
And we're back in the same situation once again, but bottom side, here is a slow pushing wave. The hook doesn't land.
Okay, On had that Quicksilver Sash, though. That's actually pretty big. And now, actually, going back in, Elk gets the Featherstorm out. The cleanse comes through, but he is ripping El Lumao apart. Bin looking at a flank here. He's trying to build up some rage with that Dominus. Gotta be a little bit careful because LP is still big. Yagao takes an inhib over there. The Elder Dragon, though, that's the biggest thing. Pop Blossom goes away. They're trying to distract. They're focusing the Elder. They get it. No, it's going the RNG wave. They can take some resets here. The Lamb's Respite's pretty big. The Elder Dragon isn't going to be enough. LP gets locked down. Way! He shows up big when RNG needs him most. And the General waves his sword around.
And Yagao is still alive. He's gonna cut down Wei's escape from this fight, but are they going to get this final kill into BLG's pocket? He makes it!
Oh, he knows. He knows.
He's been juked?
Oh, look at
Oh my god, he just dodges the vision perfectly. Wei's out of the team fight, but that's double Elder for both Breathe and Wei. He's looking to end, but with the Baron up and available, I don't think he's gonna be able to find the end here because Shin's still clearing the wave.
I mean, he's got Holdbreaker. Does he just go for the end? He can just walk through here. He's going for it. Breathe. He's looking for Sun. He's got the Elder Dragon, but he's onto the Nexus. Breathe. He's trying to finish it. It's not enough, though. There is a denial, and it will come of the way of Yagao. 1,000 goals shut down to the LeBlanc.
This past 5 minutes has probably been the best sequences of events in the LPL summer so far, but we still have the Baron up and available as top lane inhibitor has been taken away by Yagao as well. So BLG with this open base, they need to sweep for wards as Breathe has that TP available. They can't realistically be too far out of their own base.
They're going down. And as we cross the 43-34 mark, we are officially in the longest game of the LPL, and it is not done yet. We got fights across the board. Elk is firing away. He's a bit untouched, but LP connects a Calibrum. LP starting to fire him out, and that's a double kill for Elk, but it's a huge turnaround for LP, and we got blood everywhere here.
Breathe death timer on 12 seconds and has that TP available. Lumao can just place the ward in the mid lane and Jax ends the game. Yagao needs the back key.
This is insane, and there's the TP. They want to finish this here and now. They don't want any finickiness as the hook actually connects. No, Lumao gets caught here, but Breathe. He connects on a Shun. The Lamb's Respite comes out. Look at LP, though. Look at LP. He's doing so much work. He gets blasted by Shun, and a mark goes over. And that's the problem when you're facing a double marksman comp, is you got two sources of damage every time.
And the game continues, but we have death timers coming up in around 10 seconds for 2 members for the side of RNG. There's a huge top wave for Bin to TP to as he can consistently just pressure this end, but I'm pretty sure BLG, they're going to secure themselves a Baron as the Nexus is survive for another 2 minutes.
We're already in the longest game, and we are 2 kills away from the most kills, and what a fitting way to come into week number 7. Look at the blood, look at the guts, they're all over the rift here, and it is a thrilling battle, and an RNG who truly never give up in a series, in a season, where they need every win possible coming in here to the last week.
All eyes on LP if you are an RNG fan, because this guy has to survive these team fights if you want RNG to finally hit that Nexus. But with the inhibitor respawning now, they no longer have the option of looking for a full-on backdoor through this Jax or the Nico, who does have the TP available, but it does seem like it's going to be a full-on 5v5 brawl if any of these teams want to take game 1.
And look at this. Elk has sold the boots, full 6 items here. Still waiting on that for LP if he wants to. But look at RNG. They are grouping. They don't care if Breathe had that hole breaker, though they catch out Breathe here. We do have a backline access from Yagao, who's just looking to poke in, but this 5-man comp, RNG could just force the end here if they get a catch out. Elk's caught. Elk might go down. LP, though, he's getting traded. No, it's not. The Caliber, it's no. The Severum is actually going to heal him back to full in the middle of the fight. And it's Ashun with the Lamb's Respite. It's not enough. And RNG, that's 3 kills for Breathe. In a moment to step up, RNG do a quadra kill for Breathe and a game 1 victory for RNG.
Hands down, the best LPL regular split game I've ever witnessed this year. And RNG delivered with that final push towards the BLG Nexus and with the quadra kill going towards Breathe on this Jax. I mean, are you not entertained, Mazel?
We just need the gladiator meme right here at this moment. Just play it. Just leave it on there. It's fine because this was incredible. Longest game. Most kills, I believe, if we at least got 5 more, and I'm pretty sure we did. It is an incredible moment for RNG, not alone to take this game number 1, but to drag it out that way. BLG are our top team in the LPL. They are a team that is heads and above the rest of the pack. Them and JG, and the fact that you can fight like that in a late game where we know that BLG have been so decisive before, props to RNG.
I mean, the patience of RNG consistently forcing fights in that mid lane while Yagao just continuing to have that side lane pressure and getting, I believe, maybe 4 or 5 inhibitors that game alone on the LeBlanc, and Breathe just trying to shut this guy down, but because of the mobility built into BLG's composition, it's really hard locking them down. But other than mobility, when it comes to straight up 5v5s, RNG will come out on top every single time. And we talked about how RNG's composition, they relied on the late game. They relied on those 3-4 item spikes, but we got to 6 items for the AD carries, and you saw how much damage LP was putting out in every single fight. And that's where BLG's composition started kind of cracking, because they didn't have a clear way of fighting these team fights unless it was through Yagao's slight poke from the static shiv. But at that point, LP has a lifesteal, he has a GA to work off, he's chilling.
Yeah, and the fact that RNG decided they wanted to end the game, and they did, right? Like, you don't want to let any craziness come down later on. And the fact that they were just like, we got 5, we almost had Breathe in the game once, we just push his 5, we take a fight wherever we get it, and we end the game. 71,000 damage for LP on the Aphelios, and that's an LPL gold graph for the history books right there.
This game is going down as the longest game we've had so far in the summer. 46 minutes and 46 seconds.
And most kills.
That's kind of cute. I mean, yeah, most kills. It was absolute chaos. And we need to remind the audience that BLG, they were the ones ahead in gold the entirety of the game. But there were a few hiccups, specifically through on this Blitzcrank, where he just got caught, and that allowed RNG to slip back into the game. But of course, the huge engage onto just the bottom lane duo every single time was absolutely insane, as Elk couldn't play the team fight properly because of Breathe's existence pretty much. This Jax became such a problem for the Xayah, because yes, you have Cleanse, you have the Featherstorm to dodge out on the CC, but how do you dodge out on these fists? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, he even had the Mercurial Scimitar as well. Like, it's so much to burn through that still ended up with Elk dying every single time. And it's just about that decision making from RNG that looked so damn good. And have to give props to LP. In those tense moments, it was literally RNG push forward. Everybody look back, what happened to LP? Is he carrying? Is he not? If not, we lose. If he is, thank God, and we're winning this game. And he actually was able to step up. When Breathe pounced, he was right there next to him. And that's what you love to see from a guy that, you know, is new on RNG. Came over from LNG as a purely developmental structure for LNG. And it's been really cool to see him step up for this roster when the void of Gala appeared.
Yeah, and I feel like I just wanted to highlight the amount of value that Bin and LP got out of their GAs alone in that game was absolutely insane, because Bin, he started the whole fiesta off with getting that 1v2 return kill onto the RNG bottom lane, and then I believe LP, he went into GA, but BLG just forgot about Aphelios' existence in the team fight, and LP came back and brought the entire game back into RNG's control. But what an exciting game one to start of the series. I am excited to see what they have cooking up for us in the game 2. They have to deliver again.
They have to. It's going to be a full course meal at this point. We're going to step away, take a little break. We'll be right back with game number 2.
The longer they're going to have to be able to take you down.
Xiaohu wants to go right big on a Weiwei, and Weiwei's going down to first blood. They're going to turn on Xiaohu, but he does have the rocket jump out of there.
What?
What just happened?
It's the hammer swing!
Oh my goodness, a double kill to Harder.
Oh wait, Ruler's gonna do it again.
Ruler?
Ruler's gonna go for a solo dive. Again, the Featherstorm out, the Feathers pull and the flush as well. This guy is the GOAT.
Dom might be sad for ONG, but I'm sure he's definitely happy for TN and Rookie, and maybe some Jackie love as well. Gotta give some. He's spreading the love over there. This game's over, right? Like they're gonna have mid wave crushing. They've got bot wave as well. Comes down to how easy they can actually get away with it. Okay.
Last play though. Top Esports trying to end it here. Rookie gets one. Finally, Jackie Love sharing the kills as the Top Esports getting engaged on Aki in the backside, but he's blown to smithereens. 16 kills.
There's
running in Jackie Love, trying to make history in the LPL. He does it. 18 kills.
Cube does have ulti though, and as my voice cracks like a 12-year-old, Jinjiao could be in trouble as he's being turned off at the time being. Good knockback. The ulti doesn't get much out of Decade as he all in from Hung. It's in and out as Shanks might have an angle as Hope is stepping up. The 80 carry out of everyone is just walking forward. Hope has no fear as the engage helps him out. Look at this man. That's why we put faith in him in the past. Quadra denied, but Shanks cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, WE have hope again.
Definitely be huge for the confidence of them. But if they were to lose from this position, who knows what he'll do to the Mendel. Baron should be gone, but they're going to look for a fight.
On, though, as Beituan is still in the pit, he will secure the Baron. Bobo goes in with a big pop blossom, but you got to watch EDG from front to back. Uzi is gunning him down here as well. You've already lost Hoya, so you've lost some of your power. Mako goes forward as well. Uzi is waiting for the killer instinct.
No.
He's just trying to wait for his angle, and now you get a pick up from JJ. It is EDG that have to back away. 1XA trying to step up here as well. He's trying to get the damage down for him. He's got the caliber, but can't hit the distance. And EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it. Can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Prey Seekers as 1XN all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And Cal, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down Cal, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emotes as EDG go clutch.
Say, yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. Yeah, I got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted. You sold a lie, I bought it. This time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. I won't lay down. I'll never forget the way you
就我们的在最后冲刺前，我们状态还需调整吧，然后还可以更进步，然后争取拿下最后的每一分。下场迎战 BLG 战队，我觉得把自己的状态调整好，然后尽全力拿下吧。Elk 这名选手本赛季发挥的非常出色，可以跟他在下路多交流交流吧。
Well, he went out there and handled business in that game number 1. I'll just say that much. As getting to hear from LP, but especially after getting to hear from RNG in that game number 1, they gave BLG so much stress and anxiety in such a long game. Our longest game of the split, our most kills of the split, and here we are coming into game number 2. I'm Azelle. I'm joined by Kitty, and honestly, is this the moment? JDG lost to IG. Do RNG secure themselves a 2-0 victory here? That is the question we must now all ask ourselves, as these wins matter so much for RNG, and Breathe came out so damn clutch in game number 1 on this Jax.
It is absolutely insane to think that for the majority of that game, RNG were down 2 inhibitors through Yago on this LeBlanc, and Breathe was just consistently matching him and stopping this LeBlanc from getting anything further than those inhibitors. And I feel like RNG, they were just dragging the game for so long that they got to their win condition and they got to the late game finally. And Breathe with the whole break as well. I think he sold it, honestly. He had so much gold, he sold it. I didn't see it in his items at the very end, but it all started with BLG having those tiny leads, but one kill after another, especially on this Jax, consistently finding angles onto Elk. Those kills, I mean, it just snowballed out of control, and they were able to pick up both the Mountain Soul and the Elder Dragon as well. And you also saw this clutch moment where we thought Breathe could end the game, but Yago respawning and backing and just stopping this from happening as well. There were so many clutch moments. There were 1v3 outplays from Bin, there were 1v3 outplays from LP, but at the very end, RNG, they dropped it, the 5v5 composition, they got to 40 minutes, and they came out on top.
Elk had so much peel tools, he didn't even get to use the cleanse, and he still died. That is just the recipe for RNG coming into it, right? We had said from the very beginning, they have an incredible team fight comp. If they get to a position where they can force that on you, BLG don't really have the guns to put up, right? They were a team that really wanted to put blinders on, move forward, and win the game as fast as possible. And Yagao tried. I think Yagao's LeBlanc still stands the test of time, still something they have to think about going into game number 2. But now we have to reset expectations, because BLG are not a team to go down quietly. And after that game, I do expect them to kind of hone back in on what they want to really prioritize in this one, and see if RNG can kind of keep that momentum going up.
I mean, back to reality, right? We're now settling in for game 2. The nerves are gone. The anxiety is gone. It's fresh from the get-go once again, as we have Talion chewing a piece of gum. Is that sponsored? We're not too sure. I don't know. Unbranded gum, just to freshen things up, because that last game, 46 minutes, is absolutely insane. So I wouldn't be surprised if both of these teams are a little bit, shaken up. But coming into game 2, I'm not going to be surprised if BLG, they go back to their comforts and what's been working for them for the past numerous weeks, where they are just looking for those skirmishes, and they have the AoE CC to really set up through those team fights.
Well, we'll see RNG on the blue side, BLG on the red side. We get the Nico ban this time, so not going to slink on through. We also get the Rel and the Wukong by RNG.
It's going to be absolutely insane to kind of think RNG is on match point up against BLG in the final week, when we've been setting BLG up to have the 15-1 run in the regular split for summer. This was the miracle run for this team, but I mean, one more mistake out of this series could just mean that this stops and JDG once again go back to that first position, which is something that they don't want happening. They don't want JDG in that first position.
Yeah, BLG have been in the shadow of JDG all split long, right? It has literally been like a bully at this point, where JDG are just the nightmare that BLG have to face up against every time. And the fact that you had JDG fumble, not be able to go that 15-1, then BLG are rising to the occasion, like, oh, maybe they're the ones that were actually the true runners this entire time. But then RNG kind of reality check them themselves. We do see that first priority pick of the Kaisa for RNG, and it is the insane combo for BLG of Jace and Maokai.
Yeah, Yago is absolutely angry, locking in the J, something that he's picked up since the MSI and has been doing ever so great as Pangyan locks in his 75% win rate, Annie, most played champion so far into the summer, working alongside Wei. And I feel like this is very RNG, having Wei on a carry champion where they find so much success through this jungler, so a lot of pressure is going to be on this guy for the game too. While BLG, I mean, they have the affiliates this time around, they have the team fighting team composition so far, and they want to have those huge team fights coming out of both the Maokai and Jace from the poke, of course, and the 2 item spikes. So we'll have to wait and see. Supports is still up and available. We still have champions like the Alistar that can pair alongside this Kaisa, but I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if On just goes for something that is going to be a lot more mellow, like the I would say Nautilus, because you have a lot of great targets, CC, that can shut down this Kaisa early if he goes the AP build.
I love this early look from RNG though, especially just kind of going with their own special sauce of the aggressive composition here, but leading through Wei, which I think is always something important for RNG. The Leona and the Nautilus signal a lot of those engagers being targeted in the second phase though by both sides, and we're still having some very pivotal picks left on the table. I think the way that support is going to mold both these drafts is oh so crucial at this point.
Luma also had a fantastic Leona game in that game 1. I mean, his KDA was through the roof. I believe he only died like 2 or 3 times in a 40-minute game, which is absolutely insane, by the way. So huge credits to him as well. He was the one kind of being the main engage for the side of RNG, but now that's been taken away, and also Breed's Jax has been taken away. So I wouldn't be surprised if they save counterpick for Bin in this top lane. We saw how influential Breed was when it came to the late game, but Bin can have the exact same effect if he's in a winning matchup.
He absolutely can. We've seen it happen so many times. Maybe lost count. We did get the Blitzcrank though, banned away towards On. I don't want to give away that pick, something that can just be influential. Now that he would have some tanks and some frontline with him, probably go a little bit better than last time where he was the only one. But now, with this counter pick waiting to go for BLG, they'll save it for On, and they'll go ahead and get the Renekton.
Interesting. So RNG, they still have champions like the Alistar to take away that pairs alongside the Kalista. No, but oh my god, why did I say Kaisa for LP? But that just means All most likely looking at something like the Braum as the final counter pick for this composition, which is relatively good because if you look at the laning phase, I mean, you just want to protect Elk to get to those item spikes. But we'll have to wait and see because there have been so many support bans coming into the second game, and it could be anyone's game. It could be a surprise. Who knows?
Would love me a little bit of a surprise. Something that can spice up the draft here would really help RNG. And there's that spice. It's the boss. It's the man. It's Set. Look at On.
This is giving me really bad flashbacks. Set's support used to be the menace of support because when Hex Flash was first introduced, he would have so much movement speed. He would pretty much run you down despite how much space you have between you and the AD carry, and he would just 1v2 the lane because of how much damage is inbuilt into this champion. Exciting matchup for this game too. Set support makes a return into the LPL, and honestly probably the first one we've seen in the year for the entire world because of how Set has died out in the meta. Excited to see how Luma pilots this because up against the Alistar, whoever engages first traditionally should lose.
And also just the fact that On got to choose what he wanted in this, right? This is something he's going to feel confident in, right? There was a reason why On was saved till 5th pick. And I actually really like that for BLG. We talked about leaning into a lot of the different strengths that BLG have been able to use and the flexibility that offers them. And I think that's on full display here in game number 2.
Yeah, and you see, BLG, they're done messing around. No more Kindreds, no more LeBlancs. They are going stock and standard with this composition. Play through those 2 item spikes for Yagal and Shun and get those early objectives online. You saw that the first Mountain Soul, of course, went over to RNG, and that Mountain Soul played in so much part to allow LP to survive in those team fights. But this time around, I mean, BLG's angry and they're out for revenge.
They are indeed, as they are trying to make the run here, but RNG need every win to try to get to 5th and 6th in the LPL Summer Playoffs. They can get themselves a little bit of a bye. We had an incredible game, a very scrappy one in game number 1. It went the distance in kills and time. We'll see if we can one-up that craziness with a game number 2 between Royal Never Give Up and Billy Gaming.
RNG are so close to just reaching the platform of 5th and 6th position in that playoffs, and they would love to secure that as well. With how many RNG fans are at the live arena for tonight, I mean, those fans are getting their money's worth for how that game 1 went, honestly.
I like how the camera went to the guy that wasn't cheering. He's like, wait, what? I was supposed to be cheering here. Hold on. But yeah, it is such an important moment, right? And that's where they can feed a lot off of that game number 1. I think LP will be feeling just fine on this Kai'Sa, and he'll have a lot of moments to enter a backline. But I'm always hesitant when you get this Maokai Jace combo because it can just be so deadly around objectives. Doesn't matter if you're starting or you're trying to finish, you can find ways to really, really set yourself aside with these team comp fights.
I mean, I already love what RNG is doing towards that bottom side. Mid lane priority. Oh, not a pause. Anyways, mid push priority. If Lumao is able to kind of play out of vision and consistently pressure Elk and how he positions in this lane, force the flash for flash, I wouldn't be surprised if Lumao just flashes in. What's the ability that Seb makes the 2 people kiss? I just call it the kiss.
Face breaker.
Face breaker. Well, that's a much meaner term, so I don't want to say that. So if
Lumao's
able to CC Elk and burn that flash for flash trade, he can consistently abuse the Hex Flash and just call way towards that bottom side and look for a kind of angle to break open the bottom lane.
You know, I feel like we could make that work. We could make the face breaker work positively. All right, maybe not. You know, thinking about it a little bit more, I don't think there's a positive way to do that one. Haymaker? Is there a positive? Probably not. Showstopper? Nah, probably not either. Knuckle down.
It doesn't have that punch. Knuckle down is a great one for the boss.
The boss. But also just love that Lumao willing to bring that up against On. You got to see On smile and laughing about it, but it's also something that, you know, Lumao must feel pretty confident in, and trying to find something to help out LP, where LP had such a big game number 1, and it was set up a lot by the rest of the team.
Yeah, and you also have to consider the fact with the reintroduction of this set into the LPL, I mean, there was a reason why Set found so much success in competitive play. It was through the dominating early game of how he's able to kind of force these summoners out of the AD carry early on, and then utilize the summonerless AD carry and then just bring him back in with Set's ultimate and just disposition the affiliate so well. It's pretty much similar to how Gragas would function in team fights, but with a lot more aggression in that early game. But I will be kind of interested to see Lumao's approach in terms of build is going to be for this game too, because back in the day, I believe it was like Sterak's or something, where Set would just run extremely fast. He would be running at 500 movement speed from his passive and the Sterak's, and you couldn't outrun it. Like, you would just be dead if Set appeared on your screen.
Yeah. It can be very, very, very curious to continue to watch as well. We did get a little bit of an update. LP reported a device problem. We will be getting that investigated and fixed hopefully very soon, as everybody hates pauses, and I promise my button to start the game is being pressed right now. It's happening.
Gazelle, start the game! What are you doing?
Trying!
Casters can start the game!
I've been pressing it! That's the thing. You don't know. Sometimes it doesn't work. It's like one of those remotes for a TV, you know, so, you know, you have to like hit it a couple times. You have to like shake it around, you turn it upside down, put it behind your ear, and then all of a sudden it works. It's like one of those things. No?
Yep, as we are just waiting for this problem to resolve itself, as we have a bit of giggles coming out of the RNG roster. But I'm really excited to see how RNG execute on this carry jungler given over to Wei, because I feel like one of my biggest critiques for RNG in the spring, and that's when Angel was on the roster, was that they only found success when Wei was on a champion that could do a lot of that damage and have a lot of that voice in terms of the team fights, because of how the meta was. Back then it was Wukong, it was Vi, What else was there? Like Sejuani. I mean, it technically still is, but the priority has gone down just a little bit. So I'm really excited to see, especially with Tangyun being the beast Annie player. Probably one of our top 3 Annie players, I would say, in the LPL. So they are very comfortable with the synergy going into these skirmishes. But execution's going to be key. And whichever support gets to the team fight first, kind of seems like they have that slight edge.
And, you know, we were talking a little bit about LP stepping into the shoes of Gala, right? Even when you see the exodus of RNG here in the last recency, you know, Ming not being there, Lu Mao coming in. But I think a subtle, interesting change and something that took a lot of time to grow was Tong Yuan, right? He is a Royal Club member. He was a call-up for RNG to try to be the next iteration, try to be the next mid. And I think it's been really, really interesting to see him go from trying to be a second Xiaohu to being his own mid laner now and finding a lot of the comfort that really made him key on the Royal Club roster.
Yeah, and I really like how Tangyun's kind of developed as a player coming to Summit, because he was definitely one of the more critiqued members. That's the flash, that's the CC onto Elk, but no trade onto this affiliate, so that is not the most worth, as
Nice
Elk does
little
have
headbutt from
lots of
On.
chunk on. Not the most ideal outcome for Lu Mao, burning both summers for Elk, as he's just gonna heal back with the red gun and also, of course, with the health pot as well. But, you know, it's been nearly a year since we've seen Set.
Almost on the day.
Yeah.
11 days more. 354 days. And it was actually Mako against RNG.
They took that lesson personally. I'm not too sure who won that exchange, but really have Wei wrapping around BLG's bottom lane. Still level 1, but no cleanse available for Elk.
With this composition, if Wei gets ahead, it gets so scary. Lu Mao is tanking up so much. He has the Haymaker available potentially here, and he tries to get it down. LP, he's out. Wei gets the reset there, and a really awesome dive completed by RNG. They get the reset, they get the kill for Wei, and a first blood goes straight to the Viego.
On still has the flash. Do they want to look for a re-engage here? No, the bottom lane of RNG, they do seem like they're just going to walk away scratch-free, as Lu Mao doesn't have that flash available. That dive looked really scary. Lu Mao was extremely low HP, but with the shield from the W, he was able to kind of survive that. The tightrope. LP also coming in clutch to kind of juggle the tower aggro as well. And Elk, once again, losing out on 2 waves.
Wei needs to be a little bit careful here. You got on the roam, and this connection here, these 2 guys for BLG, those are the powerhouses when you're looking at setup BLG, especially with a composition like this. But now we're looking back at that dive that was along the tightrope we were talking about.
Yeah, nothing connected from Lu Mao, but just the tower aggro being given over to LP, who did have that flash available. They came out on top.
This is a big
We have the support
capitalization.
in jungle here.
Oh, Wei instantly flashes, but they knew, they sniffed him out, and BLG, they make a very decisive play, but LP, he wants it. He got a Hex Splash from Lu Mao, trying to get the face breaker on, giving his life. Haymaker over the wall, doesn't get him, as the headbutt was not there to try to help back, as Shun now getting chased down by the rest of RNG. You got to step up, though, from Elk, who can burst away the damage here, and a back actually getting completed by On.
Unless Tangyun commits the flash W, it might be a...
It's
the flash W coming out of the Annie. Nice. He did not want On to be getting away from that illegal invade from BLG, as Wei bullied off his own red buff. So now Wei first to clear towards that top side as well. I mean, to be fair, this is quite the chaotic early game, but that's exactly what RNG need because of this set pick.
Let's see. Ooh, Breeze getting pretty heavy trade there. We'll have to burn the TP to get back. They've been pushing here. With the presence from bot lane now and a couple kills going the side of RNG. I want to see the tick up in aggression between Wei and Tong Yuan, because I know we were talking about Shun and On, and, you know, connecting with Yagao and all that good stuff. That'll be present. This Maokai Jace combo will be strong. But right now, ball's in RNG's court, and if they can get this steamroll ahead, they're going to be rolling right over BLG.
Yeah, Sheen picked up for Wei and also Lost Chapter. I mean, these are huge, tiny components getting picked up by RNG, so they do have that slight edge for the time being, while Yagao still looking for that serrated Dirk spike when it does come to these skirmishes. So RNG, they do have advantage over these early major objectives, which you do see Wei starting up, but somehow, in some way, Elk comes back into this game and gets a tower play for himself.
That's always really nice to get a little bit of gold on Elk, a guy who has been a mainstay in his come up since MSI and the spring split. But now, BLG moving around, won't actually pull the trigger on this, and first Dragon goes to RNG. So objective control here for Royal Never Give Up.
Yeah, and there's a reason why RNG continuing to be first in terms of securing that first dragon as they secure this mountain soul for themselves. But you already see Bin utilizing this blind Renekton as it kind of predicted Breathe would default to the Cassante, having this lane party and first move for the Rift Herald, which is going to be spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds. But once the Cassante picks up the heal cut in the Bramble Vest, it should be relatively even. But so far, Bin taking full advantage of this isolated matchup.
And we've seen him take advantage of that Renekton so many times before. We've seen some nuts clips from this guy. Now we actually see a little bit of pathing. We're shooting down bottom side. The headbutt pulverized with the Hex Flash will be there. They get the connection here. They're looking for Lumao, though. That's the point of target. Haymaker comes through, but it's not enough in BLG. They get one for Elk as well onto Lumao.
Yeah, and Lumao's flash just came back up. It was a mere matter of 3 seconds or so. So BLG just timing their summoners so perfectly and choking out this set when it does come to the flash timers. But once again, small leads, exactly what BLG need to crawl back into this game. Waiting for Elk and Shun to get that level 6 is the way to go. LP, you need to be careful here.
Yeah, they got the catch out. He has flash, but he's getting locked down. Wei is here, though. This is big. This is big. Reset there, and LP gets the kill, too.
What is happening? I mean, both these supports are kind of just throwing themselves in there, but they didn't see Wei from the previous gank, so they didn't know the Viego around the side. But now, with the plate getting picked up, I mean, with the minions getting picked up for LP as well, he should be relatively fine. But he did have to burn the flash at the very end. On just picked up Moby Boots again, by the way, on Alistar. I'm not going to be too sure how I feel about this because I feel like Alistar, if you do have something like the Merc Treads, it would be a lot more valuable since you kind of have to act as a frontline. But, you know, on you do you, King.
What do you call a cow with Moby Boots?
A fast cow.
Vroom! Yes.
I have too much caffeine to work on. I mean, BLG, they're just gonna start out this Rift Herald on Vision as well, but because of the reset timings, On is there first, especially with the Moby Boots as that first pickup as well, and Shun has the flash to get away.
That's Nature's Grass back, yeah, a little bit. Oh no, the sapling on Dongyuan, it does so much damage. BLG should make this one out though. RNG were unable to capitalize on this pacing. It's actually BLG who are the ones that capitalize. Elk also taking place in the bot lane with these chakrams.
Where have I seen this before? It's almost like LP did the exact same thing to Elk, but on the Aphelios champion, because that's what happens. I don't think LP wins this.
That was 3 auto attacks into a ward there. I don't know if LP can do it. Elk wants to step up, and every time this kind of happens, Elk is willing to make that extra advantage go his way. LP maybe a little bit worse for wear in the trade.
And the scary thing is On's gonna be here first because of Moby Boots gap. He has the Blast Cone as well, so realistically, they can just look for something to force towards his bottom side because Shun has that Rift Herald as well. They're gonna look to break open this base. LP needs to reset here.
Lumao's gonna be left to his own devices. Try to find a little bit of defense here. Wei is pathing down towards the bottom side. You already have a roam from Yagao. And Shun clearing down this way as well. We actually get a replay of what happened in this top side of the fight. Looks like it was a pretty heavy trade going the way of Bin. The flash had to be burned by Breathe.
Yeah, it was just a slow pushing way from the side of Bin, and Breathe was just trying to sniff some of that XP, but getting engaged on and getting the flash force out of this Cassante as well. He doesn't have the Bramble Vest, so he's never going to win the 1v1. And Bin, he's looking for more.
He wants it. He's a hungry croc. You know, you got to feed him at least once a day. Breathe apparently didn't get the memo there. Does get the Q3 back into the flash. Feels a little bit bad there for Bin. But, you know, he'll take the advantage in the trade and force Breathe to TP.
That has got to be one of the worst feelings. Breeze's just going to TP back into this lane and say thank you for the flash trade out of Bin. Maybe it was a prediction. Maybe it was a bit of luck. But in the end, Breathe, he is going to slowly work towards his first item and cut a lane relatively untouched. With the dragon spawning in 20 seconds, Flash not available for LP on the other hand. So LP, he has to play these fights very carefully.
And I know we talked about it a little bit beforehand, but it's been so interesting, the differing trajectories between these teams, right? BLG, they're sitting there right next to JDG as the kings of the LPL at this point, but RNG, they've had to slog it out, right? Like, they've had multiple 3-game series for 2 weeks in a row. They're going into 3 series this week in their last week of the season, needing every win possible. And right now, they're keeping up with the best of them. I know it's a little bit of a lead for BLG, but after that game 1, you have to give a little bit of credence and a little bit of respect over to RNG.
But Shun starting up the dragon, also having that demonic getting picked up, so RNG are not in the position to fight or at least contest this whatsoever when Maokai is to the objective first with the Nature's Grass as well. I mean, how do you walk in, especially when Luma and Wade, they're not that tanky, especially Luma. I'm still gonna be very curious on what Luma goes in terms of his support. And maybe just an even shroud, like what the other junglers / supports have been going in the current meta. But that's the Rift Trail dropped for Elk. And this Aphelios is going untouched in the early game.
Yeah, he's about to get all 5 plays too, and a first turret over to BLG. Delivered in hand to Elk. And there it goes down. He had a wave on his roam down here. He has the Trinity Force, and you have the static shift for LP. So there's a little bit of power behind RNG's guns, but it's BLG who capitalized on positioning.
Yeah, and so insane to think that Elk was the one suffering from the initial dive. That was really well executed by the bottom lane of RNG, but now he's completely back to even gold state, picking up all 5 plates in the bottom lane. And now this Aphelios is just going to rotate towards mid lane and put Yagal towards the side, as this Jace is going to kind of just go scale uncontested until those 2 items, with the Duskblade getting picked up as well. So relatively slow start to both of these teams, but RNG, I mean, having the Viego, they need to look for those resets, but it also has to be through Tangyu's insta-burst on the Tibbers.
Yeah, and they've got to find the combos early and often, and maybe a little bit of this quietness actually leaning the way of BLG. They are fine trying to take some scaling, trying to take these big objective fights, because, again, with this style of composition, you're so backed up against the wall for RNG, because if you start up the objective, they have perfect setup with the Nature's Grasp, a lot of the poke coming down as well. But if they get ahead, they can force you onto objectives and force those fights.
Oh my god!
Elk, he's looking for the combo, and he almost gets LP.
Elk wants some positive LP for tonight. The flash coming out of the Aphelios as well, but it doesn't matter because he's going to get 2 plates in mid, uncontested.
A lot of plays, but here, actually, RNG looking for a TP play. They go in. Nice little face breaker. The Nature's Grass coming out. Look at Tong Yuen. He goes for the Timbers. The reset. Let's go! RNG! You can't count him out, but Yagao has returned with his own flash. He's getting reset too! And we all bought tickets to watch RNG take a trip to Reset City in game number 2. Way's going to chase down On as he's carving up some hamburgers for Royal Never Give Up.
RNG just completely call the bluffs of BLG, especially with Elk committing the flash, trying to look for the solo kill onto LP, but a beautiful flank from Tangyun, capitalizing on the greediness of Elk, and they just threw away their early game lead from this one mistake. As you see a replay of this, I mean, he did have huge chakrams and getting LP to around 200 HP, so maybe the last order connecting could have been the difference, or the Q, but it didn't land. And now you have the TP ward flank placed right behind you, and the Annie gets that Tibbers onto you, and that's the Aphelios getting shut down with
flash,
the gold
no
lead
cleanse,
given.
Nothing. That's a big difference. Now BLG are still looking for a fight, though. They actually catch out Tong Yuen. Here comes Breathe, though. Wei caught out as well. He's not going to get resets. He does. And this is big trouble for BLG. They got the CC lockdown, and here we go again. He can't get to the soul this time, though. And Lumao with the haymaker back on the Yagao. This is LP and Breeze time to shine. So they get shot by Yagao's accelerated shock blast, and that's some of the strength that Yagao's bringing to the table.
Bit of a contest for this Rift Child. Wei is still alive, but you also have to consider the fact that Bin is uncontested in the bottom lane right now. Elk once again.
Elk wants
We've
it
seen
again.
it before.
Oh, it's so close. A tower shot saved by Yagao, but LP's just sitting there. Bro, you want this?
Bro, Yago can just shock blast you and you're dead. You're out of this world.
Oh, he's right out of vision, though.
Oh, he saw the Kaiser W. Well, LP is most definitely still in this mid lane, but
Oh,
he
he just
is
almost
so
kept away.
incredibly low. He can't. I mean, this Rift Herald is just going to go towards BLG because of the exchange of Elk once again on this Aphelios, and he doesn't even have the Gale Force. Imagine once Elk picks up that Gale Force, he's going to be on LP's face 24/7.
He is. As soon as he gets the Gale Force, it's going to be insane. As through all the scrappiness for RNG, it's still a 3,000 gold lead for BLG.
The difference is the main carries of BLG didn't die. It was On and Shun trading their lives for, I believe, Tangyuan and Lu Mao. So they did shut down the mid laner of RNG, while BLG, they were comfortably getting these kills into the carries' pockets. But way on this Viego is going to become a slight problem, but I believe they have enough lockdown to really CC this guy before he starts popping up and getting those resets.
You have to. That is the biggest
There it
focus as
is.
the showstopper straight into Elk's death. That's a big catch out, and Lumao makes this pick pay off.
No flash, no life, and no mid lane priority for the side of BLG to work of. Second dragon now getting picked up by Wei. And Rift Herald in Shun's hand, but they can't really place it in the mid lane whatsoever. But Elk on this Aphelios, he's getting bullied around.
A little bit, yeah, but he still is the Aphelios, and he still is Elk. We've seen him step up so much this year, and this time can be no different if he gets set up in the right way in these team fights. Again, the compositional strength from BLG is just flat out strong, and when Lumao gets caught backing right there,
Oh, that's a bit of a mess up,
that
isn't it?
feels really bad.
That was a pick. That should have been one. Even the ultimate committed from Shun as well, but the Q not
Lumao's
smashed
laughing.
fast enough. Luma is... Look, we've all been there. We've all been there. But if you look at the overall map state, I mean, side lane towers are gone for the side of RNG, both mid and bottom. So BLG, they can start looking to plant down that vision with Baron not up and available yet. So Yago can safely just scale on this Jace and look for the mana mute as that second item. We got a replay. This is just Set utilizing his Hex Flash and having that ultimate connect onto
Yoink.
Elk as well. And what do? This is the reason why you pick Set. It's acting as a Gragas. You disposition the hyper carry so well in these caught out situations. And it's great to see RNG kind of introducing us something new to the table.
Name a better duo, Set and carrying Aphelios. Now we get to see going into it with a little bit of that give and a little bit of that fight for RNG. They were able to get that second dragon. This is a Hextech Soul. And I think that can play more importance as time runs through here. But BLG's strength, it is around those objectives. And they have another Rift Herald to use for Shun.
I'm just gonna look to take down this top tier 1, and you see the synergy between Shun and Yago linking up and consistently hovering this Jace. Tangyuan has the flash available. They can't look for too much in this side lane pick, but once again, the vision control for RNG, they're trying to fight for it, but BLG, they're just too good at planting down deep vision, so it's pretty hard for Lumao to look for an angle once again, although having the flash.
Yeah, the Rift Herald actually gets the charge off here. Will not. The smite comes through. Wei and Tangyuan defend the top side tower. But it is BLG who are looking to collapse on him.
But you already see BLG, they're just denying all this vision that Lumao was able to plant down from the earlier exchanges. Resets are coming out, so the tier 1 top lane tower is going to fall eventually. And it does feel like RNG, they're slowly bleeding out in terms of the macro game without any tier 1 towers remaining for this game too. But once again, Elk is alone in this mid lane, and if they can continue to kind of get these individual picks of BLG before they get to the late game, that could be the way to go.
Picks are, at this point, the way in. You got to try to find it in every way you can. You got about 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Just a little bit more than that here for RNG to try to contest a third dragon for themselves. But the thing is, the proactivity needs to not stop for them. You did get second item. You got the Nashor's Tooth for LP, so you got a little bit more sustained damage there as well. You're really waiting on Wei to hit 2 items, get a little bit stronger himself as they're trying to clear out vision here on the top side of the map.
We also do have the Triforce getting picked up as that first item for Viego, which has been a bit of a new build coming into patch 13.12, kind of moving away from Sunder. That does provide an extra bit of heal, but just better stats overall if you do decide to go for the Triforce. Has been finding a lot of time in professional play, but now with the Baron up and available, I mean, they can't really rush this. They don't have the damage, especially with an AP Kai'Sa. So BLG, they're under no pressure whatsoever. As you see the 1-3-1 composition again. But it is going to be Hex Soul Point if RNG want to look for there. But Shun's already kind of getting that priority for that major objective.
You always got to be careful of Shun coming out of the darkness with those entangling roots, Nature's Grasp. And it was actually RNG who moved out of that mid lane play. They were just trying to find picks, can't find it. So why not back away? That does mean BLG will take priority in mid lane about a minute out from this dragon.
Gale Force has been picked up for Elk. It could be either a blessing or a curse, depending on how you see it and how Elk has been piloting this affiliate so far in Game 2. But you just kind of see this back and forth between the two teams, just regaining this vision control around this Baron. But Dragon is going to be spawning in 30 seconds, and Flash is available on Lumal, but he has to kind of pick his target very carefully. I wouldn't be mad if he locks down Yagol first, because Elk has the Gale Force as well. Just an extra bit of mobility to escape.
We'll call out, we got second items coming up for pretty much everybody. I got the Black Cleavers completed for Wei and for Bin, respectively, but the Miramana, they're upgraded for Yagao. His poke is going to hurt. And this is where BLG's composition really comes alive. When you are forced to start the objective, they can just poke you down.
BLG, they don't really need to contest for this third dragon. The Tibbers goes wide from Tangyuan. That is one of the biggest engage tools
Just
that
back
RNG
away.
so desperately rely on. BLG want to look for the fight. They want to look for a clean ace and then start the Baron up. They don't really care about this dragon. Or they could just take it in broad daylight in front of RNG.
I don't think RNG need to even contest this whatsoever. You've already lost the preemptive engage. But actually pushing Ben off here. Ben realizes he can't get the back off, and RNG are in a weird fight right now as they don't really have tools available, and they're just getting engaged on by BLG here with the Nature's Grasp. Ben getting big showstoppered into the back with the haymaker, but Lumal goes down, and the flash headbutt there, pulverized from On. It's just a chase down, and no more Reset City for RNG. They got to cancel their tickets as a triple into, not a quadra, because Yagao takes it away, goes over to BLG.
Wallow yourselves towards that Baron, BLG. A clean ace at 23 minutes. I mean, this is kind of what we expected. Without that Tibbers available for Tangyuan, I'm not too sure why RNG stuck around for that long. It was just the third dragon, but this time around, BLG get both the Baron and the dragon away from you.
Congratulations to BLG on reaching 7,000 kills in the LPL here off the back of that fight. And now, I don't know how many Barons this is for them, but it's going to be another one here in this series.
I like everyone to kind of focus in on Bin and how impactful he was on this Renekton. We have the Nature's Grasp coming out of Shun and connecting onto Tangyuan, but BLG, they played the front to back perfectly. They first locked down the Cassante and killed that guy down straight away. Lumal ulting in, also got instantly shut down as well, but On following up with his double knock-up onto the carries, but been utilizing that blast cone and just dashing onto the backline and consistently having that pressure. I mean, this was just BLG's fight to take, and RNG, maybe they were a little under pressure, but they realistically should have never contested for that third dragon.
No, they absolutely shouldn't have. As soon as Tangyuan missed that Tibbers, that was let's get out of this one here. But subtly, even though you look at KDAs, you look at objectives, you look at a lot of this game that we've already seen, you think it's pretty even. But it's a 7,000 lead for BLG. And they still have 2 minutes on this Baron buff as well.
Elk has picked up the Maul as well, fully completed, sitting on 3 items as well, while been kind of untouched in this matchup.
They don't want to go to 46 minutes anymore, Kitty. They want to end the game right now, and Lumal will signal potentially the end there. LP got caught, almost goes down himself.
They can't really clear the Baron buff minions either without Tangyuan being here, but no flash available on this Annie. I don't know who can contest Elk, especially having that cleanse available as well. Does seem like a free inhibitor.
On trying to push him off the warding there as the inhib does go down. On getting back a little bit. They had TP from Ben. They still have a minute and 20 on this Baron. They should just look at a tier 2 and top side.
This is where you kind of see the set pick crumbling at the 25-minute mark. On has been targeted. He's gone.
LP gets a big pick off. Now RNG, they're hunting, they smell blood in the water. The Hex Gate, it will end up getting BLG out. And I heckin' love Arcane.
Don't we all? I'm excited for Arcane Season 2 as we have Jace.
Keep saying that for the next year. We'll see what it comes.
Ah, damn. I mean,
Sad.
we have 3 items getting picked up by Yaga now. The Cerildas as well. 3rd item picked up for Bin, but they are snowballing this game out of control through those macro plays. This 1-3-1 composition once again, but this time around, I mean, Yaga, he's out for blood.
Yeah, I think BLG are just very angry about what happened in game number 1. That was not like them. That was not an excuse they want to use, as LP just gets ran down by Yagao. And that's actually a TP. He might be in some trouble here. He gets Facebreaker back and a shutdown goes to Wei. Now the reset is there, but the other side of the fight already down Tong Yuen. He can't provide any help here, and Lumao getting chased under turret by Bin. Just playing a little bit of Giga Chad here on the Renekton. We can't say anything.
Yeah, and Breathe, he has to respond to the super minions in the mid lane as well as 2 people kind of protecting this bottom side as both carries of RNG fell to the pick of Yaga, although he had to trade for his life. But BLG once again coming out on top, and I feel like this game is just snowballing out of control. RNG can't cut the bleeding.
They literally are just brute forcing it. They had a little bit of a lead. They just ran it straight up the mid lane, and now they've just consistently been able to barrel down more turrets, more objectives, where they have a 9,000 gold lead now.
Here's the problem, because you have both the AP Kai'Sa and AP Annie in the mid lane. One singular more for Bin and Elk means they have so much value out of this item and a lot more survivability when you have to work off the poke from especially LP's Kai'Sa. So you have to be very dependent on how Wei is going to be able to get these resets in the team fights. But I feel like Tong Yuen, of course, going the haunting, no, the Liandry's as that first item, he doesn't have the damage to get people to 1 HP and then allow Wei to look for those resets because of these Moors.
Yeah, it becomes so difficult. I will also say they shouldn't just complete Morello's, Morellonomicon there. And you also had that Evan Shroud second item pick up there. So the tankiness with a lot of damage, but also
That's
just
a
being
dead
able to
man's
provide
play.
that utility.
Oh my god.
And
he is going all the way back to around 2018, where this champion was an absolute menace and dominated the competitive scene. But, you know, although...
Those are long ago at this point.
Luma runs really fast, but what else does he do other than running really fast? Because this champion is a bit of a fake tank. He is pretty squishy. Just look at the Q damage from Yaga's Shock Blast. Can't tank for too long.
And you're looking for that big spike of damage. Oh, Elk. He actually gets a decent amount on the way here as well. Another Calibrum shot connects. But you can tank up a decent amount, but you're looking to dish out the damage and then get the resets for Wei, right? Like they're trying to find that in with Lumel. But at this point, BLG have gotten their composition online. They have the strength and the gold where it needs to go, and they can just force your hand every time. That's a 3rd dragon for BLG. Oh, you're on a ward, Lumel. That's a face breaker into a haymaker, into a death for the RNG bot lane.
Baron spawning in 30 seconds as well. How does RNG come back into this game? They don't have any vision set up towards that side either. Bin is level 16. I don't think you're going to be able to one-hit this Croc.
All right, we're going to see it happen. We've seen this before, and they immediately back off.
Yan Shun already planting down his saplings, setting up for this upcoming Baron. BLG, they're just gonna reset and then walk their way towards his top side and force RNG to walk into them. But Yaga having 3 items, now working towards his 4th. I mean, they don't really have the range to ever contest this Aphelios or Jace unless they find a flank from the Annie. Unfortunately, no vision to work of Tong Yuen. Let's breathe.
Breathe TP, but there was a TP from Yagao as well. He gets a little bit of all-out action, and Breathe making it out alive there. And Wei takes the brunt of On's ire. Maybe he's waving a little bit of a red flag. Some bullfighting going on. But BLG, they are onto the Baron. This is something RNG have to contest about.
They see Tong Yuen on a ward though, so BLG, they're
they can't.
committing to the Baron without any pressure whatsoever. And that's just 2nd Baron going over towards BLG.
They can do so much with this. They're just going to get some resets off. They can push down one of the lanes. They can just use the amount of team fight potential they have in this composition and the leads that they have with an over 10,000 gold increase for them to just finish this game here and push us to game number 3. RNG, they need to find a pick. They're trying to look on a Bin. That was a flash. They got the connection. They do get it. The Prey Seeker goes a bit wide, but Ben goes golden. He has a huge heal here. He does buy a lot of time, but he goes down nice. Little connection of the Nature's Grasp there. And that is a bit of a fight back for RNG. But the entire time that was going down, BLG were looking elsewhere.
I saw an angle where On flashes over the wall, and I know On would... He probably considered this, and he could have potentially gotten 2 return kills into Bin's pocket while Yagal and Elk are just chowing down on this top side, and also now getting 2 inhibitors as well. No ultimates available for RNG, by the way, so I don't know how they're going to really contest this as BLG. Maybe they can just reset and look towards that third, but if you're impatient, you could just look for the end here.
The accelerated shock blast are going to be doing work. Way reset is here now. We can have those resets come through in a fight. That could be it for RNG. But Tong Yuen just getting blown up here as they lose a Nexus turret. Tong Yuen without tippers, without any tools, isn't there when they need him for RNG. I mean, the siege will continue. Another minute, 25 seconds on this Baron buff. On goes forward, gets caught out a little bit. The TP has come in, and that's Ben joining like the big croc he is. You get the catch outs. This is it. BLG, they're alive and well, and they're looking to punish RNG. They've woken up from that doozy of a game number 1. It went the distance. They're going to make sure this game 2 doesn't. And BLG rise to the occasion, and we're going to 3 games.
This is the BLG we all know and love, as Ben also picks up a triple kill on this Renekton to finish off the deal. But now the series is going the distance. We all predicted this. There's no way BLG is going down without a fight. And that game, I mean, you could see from just purely Elk's performance on the affiliates, he was angry. That was angry gaming coming out of BLG.
Yeah, it was. And this is also a 5th series in a row that RNG are pushed the distance to 3 games. It's a lot and it's stressful, but it's something that BLG are warming up into. They had a lot of fun with the composition in game number 1. Game 2, that was like going to a business meeting in a suit and tie at that point. They had everything that you would typically ask for from them. And now we get to a culmination game 3 where we didn't necessarily get that same fight back in RNG that we got in game number 1.
Yeah, and it is just through the insta-lock of the Jason Maokai when it is left open. And Yagal on this Jace, I need to give him praise because this wasn't a champion that he was too comfortable on at the start of the year in spring, but we saw him slowly pick it up throughout his development at MSI, and now he is probably one of the most reliable Jaces we have in the LPL, and he's delivering once again in this second game up against RNG, and I feel like just RNG, they weren't able to snowball the lead that they were given through bottom lane, and it allowed Elk to slightly come back to the game through 5 plates onto this Aphelios, and when Elk is ahead, I mean, that's pretty much game over.
All 5 plates, the first turret, and even some more plates in other lanes. It was definitely feed the Elk City, and he got to be a big, strong one. And I can appreciate the way that RNG approached the draft. I think giving Way the Viego a tried and true pick for him, something that he absolutely has piloted and made a big splash on before. We got to see inklings of that, though. But it started slowing down 13 minutes in. We weren't getting those kills necessarily. We weren't getting that cohesion. And it became a lot more difficult for RNG to execute their composition.
Sorry, I just got a wave of despair thrown into my memory because I just remember that RNG contested for that 3rd dragon in that game when they missed the anti-tibbers, and it just felt like a bit of a confused call coming out of this roster, and that eventually became the demise that became the huge goal shift to allow BLG to come back into this game. And I feel like without that type of mistake, they could have just continued the trend of slowly finding these individual picks through Luma on this set. But with that going so terribly for them, resulting in a 20-minute Baron, I don't know how they could have came back in this game. As we take a look at the damage dealt to champions, this is kind of what you expect. Shun got his demonic embrace extremely early in this game, and definitely showing through those objectives as well in the early game. But Bin on this Renekton, he was pretty much left on an island until that 3rd dragon contention, and he got so much done.
Yeah, a bunch of visitors came to his island, and you know, they didn't like what they found, and Bin pushed them off his island a lot of times. I think this Renekton for Ben has been such a big pick for him, and also just a lot of the confidence it gives him, a lot of strength in the side lane. He did have a 5-1-6 record there, but I think it was a pretty holistic performance from BLG. Right? They had a pretty easy composition to execute. We've seen them do it time and time again, but they did so cleanly.
Yeah, you also have to consider the fact that BLG, they banned away the Jax, so Breeze's answer into Bin's Renekton, and we also saw Breeze was just consistently under so much pressure in that early game, so not too sure if you want to blind the Cassante again into Bin's Renekton when it comes to the second half of the banning phase, but we'll have to wait and see, because RNG, I mean, it was all about Wei for that game too, but unfortunately, not finding the amount of like picks they needed. There were a couple of instances where Wei was getting a lot of resets, but unfortunately, those kills didn't result into macro plays, didn't result into towers, and they eventually just got suffocated out.
They did indeed, and I think that's going to be a conversation that RNG really need to find an answer for going in Game 3, or BLG will just take this momentum and run with it. We're going to see what happens on the other side of a short little break in the culmination of this day. We'll be right back.
Just as boring as it has ever been, but I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight. I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bore me with your stories about tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
我们对先锋这个生物，就觉得他杀死他之后能获得300块钱，还能推塔的话，这个作用太大了。我觉得我们队5个人都对他很重视。我觉得我们队伍对那个队伍最终排名的得分已经达到了。面对 RNG 战的话，我觉得我们队伍正常玩就可以了。
They just got to play a little normally, and apparently they did in game number 2, maybe not game number 1, as BLG came out, even the scoreline. And I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Kitty. We're going to be kicking off game number 3 here very shortly. Before we do, we got to give out a crown for game number 2. And of course, it goes to the big man on campus, Elk.
Yeah, and honestly, credits to Elk considering the fact of how that early game started out for the side of BLG's bottom lane, because he was the one getting dove and getting consistent pressure being put on him from Tang Yuan and Wei, and of course Lumao having this set, burning that flash early on, just trying to bully out Elk in this game. But with the amount of confidence this man has on this champion in particular, he was just consistently challenging LP in the individual matchup when it came to the mid lane priority, and never giving LP any chance to really join in on those fights. But you know, BLG, they're definitely angry and they want to close out this series with a win.
And it's little moments from Elk where you see a lot of the aggression that we used to see from him that didn't necessarily always pull off, that has really made him shine on BLG. And I think a lot of big moments like this, especially Bin, it was really insane to see the way they picked apart the fights from against RNG here, especially, and kind of the instincts to go in like this and the use of the composition was so good from BLG.
Yeah, they play the fights extremely slow. If you just look at Elk in particular for that dragon fight, they were just playing with the space incredibly well, where Breathe couldn't get his hands onto this Aphelios pretty much, because BLG instantly focused down whoever was the front line of RNG, and they just played the front to back composition really well coming into this game too. But it wasn't a game without its mistakes. I believe we had quite a lot of deaths, honestly, towards the bottom side, 10 deaths shared together. But I just did a bit of digging on the set support. It's been played this year, but I need to correct myself. It was a prevalent champion back in 20, I believe 20, when Set was a very broken support champion. But it has been explored by our brothers in the LCS, specifically Huhi, who has played it twice, both being wins. So that unfortunately received its first loss of 2023. I wouldn't be surprised if RNG don't really introduce that again. Maybe they're cooking it up for playoffs, but let's just save that for you know, the remainder of
Save the
this
cooking.
Yeah, let's save the cooking. Let's go back to our kind of comforts, the Rakan, the Leona, something that your team is very used to playing with, and we will go from round 1 again.
All right, starting from the bottom, and now we're here, not that far from the bottom, because we're still building. As we are getting in game number 3 here very shortly. Again, I can't help but feel a tide of change in this series, right? Game number 1 was probably, if not the craziest game I think I've ever casted in the LPL. Like, that was actually insane. It was the longest game of the split, most kills in the split. BLG were angry from that game number 1. They came out and they smacked RNG in game 2. So now it's just throwing your hands up and wondering what we get in game number 3. As we look at the focuses, BLG on the blue side will be banning away the Vi, the LeBlanc, and that Jax from game number 1. It'll be RNG on that red side banning away the Rel and the Nico so far.
Yeah, and this time around, BLG, I mean, they kind of have to split up their mid-jungle duo, but I wouldn't be surprised if Yago just defaults back to this Jace, because I feel like Tongyun, if you look at his champion pool, he doesn't really have a great answer into this Jace champion, unless he picks the, something like the Tristana, which is seen as a response. Although you slightly do lose in the 1v1 trade, but you can still look for early leads before the Jace picks up that first item in the Duskblade, but we'll have to wait and see what RNG's response is. We still have champions like the Wukong available for Wait to pick up, and that can be paired alongside the Ahri or the Annie for this game 3.
Yeah, and love to see a little bit of that adaptation, I feel like, although that priority of the Jace is huge. That man on your screen right there, by the way, he just reached his 200th game win in the LPL. 9th bot laner to reach such a milestone. Shout out to LPL fan club. Got to see that a little bit in the off little time here. But specifically, Elk has been a shining light for BLG here recently. I think it's a far cry from the would-be super team that we saw BLG try to put together last year. And it's been really nice to see it all come together this year. We get the Wukong for Wei, so a little bit different than the Viego, but still a lot of skirmishing power there. And BLG should just continue to lock in kind of what they had from last game.
Yeah, and maybe secure something like the Renekton for Bin on 3 here would be the way to go for BLG, while RNG, they are looking for a mid laner, or at least maybe they prioritize support. I'm not too sure because we have the Rel band out once again, but like you said, the reason why BLG is such a fan favorite organization, it's because names like Shun and Elk, they weren't able to find similar success in their previous years in the LPL. Elk in particular, having time on WN Ultra Prime, he never really found any shining moments towards playoffs. He always just stumbled in the regular season, but alongside this BLG roster with the veterancy in Yagal and Bin as well, it just really feels like he's elevated to a next level, and he is being considered one of the best AD carries in the entire world right now.
Yeah, and on Ultra Prime, it was so interesting because he was always the guy. Every time I was casting Elk on Ultra Prime, I knew he was the guy. As soon as he's got Gale Force first item on the Aphelios, he was going in on you in a 2v2. If you lost, he wins the lane. And it was these things where he would just flash Gale Force. He was playing always aggressive. It didn't always work out. Much like we were talking earlier about for Hacker, right? A lot of the aggression on Ultra Prime never worked out. But then you see them move on from that and see that growth continue to be there. And Elk, again, molding himself into this incredible AD carry as we've seen him. We are already, though, with that Annie combined, the RNG first trio locked in. We also get the Nautilus joining the BLG trio with a lot of lockdown there. Get the Aphelios ban actually towards Elk and the Leona towards Lumao.
But how disgusting would it be if BLG just lock in the Varus or the Ziggs towards that bottom side? I mean, it is great pairing alongside the Jace, and you work off the poke in these team fights, and you already have the Nautilus secured, so that is just guaranteed ultimates for you guys to be forcing once you do hit ultimate spiking for the bottom lane, of course, of BLG's duo. But on the other side, we have still top laners up and available for both Breathe and Bin. Champions like the Renekton has been taken away by RNG, so Breathe, I mean, champions like the Cassante still up and available, but I feel like Breathe, he would most likely save this counter pick and probably respond to the Cassante with a Fiora.
I would be really interested if he wanted to go a route like that. I mean, we have seen him pull that out before. It looks like we are going to save a potential counter pick there for this top side of the map. We will get the Rakan locked in and taken away from a little bit of that comfort for On, but also just a good matchup into the Nautilus for On. So I actually really like this for Lumao. Gives him a lot of breathing room there with a lot of the peel back and potential engage that they'll have. Now we're looking at BLG for their final 2 lock-ins. It'll be their ADC in their top lane. Whatever they want to go with here, K'Sante could be a good option for Bin.
Champions like Ashe and Varus are still up and available, so it depends on what Elk wants to take as this final approach in Game 3. A bit of utility could be the way to go, or are you going to lock in aggressive 2v2 to shut down LP as fast as possible on this static shiv Kai'Sa? We'll have to wait and see. Most likely going to be the Ashe locked in. We have seen a lot of Ashe priority in the LPL, and that's because it has a stronger 2v2 after receiving slight buffs in patch 13.12, and you look for those level 3 trades and honestly could go for 100-0, but we'll have to wait and see on how Elk pilots this, as he has played it 2 times already so far in the LPL. Breathe, come on, give me the Fjord. Don't hover the yawn, man.
It also just combines really well. It used to be like part of that Exodia comp with this before with the Maokai, because you already have sapling vision. You already have so much strength with this composition around objectives, and the Ashe just adds to that. We do get some long distance engage and some nice scaling to add to the comp for RNG, though, with the Ornn lock-in for Breathe.
Man, I saw a universe where Breathe just ego locks in the Fiora up against K'Sante. He doesn't care about any other lane. He just wants the individual lead up against Bin. But with the Ornn as the final lock-in for RNG, this solves a huge problem that they didn't have in Game 2, which was dealing with the Jace and the Ashe in terms of how long range they were. Because this is pretty much similar draft compared to Game 2. We still have the Jace, we still have the Annie, Kai'Sa for LP as well. But now Breathe has the Call of the Forge to really disposition Yaga out of these team fights.
And all the setup you can possibly ask for. Both sides playing a little bit more reserved with their compositions. I feel like you're not getting that full aggression from the junglers that we've gotten trades off in both of these games so far here. But as we're reaching our culmination of this day in the LPL, you got to remember, we're in week 7. Yes, we've had all 10 teams that are going to be in the playoffs book their ticket there. But that does not mean the fight is over for the rest of the split. 5th and 6th are the goal for RNG. They want to have a bye in the first round. This is something where BLG are trying to capitalize on what JDG could not do and finish with a 15-1 record. It may be getting close to the end, but that just means the tension is higher than ever. As we're getting into game number 3 of BLG versus RNG, I want you to keep that in mind as everyone will be showing out. We'll see what kind of fireworks we get and how loud these gyos can truly become here in Shanghai. Coming out in force. I love to hear the audience.
We have an extremely chaotic chant coming from both fandoms. I mean, we have BLG supporters. We also have RNG kind of overpowering.
There's one guy in there that's screaming RNG with like all of his soul.
Pretty much. I want the flag of whoever owns that, by the way. That thing is like 2 billion meters tall, and I just want that. I feel like it would be kind of a nice piece to have in your collection. But of course, game 3, it's anyone's game. It's a best of 1 now, but with how BLG kind of rocked back from the game 1 going so terribly, I mean, they locked in a very familiar composition once again, but this time around, I feel like Elk on this Ashe. We've seen it before against, I believe, Ultra Prime, and he was able to utilize the spacing incredibly well, so perhaps they need to utilize, I mean, they need to burn the flash out incredibly early from Elk to really shut him down once again.
Elk has been such a crucial part for BLG. So is LP for RNG. A new come up. We'll see if he can make the difference here in this bot lane 2v2. As game number 1 absolutely did. Game number 2 tried to, but has been truly a big wave of growth for this guy who came over from the LNG Academy squad and the LDL team for LNG at least. And It's been really cool to see him take the shoes, right? That's what we talked about a lot between this RNG roster is how the voids have been filled after they lost such long-standing members for this organization.
A lot of shoes to fill, especially with the departure of Gala Ming and of course Xiaohu of 2023. But I feel like although this summer we didn't have high expectations for both Tangyu and LP, both relatively new to the scene, but them delivering, taking games off BLG, who are the titans of the LPL. Huge respects to them, and they are kind of redeeming themselves from spring where they ended 9th position in the playoffs or regular split in, and then they weren't able to really go the distance in the playoffs either, so they're trying to look for that opportunity once again this summer.
Good guy on there, blocking the way, so El could get a quick back off, try to get back to wave as well. I do want to check in on junglers since we are getting opposite side pass for both sides. We do wonder if Shun can actually capitalize on LP and Lumao playing a little aggressive. But Wei on the Wukong, I feel like does need to be skirmish heavy. This is something I want Wei to have a bit of priority with so he can get some advantages and set up fights for the rest of the team.
Something we don't see enough is RNG shutting down this Jace early on. Jace as a champion is extremely vulnerable in the early game. Once you don't have that flash, you're so immobile. So Tangyu, and every time he has a stun, good lord, Lumao W's away.
Mobility is key. Dive, duck, dodge, dive. Something about ranges.
Duck and dive.
It will be just the trades here. And both jugglers taking it pretty easy. And I think when we saw so much presence from RNG around these objectives throughout the series, I think it's been really nice to see. But that is something that BLG now, twice in a row with this composition, will have more strength than RNG at.
Definitely, and also bringing up the fact how I highlighted that Wei can realistically look for opportunities towards the mid lane 2v2. The ward spots out Wei towards that topside river, and Elk consistently putting out his E towards the bottom side jungle just spots Wei missing from his own jungle, so they just instantly know that Wei is hovering towards that top side, so it does allow Yago some sort of information, and once again they just can wait until the 2-item spike, and they're more than happy for the game state to be like this.
Exactly that. I mean, the game plan is looking all right here. We do have our first dragon on the Rift. With some of that first dragon priority we see between these two teams, I wonder, since Wei is pathing that way, we'll get that priority for them, because it is still just kind of a lax clearing for Shun on this Maokai, and it is perfectly fine, because right once you get that level 6, that's where things can really turn on. You can get that collection with Elk on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Nature's Grass, the combos that can set up for CC for BLG will be a detriment to RNG. You see with the roam from Lumao, we're looking for vision around this Dragon Pit.
Yago did find the opportunity to reset though, so he picked up the tier and double longswords, while Tangyuan, although having that ultimate available, he doesn't have the amount of stats to really contest for this 4v4. In the bottom side, you see Shun and On already linking up, forcing Lumao out of the jungle. I feel like BLG, they're more than happy to kind of contest for this first dragon.
They just came out and cleared out RNG as a whole. They, you know, RNG set up flags. They had some merch. They maybe a little merch stand in the side, and BLG said, "No, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to sell merch here in front of the Dragon Pit."
You know, I think the day started off with us kind of rating whoever has the best mascots. I just remembered that BLG's mascot is literally, it's 2 anime girls. And I take back my answer from EDG having the cute little logo. I take BLG's mascots being the best mascots in the LPL. They even had that BLG themed day where they invited 2 cosplayers onto the stage and do a little bit of a performative dance. But that is wholesome energy, and I stand that.
I like it. I just like a lot of the little things that the teams have been doing for some fun stuff in these arenas and stuff. I know at the beginning of the year, it was all about the intros, the player intros. That out really quick with a lot of the players. But it was really cool to see that now this split, we've had a lot of influence from just the teams having things coming out in the arenas, especially when we're getting the introductions coming out for both sides. It's been really, really cool to see. Little things make the most, and let's see some interactions for the audiences as well. But speaking of interactions, we finally get some presents from BLG around the Dragon. clearing out this vision. Won't be able to start this one up, though, even with the push from Elkanon and bot side.
Jun is just waiting for his bottom camps to come up, so he does get that level 6 way. Also the same situation, but BLG, they desperately to rely on these ultimates coming online. HardCC guaranteed to look for these picks in the upcoming skirmish for this first dragon. However, I still feel like Tangyuan, having this flash available on the Annie, has the upper hand because of how RNG is able to kind of have this early game damage just inbuilt into their kits, Kaisa in particular.
Shouldn't cut on a pretty greedy back there. Hong Yuen's going to try to cut him off here. Does have the stun with the tippers. There's the grand entrance knockup as well. Cyclone following it. First blood for RNG.
Shun's just in a bit of an awkward situation. He is looking for level 6, but no camps available in the bottom side. He was quite literally one Raptor camp away from getting that 6, and then they could start considering to start up the dragon. But RNG utilizing this time frame perfectly and getting that first blood into Tangyuan's pockets. But now Annie extremely low, arrow hits.
Oh, yep, that's going to be it. As On also looking for the re-engage as LP's coming up with level 6, but Elk is also here. Yagal's pretty strong at this point. The clone, rather, going to be there. Dredgeline actually connects on LP. He gets locked down here and just left by his team. He tries to kill Instinct at the flash, but Elk flashes right back, says, "You ain't getting away from me, bud."
And somehow BLG come back into the game, although RNG were the ones committing the ultimates onto Shun. Breathe is here. Can he look for a pick onto Yagal?
There's no mana. Breathe actually going to pull the trigger here. The cow doesn't have any way out but a flash. He can't get out. Gets knocked up anyways. Oh, goodness. It's a calamity of errors going on both sides. Shun soloing the dragon for BLG.
Don't mind Shun. He is still level 5, but he's just soloing the dragon while absolute chaos is happening towards that mid lane. Can Wei look?
There he goes. That's how you get level
Finally.
6. You kill the dragon.
Well, the first major objective has finally been secured by BLG, but at what cost? Because LP, I mean, I think he could have just flashed towards the side of Lumal and maybe gotten away. I'm not too sure. I mean, it is just opportunities going and just theories, but in the end, Yagal comes out on top because he picked up that Serrated Dirk, and also RNG committing so many ultimates towards Shun as that initial engage. But we'll have to wait and see because we have the bottom lane of BLG already rotating towards this mid lane as they have their eyes set on this Rift Herald.
With the amount of vision control and that lockdown you can have with this combo, that's what we said. Their perfect setup is around objectives, and they want to force that onto RNG. I will also say that Bin is forcing a 20 CS lead over Breathe in the top lane, and that makes it that much easier to play through this Rift Herald.
And once again, I mean, just a relatively slow start for the solo laners. We don't even need to consider the top lane. Although Breathe got a really nice engage onto Yaga in the mid lane and utilizing the flash timers not available by this Jace, I still feel like RNG, they have the conditions to contest for this first Rift Herald. As you see Wei really denying a lot of that vision control.
Oh, they're going to TP here. Blocked by the clone. RNG should make it out of this one, but that will be Rift Herald given over to BLG. They use the priority from mid lane to get this objective. So far, full objective control from Billy.
Fair enough, as Breathe doesn't have his ultimate available, as LP is just alone towards that bottom side, so he can pick up 1 to 2 plates. Engage from BLG.
Oh, little bit split. Enchant Crisera went one side, On went the other way on the Tong Yuan. So they can try to get on the same page, but Yagal says doesn't matter what page we're on, I can still get some poke in.
Yeah, and we see this trio coming out of RNG of the jungle's mid and support, but not getting too much done. They are going to trade the Rift Herald for some vision set up towards that bottom side. Yagal doesn't have the flash available, so maybe they're able to look for a pick here.
Pretty big boy is the Nautilus. Do you ever remember that cinematic where Nautilus is like literally gigantic?
I remember before Riot started writing legit lore for League of Legends champions, they said Nautilus was just some dude in a scuba diving suit.
Yeah.
But now he's some titan of the
titan.
depths, and he's extremely massive. I don't know, Riot's cooking something
Some
up
of
with
the
the lore.
cinematics are so like eerie to me when you see the anchor and how big it is when they do it. It's so scary. But you know,
There's
maybe
something really interesting. So
What's up?
for, I believe, OCE in particular, I know OC doesn't really exist as a region, but OC in particular, we got some love. Riot made a very special dedication to the community by placing a huge Nautilus statue in the bottom of the ocean. And I believe if you kind of contributed to the cause, you could have your gamer tag or your name imprinted on the statue. So that Nautilus statue is just forever in the ocean.
That's actually so cool. That is so cool. Oh man, I want to look up some more. I want to see what all kind of cool gamer names we got on there. It'd be hilarious. Speaking of though, some gamer moves going on. We got first items being completed. Who'd thunk of that 13 minutes in? And about a minute and a half till Dragon, so I think it's perfect time to set these things up. We got the Dust Blade. Got the Demonic Embrace. We got the Jack Show completed for BLG. We're still waiting Elk to finish his first item. On the other side, you do have a plethora of really increased damage first items for RNG. Maybe they can put up a bit of a fight as Rift Herald from BLG goes in mid lane.
Elk is the only person out of all the carries to not pick up that first mythic item, so Elk desperately needs to look for a reset and really come back with that Kraken available to match the DPS of LP on this Kai'Sa. But with only 50 seconds to go on the Dragon, I'm not too sure if he has the reset timing to look for that first item. We'll have to wait and see because BLG, they're contesting for the vision control. That's the all out.
Go for the all out on the breathe here. Still pretty far away from dying. Tries to get the Q3 here. Does end up missing it. So breathe should back away from that one. Elk was trying to get back off, but ends up getting an Enchanted Crystal Arrow right onto the right target. And because Lumao tanked up that damage, he goes down first. Oh, big re-engage though. That's huge. Look at Wei. He's trying to take down Odd. Can they do a killer instinct? Comes in from LP. And BLG, they're running for the hills right now while RNG have taken two.
They committed too much to that engage. On was really overextended with how he had to go in for the hook onto Luma. And of course the TP is coming out of both top laners, but without that Kraken available for Elk, I don't think they have the same amount of damage compared to the static shift picked up by LP. And now a winning skirmish and also the second Dragon picking up by RNG.
Oh, Yagao tries to get LP. Can't do it. Lumao comes over the edge. That is a lot of damage. We do get that kill over to, or at least the Dragon kill over to RNG. So it'll be an Infernal Dragon for them. We got a Cloud Dragon. Here's our Soul. Ooh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow is not up, but LP does make it out alive. We'll just get the push from BLG towards mid lane.
Look, although Yagao's flash might have looked a little bit goofy, but now they have kind of a bit of pressure towards this tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Although the I believe the Ash Arrow did hit Wei, Luma had to tank everything, but that meant BLG were way too overextended in this fight, and Breathe honestly having a fantastic game on the Ornn, getting multiple people with his ultimate as well. But at the end, it was just a mythic item difference, as Ash, she doesn't offer too much in these team fights compared to the Kai'Sa.
I think there's been some different things going wrong with BLG this game. A little bit of desynced for a team that has looked so good a majority of the split. You can never count them out. Even in those little slip-ups, they are still so damn mechanically good. You see them actually pushing RNG into their red side of the base.
The scary thing is you never want to be face-checking BLG's composition.
Yagao. So close to taking out Wei.
They're just walking in as a 5-man unit to secure this topside vision. They really want setup for this second Rift Herald as well. No one is fixing the bottom wave whatsoever. That's just how much kind of priority BLG is putting on this. And they're just playing full on ARAM, by the way. But I feel like by this point, BLG more than happy to look for pokes slowly onto LP, as they can potentially beat Doe from shooting in the back.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes through the uprights, but LP stepped forward because of that. He killer instincts out. You got Lumao with the re-engage, but LP's already down. Tong Yuan will not fall, but Elk, is that a sniper shot? He doesn't go down. Wei gets him in the end. My goodness, that was close. But RNG, they continuously are punishing Billy.
They're picking BLG apart with these team fights. Somehow the Enchanted Arrow misses from Elk, and BLG, they still commit to the fight, especially with On once again overstepping and getting instantly shut down with the amount of returns CC that RNG has with this composition, and RNG calling BLG's bluff.
Got to have a pretty good poker face in these situations, and I think BLG might have just got found out with theirs. You see Rift Herald, though, spawning, and a reset had come through from BLG, so they'll be able to get that one. But we look back.
The shock blast from Yago onto both carries is huge, but this initial Ashe arrow missing was just such a pain. But Tongyun also getting that CC under tower just meant this fight wasn't the one to take, especially with Call of the Forge once again connecting onto the carries of BLG. The value of this Ornn in Game 3 is through the roof, while BLG, they realistically could have just fought around that Rift Herald. I believe Shun still managed to pick it up, but with a bit of a scrappy fight going over towards RNG.
I know you were wanting the Fiora, but at this point, the Breathe Ornn is literally what's holding RNG in a lot of this situation. A tier 2 does go down to Yagao and Shun, so that's actually a pretty big gold influx into a lead that BLG have already developed for themselves, almost 3,000 gold. Agree back from On. He's looking for it. Do they get a ward over the wall? There he goes. They found it, and now On has to flash out. That's the Tibbers, also used by Tongyun.
Nah, that's 2 ults for the Nautilus, by the way, but On somehow gets away because Tongyun didn't commit with the Tibbers fast enough. LP did spot on the mid lane wave, but RNG, they weren't cutthroat enough to commit to the kill. And now BLG, they use this time frame to get the tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
They use that siege heavily, and we've already talked so much about Tongyun's growth throughout the split, but in this one specifically, the Annie is having a bit of a rough time in Game 3. We see the re-engage, though, potential from Breathe. He gets the big Ornn horn, and that could be it here. LP starting to work on the back eye side here as the Killer Instinct comes out, and they're bringing him out. The Owl Out comes through. LP misses the Prey Seeker, but it doesn't matter because RNG do it yet again. 3 down for BLG.
Another beautiful ultimate coming out of Breathe on this Ornn, hitting 3 members of BLG, absolutely destroying Elk out of these team fights. And 5v5s, I mean, we've seen these twice already, but every single time going into the favors of RNG. BLG is extremely lucky that Baron isn't up and available because they had 3 members dead out of that exchange.
And we thought that it was going to be BLG taking an outer tower. Turns out they turned it around. RNG flipped the script and they take their own outer tower in mid lane. Do have a dragon up. It has not necessarily been the highest priority, but we take a look back at how it all started.
Yeah, this Ornn pick really is kind of what is being such a pain for the carries of BLG to deal with. Just look at Yaga and Elk's positioning. They're stacked on top of each other, so the value out of a single ultimate for the side of RNG, and then the follow-up naturally from LP, of course, on this Kai'Sa. It was just very structured in these team fights as Weimo gets sniped on the side, but still an overall massive win and a huge gold shift as they are barely ahead in gold.
On trying to Spider-Man his way out of there. Might just have to give up his life, though. Will end up making it out at least as RNG turn back over to this mid-play. They're actually putting some vision, trying to set some distance between them and BLG. Come back, evened up the goal. BLG were circling a pretty decent gold advantage there. But in the side lane right now, there's nobody answering to Ben. They have to pull the trigger on something, get Breathe back there.
You also have the Scuttle Crab secured by BLG on the Baron. Also some wonderful flank wards, so they know RNG can't ever pressure this Baron at the 21-minute mark as they do pick up the second dragon for themselves. It is going to be Wind, but so far so good. Elk on this Ashe hasn't really been able to find the angles to DPS, and that is a reason why Ashe isn't as high a priority champion compared to champions like the Varus and the Ziggs, because you have to be all up in RNG's face to be doing that DPS with the Kraken and Triforce build. But up against the Ornn, I'm not too sure how you're going to be able to escape without that Flash of Veil, or at least cleansing perfectly from RNG's initial engage. We'll have to wait and see. Elk's third game on this Ashe. We've seen him kite these team fights beautifully before, but the execution needs to be perfect if BLG want to win a 5v5.
Execution bar is way above them, but this is something BLG have risen to before. There's the engage as though, and RNG are looking for that snowball bin. Caught out on the side. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow does connect, but onto the clone. And RNG having used some of their abilities, though. Killer Instinct! LP! He gets the catch on a bin, but that's a way big overextension and a crucial, honestly, monumental piece to RNG is gone now without the Kai'Sa. Still got Tong Yuan, who has a bunch of kills, has a lot of gold, just got that upgraded Leandres, and they're doing work. The Timbers is burning everyone alive here as Elk starting to fire back. He's finally in range. He's finally looking to glide all over them as he's stepping all over Breathe. On is there to set him up, but Tong Yuan, it's a little bit of a mid-lane dip, and Wei comes in to give him the hammer. Tong Yuan shows up for RNG.
As the sole survivor of a 5v5, he is the only one alive on the entire map right now. But what a scrappy team fight from RNG. It all started out with LP trading 1-for-1 for Bin on this Cassante, and I feel like that is not the trade you want to be taking, especially considering the fact that Bin has the TP to rejoin this fight. So if the fight went on a little bit longer, BLG more than happy to take this. And like he said, the arrow did get blocked by the Wukong clone, so that is huge engage gone on the side of BLG. But overextension from the 80 carry of RNG, and the sapling value from this bush alone I thought was going to be absolutely insane, but Shun got instantly focused down, and Elk and Yago were kind of just free hitting. But at the end, Wei somehow survived, and Tanya and Wei just cleaned things up. So still, at the very end, I think RNG come out on top as they continue to have this presence around the Baron.
And Elk, again, the Ashe just doesn't have the same damage as if you were on the Aphelios, if you were on the Xayah, things like that. And Tong Yuan will absolutely take advantage of that on the Annie. You see the hype there, but it is all about the big pickouts. And every ADC knows what it's like to go against an AP mid that can just blow you out of the water with one combo. That is now the trajectory for Elk as he's engaged on potentially again. Get Bin as a bit of a bodyguard on the side, though. That's huge. Breathe goes in for the knockup. Wei getting very low. The grand entrance, though, will go wide, and this is a fight BLG can take. Bin, he tries to find Tong Yuan, but now he's getting locked down. All Out comes through. He got a little bit of fight back. Look at LP. Look at Tong Yuan. They're starting to get a little bit low as the Shock Blast connects, and Yagao is starting to make a bit of a difference here as he's getting close to 3 items. BLG fight back.
That's true members. LP also out of mana, so BLG, they can start up the Baron. They have no vision for the side of RNG to contest. Although Wei is still alive, he is so incredibly low, but that's the fight BLG needed.
They're onto the Baron. They're setting the pace right now, and Bin has just TP back with full health. He's going to be the bodyguard for this fight. And Wei just gets sniped by Yagao. Says, I knew you were there. You can't even step to it.
And that was all the beginning of a desperation play out of RNG, forcing another 5v5 in the mid lane, but no ultimates connecting. And even though they committed so much CC onto on the Nautilus, he ended up surviving as a return. But we'll take another replay of this because it was the College of Forge God to start everything off from Breathe. It did hit onto Elk, who didn't have the flash available, but no follow-up. Your eyes had to be on Tonga, who was zoned out by the Nature's Grasp. And of course, I mean, at the end, the CC just didn't land from Luma on this Rakan as well. Elk and Yago were free hitting in this team fight, while Bin on Cassante with the Q3 as well, forcing the flash out of Tang Yuan on this Annie. So now with the Baron buff in BLG's pockets, it's going to once again be a 1-3-1 situation. I don't know how RNG, I mean, they can look to force something else at this Dragon.
Kind of wish we would have gotten a damage graph that fight, because Yagao was just pumping in those shock blasts. We do have third items being completed for majority of members, right? Yagao on 3.5. You got the Maw completed for Elk as well. You did get the Gwynsu's there for LP. See what can make the difference as we have Dragon up, and this is soul point for RNG.
Side lane waves are incredibly bad for RNG. Top lane slowly pushing towards them as well. No setup of vision whatsoever, so RNG honestly can just duck down and avoid this Dragon fight.
Oh my goodness, Nature's Grass comes out. The Sapling's doing work with that Demonic Embrace as well. The amount of burn and poke and just damage that BLG can do, it's so impressive. They catch out Tong Yuan. That's a big engage tool gone. The Oran Horn goes a bit wide. They're under tower. BLG finally take the tower out, and now RNG have nowhere to save to as Wei gets taken out again, and BLG, they're starting to run away with this one, Kitty.
I don't know how BLG does it. They just come back into this game from a single 5v5, but Elk on this Ashe is starting to put in the damage in these huge team fights, and just playing with the amount of spacing that Ashe and Jace can create in these team fights. LP and Luma were completely out of the equation as well, so They're gonna look
No
for the end.
way they're gonna try to
They have
end
a
it.
wave coming in.
That's a little zealous. I feel like from BLG, they will end up backing off, playing the reserve play. Maybe they're hearing Tabe's voice in their head saying, "Guys, guys, chill, chill."
He's gonna charge out onto stage. He's like, no, don't go for the end. But once again, it's just the arrow connecting, and the amount of CC from BLG's composition, unless it's Breathe tanking the initial Nature's Grasp, I feel like whoever has to be the initial tank of that is just gonna get instantly chunked out. But one by one, pick by pick, BLG just working towards the side lane, while LP, one of the main carries of RNG, wasn't around this dragon, and I feel like RNG fought out of position.
Just little fights like that make the biggest difference. RNG desperate a little bit, trying to pick up onto Bin, but he is so tanked. They literally are dumping everything into him, and he still finds the triple knockback. LP, he goes on Elk. He gets one more. The Price Seeker, the snipe comes out for RNG's bot later. Maybe this is the difference. Maybe this is the moment. But can Yagao bring the hammer? It's another triple knockback for Bin. Look at Yagao. He's looking for all of them as he baits him in, laughs in his face, and the game is going to BLG.
Double TP's committed by BLG towards that bottom wave now. Yagal and Bin were the man of the moment, but Bin in that team fight, he got 3-man knockups on this Cassandra. He won this team fight single-handedly for BLG, and now they're gonna secure themselves with that scoreline sitting comfortably in that first position.
One step away from a 15-1 record. BLG were brought the distance, and RNG, that's a 5th series going to 3 for them. But BLG make it right. They make it so. They will be at the 14-1 record now. It is an incredible game from them. A game one they will absolutely have to look back on and figure out what the hell happened. But it's a proud moment for BLG. See the smiles on their faces.
There's a reason why the entire world acknowledges BLG as one of the best team fighting organizations we have in the LPL, and that last fight was a prime example. If you just look at the solo laners in Yagal and Bin, they were the reason why this team fight went so one-sided, and they were able to finish off the game pretty much, specifically Bin. I mean, yes, Yagal got a 3-man triple kill on the Jace, but this Cassante zoned out pretty much the entirety of RNG.
Yeah.
Although LP looked like he kind of got that pick onto Elk, and it was gonna go great for RNG in that final fight, which just wasn't enough damage to finish off the Cassante.
Yeah, it just wasn't, and I know BLG are going to be feeling pretty good. That's now 2 games above JDG they put themselves. And I can appreciate a lot of the growth we've seen from BLG this split. I can appreciate the growth we've seen from them just from MSI. But this run has been dominant. They are having fun. They're vibing. The team is together. And those are the kinds of things, the intangibles, that make a team so deadly.
So you can see it in both ways. Game 1 was a lot of fun, but it was also a lot of stress because we were like, oh my god, is BLG going to lose against RNG while JDG just dropped their series up against IG? I mean, we're seeing a bit of a pattern here, but BLG sealing the deal with these 2 consecutive wins up against RNG, and it is through Yagal on this Jace 2 games in a row, and he is just solidifying himself even more as that reliable carry in the LPL, and alongside, I mean, just On and Shun getting those insane flanking, not flank, but re-engages onto the RNG roster. But we can see that both of these teams obviously put up their best foot forward. However, at the end, BLG, the mid differential was a bit apparent.
And that's really cool to see from Yagao, because I believe at the beginning of this split specifically, I was wanting big carry performances from Yagao, right? And to really show up, be like, yo, I can be that guy for BLG. And I don't think we got that for the first couple weeks, right? I think we've seen him really grow. And even through the patches, some of the differentiations in mid lane meta and stuff like that, when you see things like this, or the way that he pulls apart teams on the LeBlancs, things like that, like, it is completely clear. There's a reason why this guy's been around for so long, and why he's such a mainstay, and how BLG have really been able to play around him.
Yeah, and this Jace pick 2 games in a row doing wonders for the side of BLG and definitely a huge comfort champion for Yagal now, and these games are proving that to be the case. But huge credits to Breed on this Ornn as well. I mean, there was a bit of a hiccup in terms of, I believe, the mid lane 5v5 around that 3rd team fight, but the first 2, the reason why RNG was able to find so much success was through Breed on this champion and how he was able to get the Call of the Forge God onto Elk, onto Yagal consecutively. So shutting down these carry players was the way to go, but I feel like we need to also kind of critique Tangyuan in this game 3 because we saw a lot of Tibbers, but they weren't landing. And I feel like an Annie not landing the Tibbers is not a very reliable Annie.
Yeah, able to get a lot of gold under his belt, a lot of resources there, but unable to deliver. Feels a little bit bad. Again, we were coming into it, talking about a lot of the developmental pieces, trying to fill the shoes for RNG. And they still do have a little bit to go, right? They still got 2 more series to really fight themselves through, but it is something to take a bit of introspection coming out of this one and figure out what exactly you can find to not have that kind of leaky sieve in the mid lane. We do have our interview ready to go, so let's go ahead and kick it on over to Christina.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Xun, the jungler for BLG. Congratulations on your win. It is a reverse sweep. I have to start with game 1 because game 1's game pace was very, very slow and intense, especially coming to the late game. Actually, my first question I have to ask, how did you guys manage to review your performance after losing game 1? Because maybe it was a little bit regretful for you guys, but you always managed to bounce back in the rest of 2 games. 欢迎Xun来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 BLG 在今天的这场比赛当中让1追2拿下了对手。那么其实我们想从第1局鏖战46分钟说起，来到大后期的时候，双方的这局阵容阵型实在是非常非常的焦灼了。那么想问一下，可能稍稍队伍在第1局失利之后，在哪些方面做了调整和准备呢？因为你们在2、3局展现了一个非常好的状态。
因为第1局输了确实比较可惜吧，然后后面就调整一下阵容吧，就好打很多。
Unfortunately, we lost the game 1 of best of 3, and after that, we just adjust our ban pit strategies and adjust our draft in the rest of 2 games, which makes us play more comfortably. Coming to game 2, I saw your opponent banned 4 sport champions. So when you saw your opponent ban 4 sport champions, did you realize your opponent wanted to target bottom lane? So as a jungler, how did you help your teammates to open up the situation from the bottom lane and take the game 2? 那么在第2局的时候，可以看到对面搬了4个辅助的英雄，所以当你们看到他们搬了4个辅助的时候，会不会觉得，哎，是不是想要围绕下路去打？那么作为打野选手，你又是怎么样帮助下路在前中期的时候就建立起优势，滚起雪球了呢？
就说实话，当他们4班辅助也没有太在意吧，因为我觉得这版本搬辅助可能比较怕我们吧。
Actually, I didn't care about they banned 4 sport champions maybe in this meta because they are so afraid of us, so they have to ban 4 sport champions. And coming to the game 3, although the game pace was also very intense, but coming to the 20 minutes, there was not much golden difference. But your opponent, RNG, managed to took a lot of good team fights on mid lane, especially around their first mid turret. How did you guys manage to bounce back in that bottom lane team fight and just seize a lot of good opportunities to close your game, close your opponent out? 那么在第3局的时候，想问一下，来到20分钟的时候，虽然在阵型上看起来 BLG 掌握主动，但是经济曲线至少在20分钟的时候一直没有拉开很大的优势，并且你们的对手围绕着他们的中1塔打了2波很好的团战。想问一下，在那2波之后，队伍又是怎么样找机会在下路成功反击的呢？会不会在那2波之后有一点稍稍担心局势，或者说对面的沟通是怎么样的？
也没有吧，就我们都比较互相相信队友，然后 就打就完事了。
Actually, we didn't worry about those team fights. Maybe we just lost those team fights, but we totally trust each other. Just play, just fight, just do it. And final question for you. Now you are leading the standings at the first place. You only have 1 game to play for regular season. Looking back to your general regular season journey, are you satisfied with your performance, your form, your result you got now? And what's your expectations for playoffs? Because a lot of players and audience have so high expectations for you. 那么最后一个问题，对于 BLG 来说，目前你们依旧是非常强势着领跑机 积分榜处在第1的位置。对于接下来常规赛仅剩的一场比赛对阵到 WE， 以及在季后赛新选手有没有什么样的期待呢？并且在这个时间点上，相信很多的粉丝和观众朋友们对 BLG 这支队伍的期待值可以说是已经拉满了。
就保持平常心吧，然后和队友打好每场比赛吧。
I will just to keep and hold a normal mentality when facing every single matchups, and I just want to have a good performance with my teammates. Let's looking up for the upcoming matchups together. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢勋来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys. Bye.
Thank you so much, Christina. It's so great to hear the short and sweet words from Shun after an incredible fight back victory in a 3-game series against RNG where they came out 2-1. We'll be getting MVP soon, but interesting to hear a little bit of the mindset, right? Short and sweet, but confident as ever. And speaking of confidence, Yagao gets the MVP.
Look, not only is Shun's interview question short and sweet, these final 2 games of the series were also relatively short and sweet for the side of
KP.
BLG. 100% KP on this Jace. Yagao just delivers game after game on this Jace, and I really feel like MSI has really transformed him as a player, especially with that international experience, with the amount of international experience he has under his belt. But this time around, I mean, the entire spotlight was provided towards Yagao with the Ashe getting locked in for Elk. We all know that it doesn't do as much damage compared to something like the Aphelios or the Kai'Sa that we're so used to, but Yagao delivers on exactly that, and he lands every single shock blast.
I was going to say, just see some of the chunks of health coming out here every time he's able to land it. Maybe not, you know, onto the tanks and whatnot, but it's when he follows up and it matters most. Just every single time. And it's again why BLG went with this composition, right? This composition is easy to execute if you give the resources in the right directions, and they were able to do that.
Yeah, and this was the final team fight that sealed the deal for the side of BLG, and it all started off with Elk landing that arrow to deny Breathe from getting that Call of the Forge, and that has been a reliable source of engage for RNG to depend on. But Yagao and Bin, being the solo laners of BLG, kind of playing out of their minds, honestly, and finishing off the game with that triple kill going into Yagao's pockets. Very well deserved, and they're definitely looking up to the upcoming series against WE to finish off the summer regular split.
That's what's so crazy. One game left, or one series left, rather, for BLG, and it's against WE. It's a potential of a 15-1 finish. WE are not going to be slouches. They are a team that will find ways to win, especially through bot lane. So then BLG will have to find a way through. Well, looking over at RNG, still have a lot to go here in week number 7. It is a gauntlet of a split, but it's a gauntlet of a last week for them, and definitely want to see how they can bounce back from this. As we look back at today's results, got LNG with a 2-1 victory over TT, and that ended up signaling TT's end of the split and NIP's entrance into the summer playoffs. Then NIP came out and lost to FPX 2-0. A little bit of cold revenge there served to NIP by FPX after they knocked them out of the playoff contention. And BLG, they sweat a little bit in a 2-1 victory over RNG to finish it out.
Look, TT giving LNG kind of a run for their money by getting the series to the Game 3 distance, and also the same situation for RNG to challenge our #1 team in the regular split. Huge credits to them, but I feel like RNG now with 2 series remaining in the week 7, it is huge learnings for this roster, and I feel like they have the potential to really challenge some of the teams in the middle of the pack in the playoffs, but they are still looking to settle for that 5th and 6th position. It is still doable, but the stars have to align.
All 10 teams are in the playoffs now. We have all names that will be included, and it's going to be a heck of a battle. We have 4 positions on the line for Worlds, and 10 teams to fight it all out through. I think we've had some incredible stuff in the last split. We still have a long way to go as well. Speaking of, would love to bring up tomorrow's schedule as well, because we're going to have a doozy of a finish here in the LPL, where we have JDG versus RA. IG versus Weibo after they took down JDG just the other day. And then OMG versus EDG to finish it off.
That last one is definitely going to be a banger, but these games are a form check for all of our playoffs teams. Of course, JDG kind of getting a 2-0 win up against W, but it didn't really feel like a win, especially being a JDG fan who was co-streaming that entire series. I felt a little bit defeated because JDG went extremely even up against WE, and that's not really what you expect out of a super team. So up against RA, it is going to be another form check and to really see how they are approaching this playoff split. And of course, Weibo Gaming up against IG. IG, sometimes they just come up with a little bit of a surprise, but OMG, I mean, they are currently on a 2-series loss streak, so they really need to take the series away from EDG to really prove that they are worthy of being considered the top 4 team of LPL.
That's why I love the LPL, because you never know what's going to happen on any given day. As I do believe that is all she wrote for us here, Kitty. Thank you so much for joining me as well. It's been an absolute pleasure to get to fill in here for Munchables and get to join you yet again. And we got some banger games on top of it. But
wait, you're telling me you're not Munchables? I thought the Twitch was saying that Munchables was casting tonight.
Oh my
what?
goodness.
Nah, thank you so much, Mazal. I really appreciate casting alongside you again. And honestly, that first game between BLG and RNG was so fun to
It was such a banger. Oh my gosh, 46-46. I will never forget it. What a way to fish off this day. We'll be right back tomorrow with more LPL action. We'll catch you there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.